Clause for Celebration, a cozy paranormal romantic comedy of crafts, cats, and Christmas chaos. The Mistletoe Mix-Up. Book 3. By Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Stella. The morning light streaming through the workshop windows caught the hanging glass pieces just so, sending rainbow prisms dancing across every available surface like tiny prismatic fairies. Stella hummed "Deck the Halls" under her breath, slightly off-key but enthusiastic, as she arranged her crystalline ornament-making tools in what she insisted was an organized pattern, but which anyone else would have called controlled chaos. Her fingers moved with practiced ease, selecting brushes and enchantment wands from the jumble on her workbench, each tool leaving faint trails of magical residue that sparkled briefly before fading. The glass pieces suspended throughout the workshop tinkled softly with each movement, creating a gentle accompaniment to her humming that made the entire space feel alive with creative possibility. "Right then," she said aloud, because talking through her work process had become such an ingrained habit that she barely noticed anymore. "Let's see what we've got from yesterday's batch." She crossed to the cooling rack where 3 memory glass baubles rested on velvet cushions, each one waiting for its final enchantment layers. The first shimmered with captured laughter from the Pemberton twins. She could practically hear their giggles bouncing inside the crystalline sphere. The second swirled with warm amber that held the essence of Mrs. Chen's anniversary dance, complete with the gentle rhythm of decades-long love. The third, her favorite from yesterday's work, glowed with the silvered joy of young Emma's first snow angel, that perfect moment of childhood wonder preserved in glass. "You beauties are going to make people so happy," Stella murmured, carefully lifting the Pemberton bauble between her palms. The glass felt properly cool, the enchantment base solid and stable beneath her magical senses. Everything seemed perfectly normal. She settled onto her work stool, positioned the ornament in front of her, and closed her eyes to center herself. The familiar warmth of her happiness magic pooled in her chest, that effervescent sensation she'd been channeling into glass since she was 12 years old. She let it build, that bubble of pure joy and light, then began directing it through her palms toward the ornament. The explosion happened so fast that Stella didn't have time to do anything but yelp. One moment the bauble sat peacefully in her hands, accepting her magic with its usual gentle glow. The next, it erupted like a tiny supernova, sending rogue glitter and chaotic rainbow light in every direction. Glass shards, thankfully blunted by magical safety protocols, peppered her face and hair. Sparkling debris coated her workbench, her tools, her carefully organized jars of magical pigments. The air crackled with uncontrolled energy that made her hair stand on end and her skin prickle uncomfortably. "What the?" The second ornament detonated before she could finish the thought. The sound reminded her of breaking bells, that awful dissonant crash of something beautiful being destroyed. Mrs. Chen's anniversary memories scattered into the air as visible amber sparks, dissipating before Stella could even try to recapture them. The third ornament followed immediately after, as if the explosions were feeding off each other in some terrible cascade. Young Emma's silver joy erupted in a blast that sent Stella's floating glass-shaping tools spinning wildly around the workshop like deranged carousel horses. Her color-mixing crystals, normally steady and harmonious, pulsed with erratic, discordant hues, sickly greens mixing with jarring oranges, peaceful blues corrupted by aggressive reds. Then, finally, everything went still. Stella sat frozen on her stool, hands still extended in the position they'd held for channeling magic into the first ornament. She blinked slowly, trying to process what had just happened. Silver and gold sparkles drifted through the air around her like confused snow, the acrid smell of disrupted magic. Something like burning cinnamon mixed with ozone, cut through the usually comforting sense of vanilla and spice that permeated her workspace. "No," she whispered, the word barely audible. "No, no, no." She looked down at her hands. They trembled slightly, dusted with at least 7 different colors of glitter. Her paint-stained fingers sparkled with escaped magical residue, little tingles of energy that felt wrong somehow, like static electricity with malicious intent. The workshop, her beautiful, organized chaos workshop, looked like a glitter bomb had declared war on a rainbow and lost spectacularly. Every surface gleamed with debris. Glass fragments caught the morning light from 100 different angles. One of her favorite enchanting brushes lay on the floor, its bristles bent at odd angles. A jar of moonlight pigment had tipped over, spilling iridescent powder across her reference books. And everywhere, everywhere, the faint shimmer of unstable magical energy danced through the air like heat waves on summer pavement. Stella's usual response to crisis was to smile brighter, find the silver lining, make everyone around her feel better about whatever disaster had occurred. But she lived alone above her shop. There was no one here to reassure, no one whose worries she needed to soothe with her relentless cheerfulness. Just her, the wreckage, and a cold knot of fear settling in her stomach. She stood abruptly, sending more glitter cascading from her curls. The movement made her head swim briefly. Magical feedback, probably. She'd channeled quite a bit of power into that first ornament before it had decided to reject her magic in the most spectacular way possible. The remaining ornaments from yesterday's batch sat on the cooling rack, looking innocent and perfectly crafted. Stella approached them the way one might approach a basket of sleeping vipers. "Please be okay," she muttered, reaching for the first one. "Please, please be okay." The moment her fingers made contact, she knew they weren't. Hairline fractures spread through the memory glass like spiderwebs frozen in crystal. She couldn't see them with her eyes. The cracks existed in the magical structure itself, invisible flaws that her crafting senses picked up immediately. Each fracture released tiny wisps of unstable magical energy that made her fingertips tingle unpleasantly, that same wrong sensation she'd felt from the residue on her hands. Stella checked the next ornament. Same thing. Then the next, and the next, and the next. Every single piece from yesterday's work was compromised. The magical matrices she'd so carefully constructed now riddled with structural instabilities that could cause them to explode at any moment. "Right," she said aloud, forcing her voice to stay steady. "Right. This is fine. This is totally fine. We just need to diagnose the problem, figure out what went wrong, fix it, and everything will be completely—" She cut herself off because lying to an empty workshop seemed particularly pathetic, even by her standards. This was absolutely not fine. Stella moved back to her main workstation, pushing aside glitter-covered tools to clear a space. She needed to approach this methodically, use her intuitive crafting abilities to understand what had gone wrong. She'd been making magical ornaments since before she could properly spell enchantment. She'd inherited her grandmother's gift for infusing glass with captured light and happy memories. She'd built the Glimmer Globe into Tinselcroft's premier destination for decorative magic. She could figure this out. Stella closed her eyes and took a slow breath, trying to center herself despite the anxiety thrumming through her veins. She extended her magical senses toward the damaged ornaments, reaching for that warm harmony she always felt when connecting with her work. Instead, she encountered chaotic discord. The sensation hit her like a wave of discordant music played at maximum volume directly into her brain. Her magic recoiled instinctively, but not before she'd felt the wrongness permeating every ornament. The happiness she'd woven into the glass had twisted somehow, becoming something unstable and aggressive. The memory matrices that should have held emotions safely within crystalline structures had developed flaws she couldn't quite identify, like trying to read words written in a language she almost but didn't quite understand. Her head began to ache, a sharp pain behind her eyes that made her wince. Her stomach churned with worry and the lingering effects of magical feedback. She opened her eyes, blinking against sudden dizziness. "Well," she said to her workshop, because the silence felt oppressive. That was spectacularly unhelpful. She pressed her palms flat against her workbench, needing the solid surface to ground her as her mind raced through the implications of what she'd just experienced. If she couldn't diagnose the problem with her own intuitive abilities, that meant the fault was either beyond her expertise or involved magic she didn't understand. Neither option was particularly comforting. And then, because apparently her brain wanted to make everything worse, a mental image flashed through her mind with perfect, horrible clarity: the upcoming Christmas market. Hundreds of visitors from across the region, drawn by Tinselcroft's reputation for magical celebrations. Her demonstration booth, always one of the most popular attractions, where she performed live ornament enchantments for delighted crowds, the magical amplification systems woven throughout the market square that made every sparkle brighter, every enchantment more spectacular, designed to create maximum wonder and joy, designed to amplify magical effects. If one of her ornaments exploded during a demonstration, with amplification crystals enhancing the blast, Stella's imagination, usually employed for artistic vision, helpfully supplied a detailed catastrophe scenario. Glass shards magnified into dangerous projectiles. Rogue magic cascading through the amplification network, causing every enchanted decoration in the market to malfunction simultaneously. Visitors hurt, vendors' stock destroyed, Tinselcroft's beloved celebration turning into a magical disaster zone. And her reputation as the town's premier ornament artisan, the third-generation Glimmer Globe owner who'd built the shop into something even more successful than her grandmother had achieved, crumbling like the broken glass currently coating her workshop floor. "Stop it," she told herself firmly. "Catastrophizing won't help." But she couldn't quite silence the worried voice in her head pointing out that the Christmas market was less than 2 weeks away, that she had 3 custom orders due by Friday, that at least 40 ornaments in her current inventory might be similarly compromised, and that she had absolutely no idea how to fix any of it. Stella began pacing, her usual response to stress. She gestured expressively with her paint-stained, glitter-covered hands as she talked herself through the situation. Okay. So, yesterday's batch is compromised. Could be a contaminated ingredient, but I use the same suppliers I always use, and they've never had quality issues before. Could be ambient magical interference. But the Glimmer Globe has protective wards specifically designed to maintain workspace stability. Could be something wrong with my own magic. That thought made her pause mid-stride. The idea that her happiness magic itself might be malfunctioning felt deeply, profoundly wrong. Her gift for channeling joy into glass wasn't just her livelihood, it was part of who she was, woven into her identity as thoroughly as her auburn curls and her tendency to hum off-key Christmas carols. If her magic was broken, what did that make her? She shook her head sharply, sending more glitter flying. Not helpful, Stella. Focus on what you can control. But that was the problem, wasn't it? She couldn't control this. She couldn't even properly diagnose it. And her usual approach, smile brighter, work harder, pour more joy into fixing the problem, clearly wasn't going to work when the joy itself seemed to be part of the malfunction. Stella caught sight of her reflection in the workshop's mirror-polished display case. She'd installed it years ago to show customers how the ornaments looked from every angle, the perfect surface for appreciating her work's light-catching properties. Now it showed her a young woman dusted head to toe in silver and gold sparkles, auburn curls standing out in wild directions, paint-stained hands clenched in worry. But what caught her attention wasn't the glitter or the chaos. It was the expression on her face. She'd plastered on her usual bright smile, that cheerful mask she wore for customers and neighbors, and anyone who needed her to be the person who brought them joy. But her green eyes told a different story entirely. They held genuine fear, the kind that made her look younger and more vulnerable than she'd allowed herself to appear in years. The disconnect between the forced smile and the frightened eyes made something crack inside her chest. "I can't do this alone," she whispered to her reflection. The admission felt like pulling a sliver of glass from deep beneath her skin. Painful, necessary, and long overdue. Stella had built her entire adult life around being the person who solved problems for others, who created joy and light, who handled everything with artistic flair and boundless optimism. Asking for help meant admitting she couldn't manage something herself, that her magic wasn't enough, that she had needs beyond making other people happy. It meant being vulnerable in a way that terrified her more than any exploding ornament ever could. But the alternative was walking into the Christmas market with potentially dangerous ornaments, risking harm to her community, and watching everything she'd built literally explode in her face. She took a deep breath, squared her shoulders with determined resolve, and made herself actually think through the problem instead of just panicking about it. The magical fault was beyond her crafting abilities to diagnose or repair. That meant she needed someone with different expertise, probably someone who specialized in magical diagnostics rather than creation. Tinselcroft had several magical practitioners who might be able to help, though most of them focused on active spellwork rather than the passive enchantments she wove into glass. There was old Mr. Hartwell who did protective wards, but he'd retired last year and mostly spent his time fishing. The Moonbeam sisters ran the candle shop and knew loads about sustained magical effects, but their specialty was scent-based emotional magic rather than structural integrity. Thomas Blackwood handled the weather enchantments for the Christmas market, but atmospheric magic was entirely different from... Stella paused mid-thought as another name drifted through her mind. Niall Frost, the town's protection specialist, the methodical magic worker who maintained Tinselcroft's defensive enchantments with quiet, thorough competence. He'd helped her once before, years ago, when she'd accidentally created an ornament that attracted every bird within a 5-mile radius to her shop windows. He'd diagnosed the problem in minutes, explained the solution in calm, precise terms, and fixed it without making her feel incompetent for the mistake. He was also, if she was being honest with herself, slightly intimidating. All that quiet intensity and careful precision, like the opposite of her chaotic creative energy. They'd exchanged pleasantries around town, but she couldn't claim to know him well. He seemed perfectly nice, just contained somehow. Reserved in a way that made her natural ebullience feel overwhelming by comparison. But he was good at his work. Really good. The kind of methodical, diagnostic expertise she desperately needed right now. Stella looked around her workshop, at the glittering chaos coating every surface, at the compromised ornaments radiating unstable magic, at the evidence of her inability to solve this crisis alone. Then she looked back at her reflection, at the frightened eyes beneath the forced smile, and made herself choose. Chapter 2. Niall. The diagnostic scanner emitted a soft harmonic chime, its crystalline components pulsing with gentle blue light as Niall adjusted the final resonance chamber. His pale blue eyes tracked the subtle magical frequencies flowing through the delicate network, watching for the telltale shimmer that would indicate perfect calibration. There, a slight discord in the emotional resonance band, barely perceptible, but definitely present. His snow-leopard shifter senses picked up disruptions that ordinary practitioners would miss entirely. The enhanced perception came with its own complications. He experienced magical diagnostics as layered sensory input, a combination of visual shimmer, auditory resonance, and an almost tactile awareness of energy flow. Most people found it unsettling when he tried to explain how he worked, so he'd long ago stopped trying. Better to just fix things quietly and efficiently without drawing attention to the peculiarities of his abilities. Niall reached into the scanner's housing with the careful precision that characterized all his movements, his long, elegant fingers navigating between delicate magical components that would shatter at the slightest misjudgment. The small scars scattered across his hands caught the clinic's soft lighting, evidence of years spent coaxing temperamental machinery and volatile enchantments back into proper function. Some people collected interesting experiences or social connections. He collected scars from stubborn repair work and an encyclopedic knowledge of how magical systems failed. The silver-white filaments connecting the scanner's core needed microscopic adjustment, the kind of work that required absolute steadiness and intimate understanding of harmonic resonance theory. He shifted two filaments precisely 3 millimeters to the left, rotated the core housing 1/16th of a turn, and watched as the discord resolved into perfect synchronization. The scanner hummed with satisfaction, its magical network achieving the harmonic balance it had been missing for weeks. There, Niall murmured, more to himself than to Dr. Willowmere. That should hold? Remarkable. Dr. Willowmere moved closer to examine his work, their sharp green eyes taking in the subtle adjustments with professional appreciation. 3 different technicians looked at this scanner. None of them detected the fracture you found in the emotional resonance chamber. Niall carefully withdrew his hands from the housing and secured the access panel with practiced movements. It was hidden behind the primary diagnostic array. Easy to miss if you weren't specifically looking for sympathetic failures in the secondary systems. Easy to miss, Dr. Willowmere repeated with a slight smile. Is that your diplomatic way of saying those other technicians didn't understand how emotional resonance chambers interact with diagnostic arrays? I'm saying that diagnostic work requires patience and systematic investigation of possibilities that seem unlikely. Niall pulled a soft cloth from his leather toolkit and wiped away the residual magical traces from his fingers. Most people fixate on obvious problems and miss the subtle ones. The healer studied him with the same careful attention they gave complicated patients. You solved in 20 minutes what puzzled experienced practitioners for days. That's more than patience, Niall. That's genuine talent. Heat crept up Niall's neck, uncomfortable and unwelcome. Compliments always made him feel exposed somehow, like being examined under harsh lighting that revealed every inadequacy. I just know how these systems work. Anyone with the right training could— No, Dr. Willowmere interrupted gently but firmly. They couldn't. Your diagnostic abilities are exceptional, and I wish you'd let yourself acknowledge that instead of minimizing your gifts. Niall focused on methodically packing his tools, arranging each implement in its designated slot within the leather kit, with the careful precision that helped him avoid addressing emotional observations he didn't know how to handle, screwdrivers sorted by size and magical conductivity. resonance tuning forks wrapped in protective silk. The specialized scanner he'd built himself for detecting hairline fractures in crystalline matrices. Everything in its proper place, ordered and contained. I appreciate the work, as always, Dr. Willowmere continued, their tone softening with what sounded like genuine affection. Send me the invoice whenever you're ready. And Niall, consider joining us for the winter solstice gathering next month. It would be good to see you in a social context occasionally. The invitation was kindly meant, offered without pressure or expectation. Dr. Willowmere had been suggesting various social events for the past 3 years, always gently, always leaving the door open without making him feel guilty for declining. He appreciated that about them. Most people either gave up on him entirely or pushed harder when he maintained his distance. Dr. Willowmere seemed to understand that he needed space while still offering connection. I'll think about it, Niall said, which they both knew meant probably not, but he genuinely was grateful for the invitation. That's all I ask. Dr. Willowmere smiled and returned to their desk, already pulling up patient files with the practiced efficiency that made them such a valued community resource. Niall secured the final strap on his toolkit and stood, automatically cataloging the successful repair in the mental database he maintained for all his work. 8 years in Tinselcroft had built him an impressive collection of such repairs, heating charms restored, protection wards reinforced, diagnostic equipment calibrated, mechanical systems coaxed back into proper function. He'd become the person people called when something broke and they needed reliable, discreet service. It was a good life. Quiet, orderly, purposeful. He helped people without requiring much social interaction beyond the professional communication necessary for understanding the problem and implementing the solution. Most days, that felt like enough. He moved toward the clinic's exit, already thinking through his afternoon schedule. The Hartwell cottage needed their warding system updated before winter properly settled in, and the magical traffic signals near the town square were showing signs of synchronization drift that wanted addressing before they caused confusion during the Christmas market's increased foot traffic. Useful, necessary work that filled his days with productive activity and didn't require him to navigate the complicated emotional terrain he'd never quite mastered. The clinic's tall windows overlooked Tinselcroft's main street, where late afternoon light painted the Victorian buildings in shades of gold and amber. Niall glanced out automatically as he passed, his shifter vision tracking movement with the heightened awareness that came naturally to predators. Bright auburn curls caught the sunlight first, impossible to miss against the muted winter colors of the street. Then came the rest of her, Stella Noel in a flowing forest green skirt and a vintage cardigan covered in cheerful holiday pins, her delicate hands gesturing animatedly as she talked to Mrs. Chen outside the bakery. Even from this distance, Niall could see her face lit with genuine delight, that radiant smile that seemed to make the whole street brighter somehow. His chest tightened with familiar longing that he recognized immediately and suppressed with practiced self-discipline. 8 years of watching Stella bring joy to everyone around her. 8 years of knowing she was completely, perfectly out of his reach. Not because she was unkind or dismissive. She'd always been friendly during their brief interactions, warm in the genuine way she was with everyone. But friendliness wasn't the same as connection, and warmth wasn't the same as interest. Stella deserved someone who matched her effervescent energy, who could banter and laugh and navigate social situations with her same easy grace. Someone who wasn't a reserved snow-leopard shifter more comfortable diagnosing broken equipment than engaging in casual conversation. Niall watched her throw her head back in delighted laughter at something Mrs. Chen said, the sound carrying even through the clinic's thick windows. That laugh had haunted him for years, appearing in his thoughts at inconvenient moments when he should have been focused on work. He'd long ago accepted that loving Stella from careful distance was the closest he'd ever come to having her in his life. Better to admire her quietly and maintain their cordial professional acquaintance than risk making her uncomfortable by revealing feelings she couldn't possibly reciprocate. Better to remain invisible than intrude on her vibrant life with his quiet inadequacy. Stella hugged Mrs. Chen warmly and continued down the street, her animated energy making people smile as she passed. Niall waited until she'd moved out of sight before leaving the clinic, timing his exit to avoid any possibility of encountering her on the sidewalk and having to make awkward small talk when his heart was still racing from just seeing her across a street. The cold autumn air felt good against his flushed skin as he stepped outside. His shifter metabolism ran cooler than most people's, an adaptation that made winter his favorite season and summer an uncomfortable trial. The approaching Christmas season meant Tinselcroft at its most magical: twinkling lights, festive decorations, the scent of cinnamon and pine drifting from shops preparing for the town's famous Christmas market. It also meant increased demand for his services as various magical systems required maintenance for the holiday rush. Good. Busy was better than having too much time to think about things he couldn't have. Niall had made it perhaps 20 steps down the sidewalk when three sharp magical explosions echoed from the direction of the glimmer globe. His shifter instincts went immediately alert, every sense focusing on the distinctive resonance pattern with the heightened awareness that had helped his ancestors survive in harsh mountain territories. These weren't simple magical accidents or minor enchantment failures. The explosions carried the specific signature of sympathetic magic network instability, multiple connected spells cascading through unstable emotional conduits and triggering catastrophic resonance failure. Memory glass ornaments, his diagnostic training supplied automatically. The enchantments Stella wove into her beautiful creations used happiness and emotional resonance to give the glass its distinctive properties. If that network became unstable, the ornaments would experience exactly this kind of synchronized failure. And if the instability spread through Tinselcroft's interconnected magical systems, the way these cascading explosions suggested it might, Niall's hands clenched around his toolkit as his mind cataloged the potential consequences with the same systematic thoroughness he brought to all diagnostic work. Memory glass ornaments connected to purchasers through sympathetic emotional links. Thousands of Stella's creations existed throughout Tinselcroft and beyond, each one a potential point of failure if the source enchantments were compromised. A cascading sympathetic failure could damage not just the ornaments, but the magical infrastructure they touched. It could hurt people. It could hurt Stella. His protective instincts warred with his habitual reluctance to insert himself into others' problems uninvited. Stella was perfectly capable and undoubtedly handling the situation. She'd been crafting enchanted ornaments for years. She understood her own magic better than anyone. She probably had protocols for this exact scenario, emergency procedures she'd developed through experience. She didn't need him barging into her workshop assuming she required rescue. But another explosion echoed through the late afternoon air, and Niall's careful self-control cracked under the weight of genuine fear. What if she was injured? What if the unstable magic had damaged her workshop's containment wards? What if she was alone and overwhelmed and too proud to ask for help because she'd spent her whole life being the person who brought joy to others rather than admitting she had needs of her own? The memory surfaced unbidden, Stella's genuine smile when she'd thanked him for fixing her workshop's heating charm last winter. She'd been shivering in her colorful cardigan, breath misting in the cold air, because she'd put off calling anyone about the broken system for weeks. Too busy, she'd said cheerfully, didn't want to bother anyone during the holiday rush. He'd seen through that immediately. Stella helped everyone but rarely asked for help herself. She worked alone in her sparkling workshop, creating joy for thousands while maintaining the same friendly distance from deep connection that he did. They were more alike than anyone probably realized. Another explosion, closer this time. The magical resonance made his shifter senses recoil. That was definitely cascading failure, the kind that would only get worse without proper intervention. Niall made a decision that would have shocked anyone who knew his usual pattern of careful non-interference. He turned toward the glimmer globe and started walking with purpose, his heart racing with nervous anticipation, while his mind automatically cataloged the specialized tools and techniques needed to diagnose sympathetic magic instability. He had resonance dampeners in his kit, harmonic isolation crystals, the specialized scanner he'd built for detecting emotional conduit fractures. He could help with this. He was probably the only person in Tinselcroft with the specific diagnostic expertise needed to identify what was causing Stella's ornaments to fail. And more importantly, he couldn't stand the thought of her dealing with this crisis alone, not when he had the skills to make it better. Even if offering help meant making himself visible in a way that terrified him. Even if she might find his assistance inadequate, or unwelcome, or intrusive. The possibility of helping Stella outweighed his fear of rejection. For once in his carefully controlled life, Niall Frost was going to insert himself into someone else's problem without being specifically requested. Chapter 3. Stella. The workshop looked like a craft fairy had exploded, which, Stella supposed glumly, wasn't far from the truth given that she'd just watched another batch of ornaments detonate in synchronized chaos. Glitter covered every available surface. Workbenches, tools, half-finished pieces, and several experimental designs she'd been particularly proud of before they'd decided to stage a rebellion against basic magical stability. She eyed the remaining inventory with the same caution one might reserve for unexploded ordnance. 3 dozen ornaments sat on the reinforced shelving along the east wall, each one shimmering with the captured light and happy memories she'd carefully infused over the past month. They looked perfectly stable, beautiful even, with their swirling patterns of gold and emerald glass that caught the afternoon sun streaming through her workshop windows. But then, the last batch had looked stable too, right up until they'd turned her morning into a glittering disaster. Stella reached for one of the larger spheres, a particularly lovely piece she'd designed with snowflake patterns etched into forest green glass. This one held memories of sledding hills and hot chocolate, the kind of uncomplicated winter joy that had always made her memory glass sing with perfect clarity. "Please don't explode," she whispered to the ornament, her voice absurdly hopeful in the silent workshop. "I really need you to cooperate, just this once, just so I know there's something salvageable here." The ornament's surface felt cool against her palm, the glass smooth and perfectly formed. No cracks, no instability, no warning signs of imminent catastrophic failure. Her diagnostic touch, such as it was, all intuition and emotional resonance rather than proper technical assessment, detected nothing wrong, which meant absolutely nothing, given how spectacularly wrong her intuition had been all morning. But she was running out of options, and Christmas market season started in 2 weeks. 2 weeks until her busiest sales period of the entire year, when customers would expect her workshop to be overflowing with beautiful memory-infused ornaments perfect for gift-giving and holiday decorating. 2 weeks until she was supposed to deliver on hundreds of special commissions, each one a personalized treasure she'd promised would arrive on time. Stella took a steadying breath and channeled her magic into the ornament with the same gentle touch she'd used successfully for 5 years. Her signature warm golden energy flowed through her palms, reaching into the memory glass to reinforce the existing enchantments and strengthen the emotional resonance that gave her creations their distinctive properties. The ornament hummed with recognition, its captured memories brightening as her magic touched them, and then detonated with such spectacular force that Stella actually yelped. Emerald and gold glitter exploded outward in a shimmering cloud that coated everything within a 3-meter radius. The magical feedback hit her like a physical blow, making her teeth ache and her fingers tingle with the uncomfortable sensation of sympathetic magic violently rejecting connection. She stumbled backward, catching herself on the workbench while glitter cascaded from her auburn curls in sparkling waterfalls. This was fine. Everything was fine. She'd just experienced another catastrophic magical failure that threatened her entire business and reputation, but she could absolutely handle this with her usual cheerful determination. The lie tasted bitter even before she finished thinking it. Stella slumped against her workbench in defeat, no longer bothering to shake the glitter from her hair or brush it off her favorite cardigan. The stuff was everywhere anyway, coating her workspace, settling into the cracks between floorboards, probably embedding itself permanently in the vintage upholstery of her reading chair. She'd be finding glitter in inappropriate places for months. "I need help." The words came out quiet and shaky in the empty workshop, admission feeling like defeat. "I can't fix this alone. I don't even know what's wrong." She'd spent her entire life being the person who brought solutions to other people's problems. When Mrs. Chen's husband passed away, Stella had created memory glass ornaments that held their happiest moments together, giving the widow something beautiful to hold on to during dark days. When the Fletcher twins graduated and moved to different cities, she'd crafted synchronized pieces that let them feel connected despite the distance. Bringing joy to others through her craft was her purpose, her gift, the thing that made her feel valuable and needed in a community full of remarkable magical practitioners. But right now, she had no idea how to bring joy to anyone, including herself. The knock on the shop's front door made her jump. Stella glanced at the clock mounted above her workbench, confusion briefly cutting through her glitter-covered despair. 3:15 on a Tuesday afternoon, outside normal business hours. She'd closed the shop after the second explosion, not wanting customers to witness her spectacular magical failures or risk anyone getting caught in the crossfire of unstable enchantments. Maybe someone hadn't noticed the closed for emergency repairs sign she'd hastily taped to the front window. Or maybe Mrs. Chen needed a listening ear and had stopped by for tea regardless of business hours. Bless her persistent kindness. She hurried downstairs, grateful for the distraction even if she probably looked like she'd been attacked by a particularly aggressive craft store. The narrow Victorian staircase required careful navigation given her tendency to stumble when flustered, and today definitely qualified as flustering. Stella reached the shop's main floor and wove between displays of finished ornaments, each shelf arranged to catch light through the large front windows. Under normal circumstances, the Glimmer Globe was her pride and joy, a sparkling wonderland of handcrafted treasures that made people smile the moment they stepped through the door. Today, it just reminded her of everything she stood to lose if she couldn't solve this crisis. She pulled open the front door expecting a familiar face from Tinselcroft's tight-knit community. Instead, Niall Frost stood on her threshold with his leather toolkit, pale blue eyes filled with quiet concern as they met hers with an intensity that made her breath catch unexpectedly. Stella blinked in surprise, her brain momentarily short-circuiting as she tried to process the appearance of a man she'd only ever exchanged polite greetings with over 8 years of peripheral acquaintance. Niall was part of Tinselcroft's background magic, the competent repair technician everyone called when something important broke, someone she knew by reputation and passing friendly waves rather than actual conversation. He was also, she noticed with the kind of inappropriate timing that proved stress made her brain useless, quite striking in the afternoon light. His silver-white hair caught the sun like snow, neat and precisely trimmed in a way that suggested careful attention to detail. His pale skin had those subtle blue undertones that marked ice affinity, and his tall, lean frame carried itself with the fluid grace she vaguely recalled someone mentioning came from shifter heritage. She'd never really looked at him before, she realized with embarrassed surprise. Not properly. He'd always been part of the scenery, someone she smiled at in passing while being too focused on her own bright, busy life to notice the quiet man who fixed things. "Stella." His voice matched his appearance, soft and measured, each word chosen with the same precision he apparently brought to his repair work. I heard the explosions. Sympathetic magic network instability, if I'm diagnosing the resonance pattern correctly. He paused, and something that might have been nervousness flickered across his carefully controlled features before settling back into professional concern. I thought you might need help. The kindness in those pale blue eyes threatened to crack something in her chest that she usually kept buried under cheerful determination and sparkly exterior confidence. How had he known about the explosions? She hadn't told anyone, hadn't sent desperate messages to friends or posted frantic requests for assistance on the town's magical practitioners network. But here he was, offering help she desperately needed with the kind of quiet competence that suggested he actually understood what was happening to her ornaments. Stella became acutely aware of her current state. Glitter coating her auburn curls like she'd bathed in craft supplies, her favorite cardigan dusted with emerald and gold sparkles, her hands still faintly trembling from magical feedback. She probably looked like a disaster. She definitely was a disaster. And Niall Frost, who moved through Tinselcroft with economical precision and carefully maintained professional distance, was witnessing her complete unraveling. Embarrassment heated her cheeks despite the genuine relief flooding through her at having actual expert help standing on her threshold. I'm a mess, she said unnecessarily, gesturing at her glitter-covered self with a self-deprecating laugh that sounded strained even to her own ears. Fair warning, my workshop looks like a craft bomb went off. Multiple craft bombs, actually. Very enthusiastic craft bombs with excellent coverage. Niall's expression softened with something that looked almost like fondness, though surely she was reading too much into the subtle shift of features she'd barely noticed until today. I specialize in diagnostic magic, he said simply, his voice carrying steady reassurance. Glitter doesn't interfere with resonance detection, and I've seen plenty of magical malfunctions in various states of chaos. Yours probably ranks as one of the more aesthetically pleasing disasters. The gentle humor in his words surprised her enough to coax out a more genuine smile. That's actually really kind of you to say. Stella stepped back from the doorway, making space for him to enter despite the vulnerable feeling settling in her chest. Letting someone into her workshop felt different than opening the glimmer globe to customers. This was her private creative sanctuary, the place where she worked alone with her magic and emotions and intuitive crafting process. But she needed help, and Niall was offering with such quiet sincerity that refusing felt impossible. Come in, she said, hearing the gratitude in her voice. I really appreciate this. I didn't know who to call. My magic is all intuitive rather than technical, and I couldn't figure out what was going wrong. She was babbling now, nervous energy making words tumble out faster as she led him toward the staircase. Niall followed behind her with silent footsteps, his tall presence somehow feeling both reassuring and acutely noticeable as they navigated the narrow Victorian stairs. The familiar space suddenly felt different with another person sharing it. She'd climbed these stairs thousands of times alone, never thinking about how close the walls were, or how the afternoon light slanted through the landing window, or how aware she was of the person moving behind her with that distinctive fluid grace. Her workshop looked even more chaotic from this angle, workbenches covered in glitter, broken ornaments scattered across surfaces, the faint shimmer of residual magic still hanging in the air like visible tension. The smell of hot glass and magic mixed with the cinnamon candles she'd lit earlier in a failed attempt at creating a cheerful working environment. Stella watched nervously as Niall's pale eyes swept over the glittering wreckage with professional assessment. She braced herself for judgment, for criticism about her intuitive approach, or lack of proper safety protocols, or whatever technical failing had caused this disaster. But his expression remained calm and methodical, showing no shock at the chaos or disappointment in her obvious struggles. When did the failures start? he asked, setting his leather toolkit on the one relatively clear corner of her main workbench with careful precision. This morning, around 9, Stella pushed glitter-covered curls away from her face, trying to organize her scattered thoughts into something resembling coherent explanation. The first batch detonated during quality testing. I thought maybe I'd made a mistake with the memory infusion, so I tried adjusting my technique with the second batch, but they exploded too. Then the third batch. Then just now, I was trying to test whether any of my existing inventory was stable, and she gestured at the emerald and gold glitter coating everything within range. Sympathetic magic cascade failure, Niall confirmed, his methodical approach to examining the damaged ornaments somehow feeling perfectly complementary to her usual emotion-driven style rather than critically different. He moved between her workbenches with economical grace, long scarred fingers gently lifting broken glass pieces to examine fracture patterns. Your ornaments connect to purchasers through emotional resonance, creating sympathetic links that allow the memory glass to maintain its enchantments. If something destabilizes the source network, the instability propagates through all connected pieces. His technical explanation made immediate intuitive sense in a way that settled some of her panic. "So it's not that I'm doing the memory infusion wrong?" she asked hopefully. "There's an actual systemic problem affecting the network?" "That's my preliminary assessment, yes." Niall glanced up from his examination, pale blue eyes meeting hers with reassuring confidence. "Though I'll need to run proper diagnostics to confirm the source of instability and determine appropriate repairs." He began unpacking specialized diagnostic tools she'd never seen before, crystalline resonance detectors that looked like they belonged in a jeweler's collection, silver-threaded magical frequency analyzers that hummed with subtle power, and several compact devices whose purposes she couldn't even guess. Stella found herself watching his long, scarred fingers work with quiet precision that spoke of years of patient, detailed expertise. Small scars marked his hands from obvious magical and mechanical repair work, but his movements remained fluid and confident despite the evidence of past mistakes. There was something almost meditative about the way he arranged tools on her workbench, each piece placed with deliberate care in an organized layout that probably made perfect sense to his diagnostic process. She usually created in cheerful chaos, trusting intuition to guide her through her craft. Niall's methodical approach should have felt foreign or wrong in her spontaneous creative space. Instead, it felt oddly grounding, like his calm competence could balance her scattered emotional energy. "I'll need you to demonstrate your memory infusion technique," Niall said, producing what looked like a practice sphere of plain glass from his toolkit. "On something stable, so I can analyze your magical signature and identify where the sympathetic network is experiencing disruption." Stella hesitated, sudden self-consciousness flooding through her at the thought of performing her craft under observation. Her process was animated and gesture-heavy, full of spontaneous flourishes and emotional expressions that looked nothing like Niall's economical movements. She channeled magic through her whole body, dancing fingers, expressive gestures, sometimes even humming or talking to the glass as she worked. It was effective, but it definitely wasn't dignified or technically sophisticated. "I'm not My technique is really intuitive," she warned, accepting the practice sphere with nervous fingers. "It probably looks chaotic compared to proper magical methodology. I've never actually had formal training in enchantment theory, just learned from my grandmother, who learned from her mother, so it's all traditional family crafting rather than—" "Stella." Niall's quiet voice cut through her nervous rambling with gentle firmness. "Your memory glass ornaments are some of the finest emotionally resonant craftwork I've encountered. Your technique clearly works beautifully under normal circumstances. I'm not here to judge your methods. I'm here to help diagnose what's interfering with them." The sincerity in his words settled something anxious in her chest. "Okay." She took a steadying breath, cradling the practice sphere in both palms while trying to ignore how aware she was of Niall's presence beside her workbench. Here's how I do memory infusion. Stella closed her eyes and reached for the warm, golden magical energy that had always come as naturally as breathing. It pooled in her chest like captured sunlight, fed by happiness and joy and the genuine love she felt for her craft. She channeled that energy through her arms, letting it flow down to her palms where the glass waited to receive her gift. Her fingers began their familiar dance, small circling motions that helped the magic spread evenly through the glass matrix, gentle pressure that encouraged the molecular structure to accept emotional resonance without resistance. She hummed softly under her breath, a wordless melody that matched the frequency of memory glass reaching optimal receptivity. Good memories, she whispered to the sphere, her usual practice of talking through the infusion process feeling suddenly self-conscious with an audience. Happy moments, the feeling of coming home to warmth, hot chocolate on cold evenings, laughter with friends, small perfect joys that make life beautiful. The glass began to glow with golden light as it accepted her magic, memory patterns swirling through its transparent depths like captured auroras. This was the part Stella loved most, watching plain glass transform into something that could hold happiness, that could bring comfort and joy to whoever eventually claimed it as their own. But something unexpected happened as her magic flowed into the practice sphere. Niall's presence beside her registered not as distraction, but as enhancement, his cool, precise, analytical frequencies somehow harmonizing with her warm, emotional energy in a way that made the memory glass sing with perfect clarity. The resonance between their magical signatures felt natural and complementary, like her intuitive emotional channel had found the technical structure it needed to achieve ideal stability. The practice sphere settled into perfect balance, its internal resonance humming with a clarity she'd never quite achieved working alone. Stella's eyes flew open in surprise, meeting Niall's pale blue gaze over the completed ornament. Wonder flickered across his carefully controlled features, the same shock of recognition she was feeling at how naturally their contrasting magical approaches enhanced each other. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, while the perfectly balanced ornament glowed between them like captured starlight. Then Stella looked away quickly, heat rising in her cheeks for reasons that had nothing to do with magical exertion. Her heart was racing with something that felt more complicated than simple relief at successful collaboration. That was... Niall's soft voice sounded slightly strained, as if he too was struggling with unexpected feelings. Your magical signature is remarkable. The emotional resonance you channel is exceptionally pure. No wonder your ornaments create such strong sympathetic connections. He cleared his throat, attention shifting back to professional diagnostic analysis with what looked like deliberate effort. Which means the network instability definitely isn't caused by flawed technique. You're doing everything correctly. The problem is external interference affecting the sympathetic links themselves. Stella felt both relief at having expert confirmation and unexpected vulnerability at letting someone witness her struggles so intimately. This workshop had always been her private sanctuary, the place where she created alone without having to perform cheerfulness or maintain the bright confidence everyone expected from her. But Niall's steady, competent presence made the space feel less isolating rather than more invaded. She watched as he activated one of his crystalline diagnostic tools, pale blue eyes focused with intense concentration on the readings displaying in shimmering magical notation above the device. Your sympathetic network shows cascading harmonic disruption originating from... He frowned, adjusting the analyzer's settings with precise finger movements. That's unusual. The disruption source appears to be external to your workshop, but intimately connected to your personal magical signature. Almost as if something is actively destabilizing your emotional resonance from a distance. The technical explanation should have been reassuring. Knowing the problem had a specific cause, meant it had a specific solution. But Stella found herself focusing more on how much she'd come to need Niall's presence in just one afternoon, how his quiet competence had become a steadying anchor in the chaos threatening to overwhelm her carefully maintained cheerfulness. And that vulnerability felt almost as destabilizing as the magical crisis itself. Chapter 4. Niall. Niall carefully spread his diagnostic readings across Stella's workbench, each crystalline frequency chart and silver-threaded resonance map revealing patterns that made his chest tighten with professional concern. The magical instability pulsed through Tinselcroft's sympathetic network like an irregular heartbeat. Beautiful in its complexity, dangerous in its unpredictability. His fingers moved over the shimmering data with practiced precision, organizing the readings into chronological sequence, while his snow-leopard senses processed layers of magical information that most practitioners couldn't perceive. The crystalline charts caught the afternoon light streaming through Stella's workshop windows, transforming technical diagnostics into something almost artistic, which felt oddly appropriate given the creative chaos surrounding him. The disruption pattern started approximately 8 months ago, he said quietly, tracing the timeline with one finger. The readings showed a gradual transformation rather than sudden catastrophic failure, magical infrastructure evolving in ways that bypass traditional stability safeguards. Small fluctuations at first, barely noticeable unless you were looking for them, but the frequency and amplitude have been steadily increasing. Stella leaned closer to examine the data, her movement bringing a wave of vanilla and cinnamon scent that made Niall's pulse quicken, despite his determination to maintain professional focus. He could feel the warmth radiating from her shoulder, hear the soft catch of her breath as she processed the visual representation of her crisis. His snow-leopard instincts registered her proximity with almost painful awareness, the flutter of her heartbeat, the subtle shift in her body temperature, the way her auburn curls caught light like captured fire. He forced his attention back to the diagnostic readings, his voice carefully neutral as he explained the technical complexities. The signature underneath the instability is familiar. Chaotic innovation magic with specific harmonic frequencies that match Alistair Finch's experimental approach. Niall adjusted one of the resonance maps, highlighting the telltale patterns. Over the past 8 months, his collaborative work with Kat has been slowly transforming the town's magical infrastructure, making it more adaptive and interconnected, but also fundamentally more sensitive to emotional magical resonance. Wait. Stella's bright green eyes met his with sudden understanding. The Gingerbread Jubilee collaboration? Their partnership magic became part of Tinselcroft's network? Not just part of it. Niall found himself caught in her gaze, those expressive eyes reflecting genuine concern beneath the worry. He had to look away, focusing on the data rather than the way sunlight made her freckles stand out against her ivory skin. Their combined magical approach essentially rewrote how sympathetic connections form and strengthen throughout the town. It created a more dynamic, responsive network, which has wonderful benefits for collaborative magic. But it also means the infrastructure can no longer safely contain certain types of powerful emotional resonance. He watched comprehension dawn across Stella's mobile features, her expressive face revealing every thought and feeling without the careful control that Niall maintained through long practice. She processed information with her whole body, leaning forward with excitement, pulling back in concern, her hands moving in unconscious gestures that punctuated her understanding. It was captivating in ways that made focusing on technical explanations almost impossibly difficult. But why are my ornaments particularly vulnerable? Stella gestured at the sparkling chaos of her workshop, glitter still coating every surface from the morning's explosions. Plenty of crafters in Tinselcroft use emotional magic. Why is memory glass work experiencing catastrophic failures while everyone else seems fine? The question cut straight to the heart of the diagnostic puzzle, revealing the keen intelligence beneath her bubbly exterior. Niall had spent 8 years admiring Stella from careful distance, but this close collaboration was showing him depths he'd only suspected. Her genuine analytical curiosity, her commitment to understanding problems rather than just fixing symptoms, her willingness to look past surface explanations to find root causes. His pale blue eyes met her bright green ones as he chose his words carefully. Memory glass work requires exceptionally pure emotional authenticity. When you infuse an ornament with captured memories and happy moments, you're not just channeling generic positive feelings. You're creating precise emotional resonance frequencies that perfectly match specific human experiences. He pulled one of the broken ornament fragments closer, activating a diagnostic spell that made its fractured magical matrix visible. That level of authentic emotional magic creates powerful sympathetic signatures that the evolved network can no longer safely contain. The fragment glowed with residual energy, revealing the elegant architecture of Stella's craft magic. How she wove memory patterns through glass matrices with such delicate precision that each ornament became a perfect emotional tuning fork. Her warm signature still pulsed through the broken piece, golden light traced with threads of pure joy and comfort. It was breathtakingly beautiful work, and dangerously unstable under current network conditions. Niall demonstrated the problem by channeling his cool analytical magic through the fragment, revealing how Stella's warm emotional signatures created feedback loops that cascaded through the sympathetic connections linking all of Tinselcroft's magical crafts. The visualization showed golden resonance patterns amplifying exponentially as they spread through the network, building toward the critical threshold where glass structure could no longer contain the accumulated magical pressure. Your ornaments form sympathetic links with everyone who touches them, customers who handle them in your shop, families who display them in their homes, recipients who treasure them as gifts. His voice remained steady and professional even as his chest tightened watching her reaction. Each connection amplifies the emotional resonance. Under the old network infrastructure, those links remain discrete and stable. But the evolved system treats every sympathetic connection as an opportunity for collaborative enhancement. Stella made a small sound of dismay, her usual bright optimism dimming as she processed the implications. So my ornaments are literally feeding their emotional magic back into each other through the network, building up resonance until something has to give? Exactly. Niall appreciated her quick understanding even as he hated being the bearer of such complicated news. The explosions occur when accumulated resonance exceeds structural containment capacity. The glass fails catastrophically, releasing all that captured emotional energy at once. He deactivated the diagnostic spell, the broken fragments glow fading back to dormant crystal. Around them, Stella's workshop felt suddenly quieter, the usual hum of creative magic subdued by the weight of technical reality. Niall watched emotions flicker across Stella's expressive face with almost painful clarity. Concern for her customers' safety, worry about the upcoming Christmas market, frustration at facing a problem that challenged her artistic expertise, and beneath everything, a vulnerability that she was trying hard to hide behind forced cheerfulness. That glimpse of authentic struggle made something tighten in his chest with protective intensity. So what do I do? Stella's voice remained determinedly upbeat, despite the worry clouding her bright eyes. There has to be a fix, right? Some way to adjust my technique or modify my magic so the ornaments stay stable. This was the part Niall had been dreading explaining, the part that would dim her optimism further and reveal just how complex this crisis actually was. It's not a simple fix. He spoke gently but honestly, his natural tendency toward careful truth-telling overriding any instinct to soften difficult information. Stabilizing your ornaments requires ongoing recalibration as the network continues evolving. Alistair and Kat's collaborative magic is still actively transforming Tinselcroft's magical infrastructure, which means the sympathetic network's sensitivity will keep increasing over time. Stella's face fell, her usual bright confidence crumbling into genuine dismay. So every adjustment I make will only work temporarily. I'll just have to keep adapting forever as the network changes? Yes. Niall hated confirming her worst fears, but honesty seemed more respectful than false reassurance. Unless the network evolution stabilizes naturally, which could take months or even years, you'll need to develop adaptive stabilization techniques that can adjust to changing sympathetic resonance parameters. He watched her shoulders slump slightly, the animated energy that usually made her seem to glow from within dimming like a banked fire. This wasn't just professional crisis. This was a fundamental challenge to her artistic legacy and her role in Tinselcroft's magical community. And despite his usual preference for solitary diagnostic work, despite 8 years of carefully maintained distance, despite every anxious instinct that screamed at him to preserve his comfortable isolation, Niall heard himself volunteering for extended collaboration. I can help. The words emerged quiet but firm, carrying a commitment that surprised him with its intensity. Work with you to develop adaptive stabilization techniques for your memory glass crafting. My diagnostic abilities can track network evolution in real time, which means we can recalibrate your approach proactively rather than waiting for failures to reveal problems. Stella's head came up sharply, hope flickering back to life in those expressive green eyes. You'd do that? Take time away from your regular repair work to help me figure out how to save my ornaments? Niall's protective instincts overrode his social anxiety with surprising ease. This woman had spent years bringing joy and comfort to Tinselcroft's residents through her magical artistry. She deserved someone who understood complex magical diagnostics standing beside her through this crisis. And if he was being honest with himself, if he allowed even a moment of authentic feeling past his careful emotional control, he wanted desperately to be the person who helped restore her confidence and protected her artistic legacy. Yes. He met her gaze steadily, letting her see the sincerity beneath his reserved exterior. Your work matters to this community. The ornaments you create bring genuine happiness to people. I've seen customers' faces when they find pieces that perfectly capture their memories. That's worth protecting. What he didn't say, what he carefully kept locked behind professional courtesy, was that her happiness mattered to him with an intensity that had grown over 8 years of quiet observation. That watching her bright energy dim with worry felt physically painful. That the thought of her losing confidence in her craft magic made his chest tighten with protective fury at the unfairness of magical evolution threatening something so beautiful. Instead, he focused on practical next steps, his methodical approach masking how his heart raced at the prospect of spending extended time in her vibrant, creative presence. We'll need to start with comprehensive network mapping. Niall began organizing his diagnostic equipment with practiced efficiency, his long fingers moving with precise economy. Track how sympathetic resonance patterns shift throughout the day. Identify peak sensitivity periods. Establish baseline parameters for your specific magical signature. Then we can develop adaptive stabilization protocols that adjust your crafting technique based on real-time network conditions. Stella leaned forward with renewed interest, her animated gestures returning as professional curiosity overtook personal worry. So instead of trying to prevent resonance amplification entirely, we'd be adjusting how much emotional magic I channel based on what the network can safely handle at any given moment? Exactly. Niall appreciated how quickly she grasped the strategic approach, her intuitive understanding translating technical concepts into practical application. Dynamic calibration rather than static limitation. Your magic remains authentic and powerful. We're just modulating its expression to match current network capacity. He pulled out a scheduling crystal, the small device displaying available time slots in shimmering notation. Despite his usual preference for solitary work and careful social boundaries, Niall found himself hoping Stella would choose frequent sessions. that this professional collaboration would give him legitimate reasons to spend time in her presence without the awkwardness of admitting his feelings. I'm typically available for diagnostic work in the early mornings before most repair calls come in, or late afternoons after routine maintenance is complete. He kept his voice carefully neutral, not wanting to pressure her into accommodations that might feel intrusive. But given the urgency of stabilizing your Christmas market inventory, I can adjust my schedule to whatever works best for your crafting rhythms. Stella's relieved smile transformed her entire face with genuine gratitude, the expression so radiant that Niall's carefully maintained professional distance wavered dangerously. She glowed like captured starlight, all warm golden energy and authentic joy that made his breath catch, despite his determination to keep appropriate boundaries. "You're saving my entire holiday season," she said, her voice thick with emotion that she was clearly trying to keep light and cheerful. "I don't even know how to thank you properly. I mean, I could make you a custom ornament, but given that they keep exploding, that seems more like a threat than gratitude." The self-deprecating humor surprised a quiet laugh from Niall, a sound he rarely made around anyone except Dr. Willowmere. Stella's ability to find comedy even in crisis situations revealed resilience beneath her bubbly exterior, a strength that matched his own quiet determination in ways he was only beginning to recognize. "How about we focus on preventing the explosions first?" He packed his diagnostic equipment with methodical care, each crystalline tool returning to its precise position in his leather kit. "Once we've established stable protocols, I'd be honored to receive one of your ornaments. I've admired your work for years." The admission slipped out before he could stop it. A small confession that revealed more than professional appreciation. Niall felt heat rise in his neck, his pale skin showing embarrassment more obviously than he would have preferred. But Stella simply beamed at him, her pleasure at the compliment so genuine and unguarded that his chest tightened with complicated feelings. "Really? I've seen you around town, obviously, but I didn't realize you paid attention to my shop." She gestured at the sparkling chaos surrounding them, glitter still coating every surface. "Most people just come in for seasonal decorations or commissioned pieces. They don't really think about the craft behind the pretty ornaments. Your work is technically sophisticated." Niall spoke carefully, trying to explain his appreciation without revealing the depth of his observation. "The way you weave emotional resonance through glass matrices requires exceptional magical control and intuitive understanding of memory pattern crystallization. It's impressive craftsmanship." What he didn't say was that he'd spent 8 years watching her through the Glimmer Globe's windows, captivated by the way light transformed her workshop into something magical, drawn to the bright energy that seemed to radiate from her very presence. That he'd memorized the schedule of her creative work, how she crafted delicate ornaments in the quiet morning hours, how afternoon sunlight made her auburn curls glow like captured fire, how she stayed late into the evening when inspiration struck, completely absorbed in bringing joy to life through glass and magic. That admiring her from careful distance had become both comfort and torment, a way to appreciate her brightness while protecting himself from the vulnerability of authentic connection. Stella was still chattering cheerfully about scheduling their next session, her animated gestures punctuating plans for network mapping and resonance analysis. She walked him toward the Glimmer Globe's front door, apparently oblivious to the glitter still sparkling in her auburn curls like tiny captured stars. Niall found himself captivated by those small details, how light caught the freckles across her nose, how her eyes sparkled with renewed optimism now that she had a plan and support, how her entire body expressed enthusiasm through gesture and movement in ways his reserved nature could never match. They were opposites in almost every way that mattered. She was vibrant warmth and expressive emotion. He was cool precision and careful control. She filled spaces with creative chaos and bright energy. He brought methodical order and quiet competence. She spoke in animated paragraphs with sweeping gestures. He chose words carefully and moved with economical precision. And yet, watching her make plans while glitter sparkled in her hair, Niall allowed himself a moment of hope that this professional collaboration might help him overcome 8 years of admiring her from safe distance. That working together to solve her magical crisis might create the foundation for something more than careful observation and secret longing. That maybe, just maybe, his quiet strength could complement her bright energy in ways that would let him finally be seen by the woman who had captured his heart. So Tuesday morning at 7? Stella confirmed, her bright green eyes meeting his with such open trust that Niles' resolve to maintain professional boundaries wavered dangerously. You can show me how to do the network mapping and we'll start establishing those baseline parameters? Tuesday at 7, he agreed quietly, his voice steady despite the way his pulse quickened at the prospect. I'll bring the necessary diagnostic equipment. We'll take it slowly. Make sure you understand each step of the process. He stepped out onto the Glimmer Globe's threshold, the late afternoon air crisp with approaching winter. His leather toolkit felt familiar and grounding in his hand, a reminder of his competent professional identity, the role he'd carefully crafted over 8 years of reliable service to Tinselcroft's magical community. But standing here with Stella's grateful smile warming him more effectively than any heating charm, Niall felt that identity shifting into something more complicated. Something that included protective partnership and collaborative support, rather than just solitary diagnostic work. Through the workshop window, he watched Stella begin organizing her workspace with characteristic energy, sorting broken fragments, tidying workbenches, already planning how to approach the next day's crafting with new understanding of the magical challenges she faced. Her resilience impressed him. Her determination to protect her customers' happiness despite personal crisis revealed depths of caring that made his chest tighten with admiration and something more tender that he wasn't quite ready to name. Niall's quiet determination strengthened as he turned toward the walk home, his snow-leopard senses registering the way winter evening settled over Tinselcroft's charming streets with familiar comfort. For 8 years, he'd maintained careful distance, admiring Stella's brightness from safe observation, content to appreciate her energy without risking the vulnerability of authentic connection. He'd told himself he was too ordinary for someone so vibrant, too reserved for someone so expressive, too comfortable with solitude to deserve partnership with someone who glowed like captured starlight. But her crisis had given him both the reason and the courage to finally be close to the woman who had captured his heart. To offer his quiet competence in service of protecting her artistic legacy. To risk being seen in hopes that maybe, just maybe, his steady strength might be exactly what her bright energy needed for balance. The knowledge settled into his bones with the same certainty his diagnostic magic brought to complex repairs. This collaboration would change everything. He just had to find the courage to let it. Chapter 5. Stella. The glitter situation was absolutely not under control. Stella attacked the workshop floor with her broom, sweeping catastrophic sparkle accumulation into corners, where it wouldn't immediately catch the light and announce, "Massive magical crisis happening here," to observant visitors. She'd already hidden the most spectacularly damaged ornament fragments in her storage cabinet. No need to advertise that her signature creations had been exploding like overeager fireworks. Her remaining stable ornaments went onto strategic display throughout the shop. The Aurora swirl baubles clustered near the window, where afternoon light made them glow with captured northern magic. Crystal stars arranged themselves across shelving in carefully balanced groupings. Delicate snowflake ornaments dangled from ceiling hooks at precise heights to catch movement without revealing how dramatically her usual inventory had been reduced. The arrangement looked artistic, intentional. Absolutely not like desperate damage control from someone whose magical specialty had suddenly developed catastrophic tendencies. Stella stepped back to assess her hasty organization just as sharp, authoritative knocking echoed through the Glimmer Globe's front door. Her stomach dropped somewhere around her ankles. Nora Brightbow didn't do casual drop-ins. When the Christmas market coordinator came calling with her leather portfolio and determined expression, it meant business with a capital B that probably involved schedules, expectations, and community responsibility that Stella was currently spectacularly failing to meet. "Coming!" Stella called, forcing brightness into her voice while giving her curls a quick finger comb that accomplished nothing except distributing more glitter through her auburn hair. She plastered on her best welcoming smile and pulled open the door. "Nora, what a wonderful surprise." Nora Brightbow strode into the shop with the confident authority of someone who'd been managing complex magical celebrations for longer than Stella had been alive. Her silver-white hair gleamed in its elegant chignon. Wire-rimmed glasses caught the light from Stella's display ornaments. That distinctive Christmas tree brooch pinned to her wool coat sparkled with subtle magical communication enchantments, and her keen gray eyes were already cataloging everything with the sharp observation of someone who'd seen through vendor excuses and creative damage control for 2 decades. Stella watched those experienced eyes sweep across the workshop, noting details with the precision of a diagnostic specialist. The dimmed brilliance of displays that usually dazzled with magical radiance. The strategic arrangement of ornaments that couldn't quite disguise reduced inventory. The faint, acrid scent of magical disruption that lingered despite Stella's frantic airing out attempts. "Stella, dear." Nora's voice carried warmth beneath professional purpose. "I hope I'm not interrupting your creative process, but we need to finalize the Christmas market demonstration schedule." "Of course. Absolutely." Stella gestured enthusiastically toward her main counter, accidentally sending rainbow sparkles dancing through the air from glitter still coating her sleeves. "I'm always happy to discuss market plans. Can I get you tea? I've got that cinnamon blend you mentioned liking." "Tea would be lovely, thank you." Nora settled her leather portfolio onto the counter with practiced efficiency, while Stella busied herself with the electric kettle tucked beside her workstation. Her hands shook slightly as she measured tea leaves into her cheerful snowman-patterned pot. The familiar ritual provided temporary distraction from mounting anxiety about exactly what market responsibilities Nora was here to discuss. "Please let it be simple logistics, demonstration times, display arrangements, nothing that required confirming Stella's magical abilities were currently reliable and wouldn't catastrophically explode in front of hundreds of magical tourists expecting wonder and artisan excellence." Nora spread architectural plans across the counter just as Stella returned with steaming mugs. The Christmas market layout revealed itself in precise detail: vendor booth positions, magical amplification nodes, crowd flow patterns, and demonstration stages designed to showcase Tinselcroft's finest magical artisans. Right there in the central courtyard location, highlighted with a silver star, was the Glimmer Globe's designated demonstration space. Prominent, visible, positioned to draw crowds and create the spectacular magical displays that would set the tone for the entire market's enchanted atmosphere. Stella's stomach clenched into complicated knots that had nothing to do with skipped lunch. "As you can see," Nora explained, her elegant finger tracing the layout with professional precision, "we've given you prime positioning this year. Your memory glass work has become such a draw for magical tourists. We want to feature your ornament crafting demonstrations as a centerpiece attraction." "Oh." Stella's voice emerged slightly strangled. She cleared her throat and tried again with more animation. That's wonderful. So honored. Really, truly, the positioning looks perfect." Her expressive hands gestured with perhaps too much enthusiasm, nearly knocking over Nora's tea mug. She caught it with reflexes honed by years of working with delicate glass, but her recovery felt awkward rather than graceful. Nora's gray eyes tracked the nervous gesture with the sharp observation of someone who'd managed vendor crises through 2 decades of magical celebrations. We've also installed new magical amplification systems throughout the market this year, Nora continued, pointing to symbols marking enchantment nodes across the layout. They'll enhance vendor demonstrations, making the magical effects visible to larger crowds. Particularly useful for detailed craftwork like your ornament infusions. Tourists will be able to see the memory weaving process in real time. The knots in Stella's stomach twisted tighter. Magical amplification. Systems designed to enhance and broadcast magical demonstrations, which would take her already unstable ornament enchantments and magnify their chaotic feedback across the entire Christmas market. Her mind immediately conjured catastrophic scenarios. Ornaments exploding with amplified force, magical disruption cascading through the sympathetic network, the entire market's celebration collapsing into glitter-coated chaos, while hundreds of disappointed tourists watch Stella destroy Tinselcroft's premier annual event. The amplification sounds amazing. Her voice climbed slightly too high. Really innovative. What a fantastic upgrade for the market. She was definitely overselling the enthusiasm. Nora's expression shifted into something more assessing, those experienced eyes noting details that Stella desperately wanted to hide. The market coordinator sipped her tea with measured consideration, her gaze drifting across the Glimmer Globe's workshop with increasing focus, taking in the subdued sparkle of displays, the strategic ornament arrangement that couldn't quite disguise depleted inventory, the faint scent of magical disruption that Stella's cinnamon tea couldn't completely mask. Stella. Nora's voice carried gentle concern beneath professional inquiry. How are preparations progressing? I notice your displays seem quieter than usual. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Stella's automatic response was cheerful deflection, the practiced optimism she'd perfected over years of ensuring everyone around her felt reassured and happy rather than burdened with her problems. Oh, you know how it is during creative phases. She waved dismissively, her gesture sending more residual glitter sparkling through afternoon light. Experimenting with new techniques, refining processes. Sometimes you need to scale back displays while developing innovations. The words tumbled out with animated brightness, her entire body language projecting confidence and creative control, despite the anxiety clenching her chest. But Nora's expression didn't shift into reassured acceptance. Instead, her gray eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses grew more concerned, her professional responsibility for the market's success evident in tightening features. New techniques. Nora repeated the phrase carefully, like she was diagnosing vendor crisis beneath cheerful explanation. And these innovations are progressing on schedule? You'll be ready for full demonstrations by market opening? The direct question left less room for vague artistic deflection. Stella's forced smile wavered despite her desperate attempts to maintain her helpful, optimistic facade. Her hands twisted together in nervous gestures that betrayed the calm confidence she was trying to project. Well, she drew the word out while her mind scrambled for explanations that weren't outright lies, but also didn't reveal the full catastrophic truth. There have been some minor technical difficulties. You know how complex magical craftwork can be. Sometimes the enchantments need adjustment before they achieve perfect stability. Technical difficulties? Nora's tone suggested she understood exactly what those euphemistic words were hiding. How minor, exactly? Not minor at all. Completely catastrophic. Her signature magical specialty was exploding unpredictably, and she had no idea how to fix it beyond depending on Niall's diagnostic expertise to somehow resolve magical network instability before the Christmas market opened in. Stella's gaze darted to the calendar hanging near her workstation. 3 weeks. She had 3 weeks to solve magical resonance feedback, stabilize her ornament enchantments, and prepare spectacular demonstrations that would draw crowds and justify her prime market positioning. Her breath caught slightly. Minor enough that I'm confident they'll be resolved well before market opening, she managed, injecting optimism into her voice with perhaps more determination than genuine belief. I've already consulted with diagnostic specialists about the magical adjustments needed. We're developing solutions that will actually improve the ornament stability beyond previous capabilities. That was technically true. Niall's analysis had identified the sympathetic network problems. They were working on solutions. The process would theoretically improve her crafting once completed. She just had no idea if 3 weeks was remotely adequate timeline for resolving magical instability that had been building across Tinselcroft's entire network for 8 months. Nora studied her with the sharp assessment of someone who'd heard every possible vendor excuse and creative crisis explanation. Her fingers drummed against the leather portfolio with measured rhythm that suggested professional concern battling trust in a valued artisan's abilities. Stella, I need to be honest with you. Nora's voice carried the weight of community responsibility. Your ornament demonstrations aren't just artistic showcases, they're specifically mentioned in multiple tourism bookings. We have magical artisan apprentices coming from 3 different regions because they want to study your memory glass techniques. There are vendor contracts and revenue projections built partly around the crowds your demonstrations will draw to the market. Oh gods. The full weight of community expectation settled over Stella like a heavy winter cloak that pressed against her chest and made breathing difficult. She wasn't just responsible for her own shop's success or her personal artistic legacy. Her magical demonstrations were economic drivers for Tinselcroft's most important annual celebration. Other vendors depended on the crowds she'd draw. Tourism revenue relied on the wonder her ornament crafting would inspire. Apprentices were traveling significant distances specifically to learn from techniques she currently couldn't perform reliably without risking catastrophic magical explosions. The pressure threatened to crush her usual optimism beneath overwhelming responsibility for community welfare that extended far beyond her cheerful personality's ability to dismiss with animated gestures and bright reassurances. I understand. Stella's voice emerged smaller than intended, stripped of its characteristic sparkle by the magnitude of what Nora was explaining. I really do understand how important this is. Not just for me, but for the whole market. For Tinselcroft. Nora's expression softened slightly, her experienced eye reading the genuine concern beneath Stella's fading cheerfulness. I have confidence in your abilities, she said carefully. Your magical craftsmanship has been exceptional for years. These demonstrations are prominently featured because you've earned that positioning through consistently beautiful work. But if there are genuine problems affecting your preparation, I need to know now. While there's still time to adjust market plans and vendor positioning, the offer was practical, reasonable. Nora was giving Stella an out, a chance to admit the full scope of her crisis so the market coordinator could adapt the celebration structure to minimize potential damage. But accepting that practical solution meant admitting failure, meant disappointing the community that trusted her artistic abilities, meant letting down other vendors who depended on her demonstrations to draw customers to their booths, meant acknowledging that her magical specialty, the gift she'd inherited from her grandmother and built into the Glimmer Globe's reputation, was currently catastrophically unreliable. Stella's shoulders straightened with determination that pulled from reserves deeper than cheerful optimism. The problems will be resolved. Her voice carried quiet conviction that surprised her with its steadiness. I promise you, Nora. My demonstrations will be ready for market opening. The ornaments will be stable. The techniques will be perfected. And I'll create the kind of magical wonder that draws crowds and inspires apprentices exactly like you're expecting. She met Nora's assessing gaze directly, letting the market coordinator see genuine commitment beneath her usual animated brightness. I won't let Tinselcroft down, Stella added softly. This community has supported my craft for my entire life. The Christmas market deserves spectacular ornament demonstrations, and I'm going to deliver exactly that. Nora studied her for a long moment, gray eyes weighing vendor assurances against professional experience with crisis management and last-minute magical complications. Finally, she nodded slowly. I'm trusting you, Stella. Her tone carried both confidence and warning. But if circumstances change, if the technical difficulties become more than you can resolve, I need you to contact me immediately. The market's success is important, but it's not worth risking genuine magical disaster or your personal welfare. I understand, and I will. Contact you, if things get worse. Stella forced brightness back into her expression, her animated gestures returning with effort. But they won't. I've got excellent diagnostic support, a solid timeline, and complete confidence in the solutions we're developing. Nora gathered her leather portfolio with practiced efficiency, though her expression retained concerned assessment beneath professional trust. The market coordination team is here to support vendors through challenges, she said, her voice carrying genuine care beneath authoritative competence. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need additional resources or assistance. Thank you. Stella walked Nora toward the shop door, maintaining her cheerful facade through sheer determined willpower. I really appreciate your confidence. The demonstrations are going to be spectacular. I promise. She held her bright smile through Nora's departure, waving enthusiastically as the market coordinator disappeared down the street, with her distinctive silver brooch catching afternoon light. The moment the door closed, Stella's carefully maintained composure collapsed like unstable magical architecture. She slumped against the shop entrance, her legs suddenly unreliable beneath the crushing weight of community responsibility and overwhelming pressure. Her breath came in shaky gasps that had nothing to do with physical exertion and everything to do with terror about potentially destroying Tinselcroft's most important celebration. Her hands trembled as reality crashed through the cheerful deflection she'd maintained throughout Nora's visit. She'd just promised the Christmas market coordinator that her catastrophically malfunctioning magical specialty would be completely resolved in 3 weeks, that her demonstrations would draw tourism crowds and inspire artisan apprentices, that she'd deliver spectacular ornament crafting performances that would justify prime positioning and support other vendors' economic success. And she had absolutely no idea if that promise was remotely achievable. The magnitude of potential failure was staggering. If her ornaments exploded during amplified market demonstrations, the magical feedback could cascade through Tinselcroft's sympathetic network and disrupt the entire celebration. Vendors would lose their busiest season's revenue. Tourists would be disappointed. Apprentices would travel for nothing. The community that had supported her craft for her entire life would suffer economic consequences because Stella's magical abilities had become unreliable. Her vision blurred slightly with tears she absolutely refused to let fall. She was supposed to bring joy and light to everyone around her. Her ornaments were meant to create happiness and capture treasured memories in beautiful glass. The Glimmer Globe existed to make people smile and feel magical wonder during the Christmas season. Instead, she was risking catastrophic disaster that could destroy the community celebration she loved. Stella's shaking hands reached into her apron pocket and pulled out the simple card Niall had left after their initial diagnostic session. His contact information was written in precise, elegant script that somehow matched his careful voice and economical movements. Niall Frost. Diagnostic Magic and Complex Repair. Available for consultation. She'd been reluctant to depend on someone else's expertise, to admit vulnerability and accept help rather than solving problems through her own determined optimism. But Nora's visit had made something painfully clear. This wasn't just about Stella's personal crisis anymore. Her dependence on Niall's diagnostic abilities had become community obligation. The Christmas market's success depended on his expertise resolving the magical network instability her ornaments couldn't handle. Other vendors' livelihoods relied on his careful analysis, providing solutions before the celebration opened. Tinselcroft's most important annual event now rested partly on whether Stella could trust someone enough to be genuinely vulnerable about her struggles. She stared at Niall's card, his precise handwriting somehow steadying against her panic. He'd offered his diagnostic services with quiet competence and careful understanding. He'd explained complex magical theory in ways that made sense to her artistic intuition. He'd looked at her glitter-coated chaos with patient acceptance rather than judgment. And he'd promised they would solve this together. Stella's determination strengthened beneath the terror and overwhelm. She would protect Tinselcroft's celebration. She would deliver the spectacular demonstrations Nora expected. She would ensure other vendors' success and apprentices' wonder and tourism revenue that supported her entire community. But she couldn't do it alone anymore. Her fingers closed around Niall's card with decision that felt both terrifying and necessary. It was time to stop hiding problems behind cheerful reassurance and start accepting the partnership that might be her only chance at preventing catastrophic disaster. Chapter 6. Niall. Niall's diagnostic crystals glowed with pale blue light as he connected the last of their intricate leads to Dr. Willowmere's enhanced scanning array. The clinic's sophisticated equipment hummed with power that made his snow-leopard shifter senses prickle with awareness. This level of magical amplification could reveal patterns invisible to standard diagnostic work. "Thank you for making time for this," he said quietly, adjusting the crystalline matrix to align with the clinic's energy signature. "The ornament crisis requires more comprehensive network analysis than my portable equipment can provide alone." Dr. Willowmere settled into their observation chair with fluid grace, sharp green eyes already tracking the data streams beginning to pulse through the diagnostic display. "Your initial assessment about sympathetic magic instability was compelling. I'm curious what the enhanced readings will reveal." Their calm voice carried professional interest that somehow never felt intrusive, despite how thoroughly their healing magic could see through protective facades. Niall appreciated their diplomatic restraint. Dr. Willowmere possessed enough diagnostic sensitivity to read emotional as well as physical conditions, but they respected boundaries with careful precision. The scanning array powered up fully, and silver-white frequencies began pulsing through the crystalline matrices in patterns that should have been regular and harmonious. Instead, the readings showed increasing irregularity. Niall's long fingers moved across the diagnostic controls with practiced efficiency, isolating different aspects of Tinselcroft's magical network for detailed examination. The town's sympathetic magic system had evolved over generations to support collaborative enchantment work. Different practitioners' specialties interwoven through shared energy pathways that amplified individual abilities through collective resonance. Or at least, that was how the network was supposed to function. The enhanced scans painted a more complicated picture. "There," Niall murmured, highlighting a cascade point where magical energy bunched and swirled rather than flowing smoothly through the network's pathways. Alistair's chaotic innovation signatures have created disruption nodes throughout the system. Dr. Willowmere leaned forward slightly, their auburn hair falling across their shoulder as they studied the visualization with focused attention. "The integration we celebrated 8 months ago had more lasting effects than we realized." "It's not Alistair's fault," Niall clarified quickly, his methodical mind rejecting blame where responsibility should be shared. The network adapted to accommodate his unconventional magical approach. That was healthy evolution. But the adaptation increased the system's overall sensitivity to emotional magical resonance. He pulled up another layer of diagnostic data, showing how practitioners whose magic carried strong emotional content now created ripple effects throughout the sympathetic network. Small surges of feeling charged power would build at these cascade points until they released in unpredictable bursts that affected anyone working with similar magical frequencies. Stella's memory glass ornaments are particularly vulnerable, Niall explained, his careful voice steady despite the personal concern threading through his professional analysis. Her craft infuses glass with captured emotions and treasured experiences. When her ornaments interact with the network's cascade points, the emotional resonance builds until it explodes in magical feedback. Dr. Willowmere nodded slowly, their wise gaze moving between the diagnostic display and Niall's focused expression. That explains the spectacular failures she's been experiencing. The amplification systems planned for the Christmas market demonstrations could turn those isolated explosions into community-wide disasters. Yes. Niall's hands moved across the controls again, expanding the scan to show the network's full architecture. I need to understand the complete instability pattern before I can design effective stabilization solutions. The enhanced diagnostic array mapped Tinselcroft's magical web with crystalline clarity, interconnected energy pathways linking hundreds of practitioners through shared sympathetic resonance. Most signatures appeared as bright nodes thoroughly integrated into the community's collective magic, their individual specialties strengthened through collaborative connection. But one signature stood apart. Niall's pale blue eyes tracked across the display before recognition made his breath catch slightly. His own magical frequency appeared as an isolated node within the interconnected web, connected by necessity to the network's infrastructure, but somehow held at careful distance from deeper integration, like a satellite orbiting a planetary system rather than joining its gravitational dance. The visualization showed technical diagnostic truths he'd managed to ignore through 8 years of deliberate emotional isolation. Dr. Willowmere studied the pattern with their characteristic calm that masked sharp perception. Your magical signature is unusual, Niall. Most practitioners who've lived in Tinselcroft for 8 years show deep network integration. But yours maintains distinct separation despite regular interaction with community systems. Their observation carried no judgment, just professional assessment that made Niall's shoulders tense slightly, despite his attempt at maintaining detached focus. I prefer to work independently, he said carefully, his economical voice revealing nothing of the complex feelings beneath simple explanation. Diagnostic magic requires methodical isolation to avoid interference from other practitioners' emotional resonance. Dr. Willowmere's green eyes held gentle understanding that suggested they saw through his technical justification to personal truth underneath. Yet your diagnostic sensitivity has increased during those 8 years of isolation. Your ability to detect subtle magical patterns most practitioners miss has grown remarkably sharp. Niall's hands stilled on the diagnostic controls. He'd noticed the phenomenon himself, his snow-leopard shifter senses combining with his diagnostic specialty to create almost preternaturally accurate magical perception. He could trace disruptions through complex network architectures with precision that impressed even experienced practitioners like Dr. Willowmere. He'd assumed the increasing sensitivity came from dedicated practice and careful refinement of natural abilities. But Dr. Willowmere's calm voice suggested another explanation entirely. Prolonged emotional barriers can create magical discord, they said quietly, their wise tone carrying the weight of professional insight earned through decades of healing work. When practitioners isolate themselves from authentic connection, their magic often compensates by developing heightened sensitivity to external patterns while simultaneously reducing their own energetic integration into community systems. Niall's pale blue eyes widened slightly with uncomfortable recognition. His snow-leopard shifter instincts acknowledged the accuracy of Dr. Willowmere's assessment, even as his conscious mind resisted admitting personal truth. Years of believing himself too ordinary for genuine belonging had created protective distance that kept him safely isolated from rejection. But that same protective distance had fundamentally altered his magical signature's interaction with Tinselcroft's sympathetic network. You're suggesting my isolation has affected more than just personal relationships. His careful voice emerged quieter than usual, revealing the vulnerability beneath methodical analysis. Dr. Willowmere nodded gently. Magic and emotion are inseparable, particularly in communities built on sympathetic resonance. Your fear of rejection has created not just loneliness, but actual magical interference with the network connections you've spent 8 years trying to protect through careful distance. The words landed with uncomfortable precision. Niall stared at the diagnostic display showing his isolated signature hovering at the edges of Tinselcroft's interconnected magical web. He'd convinced himself that maintaining professional relationships while avoiding emotional vulnerability was healthy boundary setting, that he could contribute to the community through competent repair work without risking deeper integration that might reveal his inadequacies. But the enhanced scans told a different story. His magical isolation had created subtle discord throughout the sympathetic network. Like a musical instrument slightly out of tune with an ensemble, his signature's careful distance introduced small, destabilizing patterns that other practitioners unconsciously worked around. The effect was minimal under normal circumstances, barely noticeable against the network's overall harmony. But when combined with the increased sensitivity created by Alistair's integration, his isolation patterns contributed to the very cascade points that now threatened Stella's ornament work. I never intended. Niall's voice caught slightly on unexpected emotion. I was trying to avoid causing problems through inadequate social skills, not create magical interference through emotional barriers. I know. Dr. Willowmere's gentle response carried genuine compassion rather than criticism. But good intentions don't erase consequences. Your isolation has affected the network's stability, even as you've worked diligently to maintain that stability through your diagnostic expertise. They paused, letting him process the uncomfortable realization before continuing with characteristic wisdom. How thoroughly have you integrated into Tinselcroft's social fabric, Niall? Beyond professional relationships, do you participate in community gatherings? Develop genuine friendships? Allow others to know you as more than the reliable repair specialist? The questions exposed truths he'd avoided examining too closely. Niall's 8 years in Tinselcroft had been marked by competent professional service and careful emotional distance. He attended community events as a polite observer rather than engaged participant. He completed repair work with reliable excellence, but declined social invitations that might require personal vulnerability. He maintained cordial relationships with everyone while developing authentic friendship with no one, except perhaps Dr. Willowmere, whose calm acceptance felt safe enough for occasional genuine conversation. He'd built a life of functional isolation disguised as community membership. I've never been good at social connection, he admitted quietly, his pale blue eyes fixed on the diagnostic display rather than meeting Dr. Willowmere's perceptive gaze. My shifter heritage made me different in my original community, someone to be feared rather than welcomed. When I came to Tinselcroft seeking acceptance, I assumed maintaining careful distance would prevent similar rejection. And has it? Dr. Willowmere's question carried gentle challenge. Have you found belonging through isolation? Niall's silence answered more eloquently than words. The diagnostic data continued pulsing across the display, his magical signature's isolated pattern, a visual representation of 8 years spent protecting himself from rejection by avoiding the authentic connection that true belonging required. Dr. Willowmere stood from their observation chair with fluid grace, moving to study the crystalline matrices where Niall's diagnostic readings intersected with the network's cascade points. Their sharp green eyes tracked the patterns with professional focus that somehow encompassed both technical analysis and deeper emotional understanding. Healing the network's instability will require more than technical solutions, they said gently. the magical discord stems partly from emotional barriers, yours and others. Addressing the cascade points means addressing the isolation patterns that contribute to resonance disruption. Niall's methodical mind processed the uncomfortable implication. Solving Stella's ornament crisis wouldn't be accomplished through diagnostic expertise alone. The sympathetic network's instability demanded practitioners integrate more authentically into community connections, reduce emotional barriers rather than maintain protective distance, which meant his collaboration with Stella would require personal openness as well as professional competence. The realization made his snow-leopard shifter instincts tense with protective wariness. He'd spent 8 years avoiding exactly this kind of vulnerability, the risk of being seen fully and found inadequate. His belief in his own ordinariness had created safe isolation where rejection couldn't reach him. But that same isolation now threatened the network stability he'd dedicated himself to protecting. You're suggesting I need to address my own emotional barriers to help resolve the magical crisis. His careful voice held neither resistance nor acceptance, just methodical acknowledgement of challenging truth. I'm suggesting, Dr. Willowmere said with characteristic diplomatic precision, that your collaboration with Stella offers an opportunity for both professional problem solving and personal growth, if you choose to embrace that opportunity. They returned to their chair, settling with the calm authority that made them such an effective healer and trusted counselor. Their next words carried gentle encouragement rather than pressure. I've been observing subtle changes in your magical resonance since you began working with Stella. Your signature shows increased integration with the network's collective patterns, small shifts toward connection rather than isolation. The collaboration seems to be affecting you on levels beyond conscious awareness. Niall's pale blue eyes widened with surprise. He'd been so focused on diagnosing Stella's ornament crisis that he hadn't examined his own magical signature's evolution through their working sessions. But Dr. Willowmere's enhanced scanning array would reveal patterns invisible to standard diagnostic equipment. What kind of changes? The question emerged before professional caution could prevent personal curiosity. Dr. Willowmere smiled with gentle warmth. Your isolation node is becoming less distinct. The careful distance you maintain from community integration has softened slightly where your signature interacts with Stella's, like two musical instruments beginning to harmonize rather than playing separate melodies. The description resonated with unexpected accuracy. Working with Stella had felt different from his usual solitary diagnostic projects. Her creative passion and genuine emotional investment in her craft created collaborative energy that his methodical approach somehow complemented rather than contradicted. They'd developed surprising harmony despite their contrasting personalities, her bright enthusiasm balanced by his quiet competence, her intuitive artistry guided by his technical expertise. He'd assumed the compatibility was purely professional. But Dr. Willowmere's observations suggested their collaboration affected deeper patterns beneath conscious awareness. Yeah, you're saying partnership with Stella might strengthen rather than expose my inadequacies. Niall's careful voice held tentative hope beneath methodical analysis. I'm saying, Dr. Willowmere corrected gently, that authentic connection with someone who appreciates your quiet strength might help you recognize your own worth. Stella responds to your competence and careful consideration with genuine gratitude rather than judgment. Her bright energy doesn't diminish your value. It creates space where both your strengths can shine. The words planted seeds of possibility in soil long left fallow by fear and self-doubt. Niall had spent 8 years believing himself too ordinary for someone as vibrant as Stella, that his reserved nature and methodical approach made him inadequate for her creative passion and effervescent joy. But Dr. Willowmere's perspective suggested different truth. Perhaps his quiet strength complemented rather than contradicted her bright energy. Perhaps authentic partnership didn't require matching personalities, but mutual appreciation of contrasting gifts. Perhaps the connection he'd secretly longed for while convincing himself of his unworthiness was actually possible. The diagnostic crystals continued pulsing with silver-white light, mapping Tinselcroft's magical network with crystalline precision. But Niall's focus had shifted from technical analysis to uncomfortable personal examination. Solving Stella's ornament crisis would require addressing the network's sympathetic instability, which meant reducing the emotional barriers that created magical discord, which meant risking authentic connection despite years of protective isolation, which meant trusting that genuine partnership might strengthen rather than expose him. Niall's long fingers moved across the diagnostic controls, saving the enhanced scan data for later detailed analysis. His snow-leopard shifter senses tracked the subtle harmonics where his magical signature intersected with Stella's creative frequencies. The unexpected compatibility Dr. Willowmere had identified as emerging integration. He'd been so focused on protecting himself from rejection that he'd missed the possibility that Stella might actually value his methodical approach and careful consideration, that her bright enthusiasm might welcome his quiet competence rather than finding it inadequate. That partnership might offer not just professional collaboration, but authentic connection he'd secretly yearned for despite his fears. "Thank you," he said quietly, beginning to disconnect his diagnostic equipment from Dr. Willowmere's enhanced array. "For the scanning access and the perspective." Dr. Willowmere's green eyes held warm understanding. "You're welcome. Though I suspect Stella will prove to be excellent perspective in her own right, if you allow yourself to trust her appreciation." Niall carefully packed his crystalline matrices into their protective cases, his methodical movements masking the tentative hope beginning to emerge beneath years of self-doubt. His thoughts turned to Stella's bright green eyes and expressive gestures, her creative passion and genuine concern for bringing joy to others. He'd admired her from careful distance for years, believing himself too ordinary to deserve her vibrant energy. But perhaps distance had been protection rather than wisdom. Perhaps authentic connection required courage to risk rejection for the possibility of genuine partnership. Perhaps solving the magical crisis threatening her ornaments would demand he address not just technical network instability, but his own emotional barriers that contributed to that instability. Niall's pale blue eyes held new determination as he shouldered his equipment satchel. Time to find out if Dr. Willowmere's observations about emerging harmony were accurate, and whether he possessed the courage to embrace authentic connection despite 8 years of protective isolation. Chapter 7. Stella. The door chimed with familiar brightness, but this morning the sound made Stella's shoulders tense rather than lift. She'd been attempting to clean glitter from her latest diagnostic failure, an ornament that had shattered mid-infusion when her forced cheerfulness created magical feedback instead of captured joy. 8-year-old Tobias Glimmerstone burst through the entrance ahead of his mother, his bright brown eyes immediately drawn to the display case where Stella had arranged her remaining stable creations. His small magical pendant, the one his parents used to locate him during his frequent exploratory wanderings, glowed softly in response to the residual magical energy still humming through the shop's crystalline framework. "Mum, look! The snowflake ones are breathing." Toby pressed his nose against the display glass, his quick, darting movements reflecting the boundless energy that made him simultaneously delightful and exhausting to adult observers. "Breathing rhythmically," Miranda Glimmerstone corrected gently, following her son with the practiced patience of parents everywhere. Her warm brown eyes crinkled with familiar laughter as she glanced apologetically at Stella. "Sorry about the enthusiasm. We've been talking about magical signatures all week, and he's fascinated by how different crafters infuse their work." Stella activated her brightest, most animated shopkeeper persona with practiced ease, gesturing expressively toward the display. "No apologies necessary. Enthusiasm makes my morning sparkle even brighter." The words came out with cheerful determination despite the exhaustion weighing on her like wet wool. Those snowflakes are some of my best work. Each one holds a winter memory from Tinselcroft's founding families. They pulse with remembered joy from generations of holiday celebrations. She launched into her standard demonstration speech, her hands moving through familiar patterns while her voice maintained its trademark bubbly energy. Professional cheerfulness flowed over genuine worry the way glitter concealed flaws in damaged glass. Miranda browsed the remaining inventory, her gentle hands examining ornaments with the appreciation of someone who understood careful craftsmanship. I was hoping to commission something special. We've been in Tinselcroft 3 years now, and I thought an ornament commemorating our family's integration here would be perfect for our collection. Oh, that's absolutely lovely! Stella's enthusiasm only required slight exaggeration. Custom commission work was genuinely her favorite part of the craft, the opportunity to capture specific memories and meaningful emotions in lasting glass. I can create something that holds all those first-year discoveries. Toby's wonder at the Christmas market, your family's sense of belonging, the warmth of community welcome. Except her current ornaments were exploding with chaotic energy rather than glowing with captured happiness, which made accepting new commissions slightly problematic. Toby had moved away from the display case and was now studying Stella with the same intense concentration he'd given her ornaments. His head tilted with childlike curiosity, his bright eyes tracking her expressive gestures and animated voice with unsettling focus. Would you like to see how the memory infusion process works? Stella pulled a practice sphere from her workbench, one of the neutral glass pieces she used for technique demonstrations. I take emotions and magical intention and weave them directly into the crystalline structure. The happy feels fake, Toby announced with 8-year-old directness that cut through performance like sharp crystal through soft fabric. His nose wrinkled in the universal expression of children detecting something they couldn't quite articulate but knew wasn't right. It's sparkly wrong. Stella's forced smile wavered. I'm sorry? Toby. Miranda's gentle correction held familiar parental firmness. That's not polite. But Toby persisted with the honest persistence that made children simultaneously wonderful and terrifying. The glow seems wobbly and sad underneath, like when I pretend I'm not scared of the dark, but really I am. The ornament knows you're using fake bright feelings instead of real ones. The practice sphere in Stella's hands pulsed with unstable magical resonance, not exploding, but definitely confirming Toby's innocent observation with uncomfortable accuracy. Miranda's warm brown eyes filled with apology. I'm so sorry. He's been developing magical sensitivity, and sometimes he picks up on emotional signatures without understanding appropriate boundaries. No, it's... Stella set down the trembling sphere before it could shatter. Her usual animated energy drained away like color from glass left too long in harsh sunlight. He's right. The admission tasted strange, foreign, like speaking a language she'd deliberately forgotten because it revealed truths she preferred to keep hidden beneath cheerful performance. Toby's observations hit with uncomfortable precision because they identified the pattern Stella had been too busy maintaining false brightness to recognize. She'd been pouring performed optimism into her ornaments, the carefully crafted cheerfulness she used to make others happy while hiding her own struggles. Her magic responded to that emotional dishonesty the way sympathetic networks responded to discord, with chaotic feedback and explosive rejection. She'd been creating magical instability through the very facade she used to avoid confronting problems. I should probably wait until after the holidays for the commission, Miranda said diplomatically, her natural mediator instincts recognizing the emotional complexity beneath Stella's wavering smile. Give you time to work through whatever's happening with your craft. That would be... yes. Thank you for understanding. Stella's voice came out smaller than intended, lacking its usual sparkle. Toby studied her with the serious intensity of children who'd stumbled onto adult truth they couldn't quite comprehend. "You're worried underneath all the sparkly," he observed, not unkindly. "Just stating fact with 8-year-old certainty. The ornaments can tell." "Toby, that's enough." Miranda's gentle firmness brooked no argument. She guided her son toward the door with practiced maternal efficiency, pausing to offer Stella a warm, understanding smile. "Take care of yourself. The community will understand if you need space to sort things out." The door chimed their departure, leaving Stella alone with uncomfortable truth and several pounds of scattered glitter. She slumped into her workbench chair, finally allowing herself to feel the exhaustion and fear she'd been hiding behind animated cheerfulness. Her auburn curls lacked their usual bounce, weighted down by humidity from failed magical experiments and the heavy truth of Toby's innocent wisdom. The shop felt different without performance filling the space, quieter, more honest. The magical hum of her remaining stable ornaments pulsed with gentle rhythm, the authentic joy she'd captured before she'd started forcing brightness to cover mounting panic. How long had she been creating fake sparkle instead of real happiness? How many problems had she hidden behind cheerful determination rather than addressing directly? How much magical instability had she generated by refusing to acknowledge authentic struggle? Stella stared at her paint-stained hands, normally always moving through expressive gestures, now resting quietly in her lap. The mood stones on her rings pulsed with muted colors, blues and grays that reflected honest worry rather than performed optimism. She'd spent years being the person who brought joy to others, who created light and comfort and captured happiness in lasting glass, who maintained bright enthusiasm even when privately struggling because everyone depended on her cheerful energy. But Toby's magically sensitive observation revealed the cost of that constant performance: authentic emotional expression sacrificed for maintained facade, genuine connection traded for surface-level brightness, and magical stability undermined by dishonest cheerfulness. The door chimed again, Niall's arrival for their scheduled working session punctual to the minute. Stella looked up from her contemplation to find him pausing in the doorway, his pale blue eyes immediately noting the change in her usual animated greeting. His silver-white hair caught the light streaming through her display windows as his observant nature catalogued her quiet stillness, dimmed energy, and genuine worry replacing performed optimism. "Hi," she said softly, lacking her typical rapid-fire enthusiasm and expressive gestures. Just quiet acknowledgement from someone too tired to maintain cheerful performance. Niall closed the door with careful precision, his movements economical as he crossed to her workbench. He didn't launch into diagnostic discussions or technical analysis, just stood quietly, his presence offering steady support without demanding performance in return. "Rough morning?" His voice held gentle understanding rather than judgment. Stella found herself sharing honestly instead of deflecting with bright reassurance. "An 8-year-old just taught me that my constant need to appear cheerful and helpful might be contributing to the magical resonance problems." She explained her conversation with Toby, her voice staying soft and genuine, rather than rising to its usual animated pitch. The admission felt strange, acknowledging struggle instead of hiding it, expressing exhaustion instead of maintaining bright energy, allowing someone to see her authentic worry rather than performed optimism. His magical sensitivity picked up on emotional dishonesty in my infusion technique, she continued, staring at the practice sphere still trembling with unstable resonance. "I've been pouring fake brightness into my ornaments because I'm terrified of letting anyone see that I'm struggling, that I'm exhausted, that maintaining constant cheerfulness while my life's work explodes around me is actually really hard." The words came easier than expected once she started. Like pressure releasing from two tightly sealed containers, authentic feelings flowing where performed happiness had created magical blockage. "I'm always the person who brings joy to others," Stella said quietly, her green eyes meeting Niall's steady gaze without her usual sparkling animation. Who makes beautiful things and captures happy memories and creates comfort through craft? Everyone depends on my bright energy and enthusiastic optimism, so I keep performing cheerfulness even when I'm privately falling apart, because admitting struggle feels like failing at my fundamental purpose. Niall lowered himself into the chair opposite her workbench, his long fingers resting quietly on the scarred wood surface. His pale blue eyes held depth of understanding that made something tight in Stella's chest begin to loosen. "You're allowed to struggle," he said with characteristic careful precision. Each word weighted with genuine meaning rather than empty reassurance. Authentic feelings, including worry and exhaustion, don't diminish your gift for bringing joy. They make it more real, more lasting. The acceptance in his voice created space Stella hadn't known she needed. Permission to be genuinely struggling instead of constantly performing optimism. Recognition that authentic emotional expression might strengthen rather than undermine her magical craft. "Your diagnostic work doesn't require you to pretend everything's perfect," Stella observed, her usual rapid-fire questions slowing to thoughtful consideration. "You examine problems honestly and work through solutions methodically. But I've built my entire approach around maintaining brightness even when things are difficult, around hiding struggles behind cheerful determination, which creates magical discord when your craft depends on authentic emotional resonance," Niall finished gently. His observation lacked judgment, just careful analysis offered with understanding. Stella nodded, auburn curls moving with less bounce than usual. "Toby said the ornament could tell I was using fake bright feelings, that the glow seemed wobbly and sad underneath. And he was right. I've been channeling performed happiness instead of genuine emotion, and my magic responds to that dishonesty with explosive rejection." She pulled the trembling practice sphere toward her, studying its unstable magical signature with new perspective. The chaotic resonance patterns reflected her own emotional discord, the conflict between performed cheerfulness and authentic struggle, between maintained facade and genuine feelings. "Can I try something?" Stella asked, her voice carrying quiet determination rather than animated enthusiasm. Niall's nod held steady encouragement. Stella took a breath, centering herself the way she did before every infusion technique. But instead of reaching for performed optimism and forced brightness, she acknowledged authentic feelings. Genuine worry about her failing ornaments, honest exhaustion from maintaining constant cheerfulness, real fear that she might let down the community she loved. And underneath those difficult emotions, determination to solve the problem, gratitude for Niall's patient support, and tentative hope that authentic connection might offer something more lasting than performed brightness. Her hands moved through familiar patterns as she channeled those genuine feelings into the practice sphere. Not fake sparkle or forced joy, just honest emotional resonance, the real mixture of struggle and determination that reflected her actual experience rather than performed facade. The sphere's chaotic trembling steadied immediately, its magical signature stabilized, glowing with clear, steady light that pulsed with authentic emotional resonance instead of forced brightness. The crystalline structure accepted genuine feelings with harmonious integration, creating beautiful luminescence from honest complexity rather than performed simplicity. Stella stared at the successful infusion, wonder replacing exhaustion in her green eyes. "It worked," she breathed, her voice carrying genuine amazement rather than animated enthusiasm. Authentic feelings instead of fake happiness. Real emotional complexity instead of performed optimism. And the magic resonates harmoniously," Niall finished, his pale blue eyes reflecting shared wonder at the successful demonstration. "Because honest emotional expression creates stability where performed cheerfulness generated discord. The practice sphere glowed with steady, beautiful light, not the explosive chaos of her recent failures, but genuine magical integration that came from authentic emotional resonance. Worry and determination woven together, exhaustion and hope balanced in harmonious complexity, struggle and gratitude creating luminescence more beautiful than forced brightness could achieve. Stella met Niall's gaze across her cluttered workbench, truly seeing him for perhaps the first time, without the filter of her performed cheerfulness. His quiet competence and gentle understanding, his careful observation and steady support. His acceptance of her authentic struggles without demanding she maintain false brightness. He'd been offering genuine connection while she'd been too busy performing optimism to recognize the gift. "You let me be honestly struggling," she said softly, the realization settling with crystalline clarity. "You didn't need me to sparkle or perform or maintain cheerful energy. You just accepted that solving this problem would be hard, that I would be tired. That authentic feelings matter more than forced brightness." Niall's expression held warmth beneath his usual reserved demeanor. "Your genuine emotions are worth more than performed happiness, and your magic clearly agrees." The practice sphere pulsed with steady confirmation, its clear resonance proving Toby's innocent wisdom. Authentic emotional expression created magical stability where dishonest cheerfulness generated chaotic feedback. Stella found herself smiling, not her usual animated brightness, but something quieter and more genuine. Relief mixed with wonder, exhaustion balanced by hope, honest gratitude for unexpected understanding. "I need to relearn my entire infusion technique," she observed, studying the successfully stabilized sphere. Not channeling fake joy and forced optimism, but genuine emotional complexity. Real feelings that include struggle alongside happiness. "We'll work through it together," Niall offered, his careful voice holding promise. "Your intuitive crafting approach guided by methodical diagnostic analysis. Your creative passion balanced by technical precision. Partnership, collaboration, authentic connection built on mutual appreciation rather than performed compatibility." Stella reached across the workbench, her paint-stained hand resting gently beside Neil's long fingers. Not quite touching, but close enough to feel the warmth of genuine presence instead of careful distance. "Thank you," she said quietly, her green eyes meeting his pale blue gaze with honest vulnerability. "For accepting authentic struggle instead of demanding constant cheerfulness. For offering steady support without needing me to sparkle." "Thank you," Niall replied with matching honesty. "For trusting me with genuine feelings instead of performed brightness. For being authentically yourself rather than what you think others need." The practice sphere glowed between them, its steady light reflecting the beginning of something more real than Stella's usual animated performance. More lasting than forced optimism. More beautiful than fake sparkle could ever achieve. Authentic emotional resonance, creating harmonious magic through honest connection. Chapter 8. Niall. The diagnostic crystals responded with unprecedented clarity. Niall watched their resonance patterns flow smoothly through his analytical frequencies, the harmonious integration so different from the chaotic interference that had plagued their earlier sessions. Stella's authentic worry and determination channeled through her memory glass work without generating discord, her genuine emotional complexity creating stability where performed cheerfulness had produced explosive feedback. Beautiful, effective, exactly what the magical network needed. His pale blue eyes tracked the steady glow as she infused another practice sphere, her curly auburn hair escaping its clips as she worked with focused intensity. No forced brightness or animated sparkle now, just honest concentration mixed with lingering exhaustion, real determination balanced by genuine concern. The sphere accepted her emotional resonance with crystalline perfection. Niall adjusted his diagnostic array, recording the successful integration patterns while trying to ignore how his snow-leopard shifter senses responded to Stella's increased proximity and emotional openness. Her vanilla and cinnamon scent mixed with the workshop's familiar ozone tang, the combination oddly comforting despite his usual preference for solitary diagnostics. Professional collaboration, he reminded himself firmly. Technical problem solving. Nothing more complicated than methodical analysis supporting intuitive craftsmanship. His hands remained steady as he checked the harmonic frequencies. His voice stayed carefully neutral when he confirmed the successful stabilization. His expression maintained appropriate professional composure despite the warmth spreading through his chest at Stella's delighted smile when the sphere glowed without exploding. The resonance patterns are perfect, he observed, gesturing toward the diagnostic readouts. Authentic emotional complexity creates harmonious integration. No chaotic feedback. No unstable fluctuations. Just clean, magical acceptance of genuine feelings. Stella set the completed sphere aside with obvious satisfaction, then reached for her next blank. Toby was right. The magic knows when I'm being dishonest with myself. She paused, her bright green eyes thoughtful. How did an 8-year-old understand something that took me years to recognize? Children often see clearly because they haven't learned to perform emotions yet, Niall suggested, grateful for the technical observation that didn't require examining his increasingly complicated feelings about their collaboration. Toby's magical sensitivity responds to authentic resonance. He naturally notices discord between expressed feelings and genuine emotional states. Like you, Stella said softly, her gaze meeting his across the cluttered workbench. You see patterns others miss. Diagnose problems beneath surface presentations. Notice what's actually happening instead of what people pretend. The observation felt uncomfortably perceptive. Niall adjusted his diagnostic crystals unnecessarily, buying time while his snow-leopard instincts urged him to acknowledge the genuine connection developing between them. To offer more than technical analysis, to reciprocate her emotional honesty with his own careful vulnerability. But his ingrained barriers held firm, protecting him from potential rejection through practiced distance. Pattern recognition is fundamental to diagnostic work, he said instead, keeping his tone professionally neutral. Observing discrepancies between expected and actual magical behavior. Identifying underlying causes rather than surface symptoms. Stella's expression shifted slightly, something that might have been disappointment flickering across her expressive features before she channeled renewed focus into her next infusion attempt. The moment of deeper connection retreated, leaving only professional collaboration in its wake. Niall told himself it was better this way. Safer. Less complicated. His chest ached regardless. They worked in comfortable silence for several minutes, Stella's authentic emotional channeling creating successful sphere after successful sphere, while Niall's diagnostics confirmed the stable integration patterns. The morning sun shifted across her cluttered workshop, making the hanging ornaments cast dancing rainbow shadows that reminded him why he'd first noticed this space 8 years ago. Beautiful chaos. Creative energy contained within organized systems, light and color emerging from careful craft. Rather like Stella herself, he realized with uncomfortable clarity. Vibrant creativity supported by genuine skill, spontaneous joy balanced by dedicated practice, apparent chaos masking methodical technique. His pale blue eyes lingered on her paint-stained hands as she shaped another sphere, watching how her delicate fingers moved with unconscious grace through familiar patterns. Her animated gestures when excited, her expressive face showing every emotion clearly, her curly hair refusing confinement despite her best efforts. Everything about her radiated warmth and openness, the opposite of his own careful reserve and practiced isolation. She deserved someone equally vibrant, someone who could match her creative passion without retreating into technical explanations. someone less ordinary than a quiet diagnostic specialist who preferred solitary work to social gatherings. The familiar litany of inadequacy settled into Niall's thoughts with depressing ease, reminding him why he'd spent 8 years admiring Stella from careful distance rather than approaching her directly. Why he'd built a reputation for reliable competence while maintaining professional barriers that protected him from genuine connection. Why he was utterly unsuited for someone whose natural state was joyful energy and spontaneous brightness. Even if that brightness had proven partly performance, even if authentic Stella included exhaustion and worry alongside determination, even if her genuine emotional complexity created more beautiful magic than forced cheerfulness could achieve. More visitors, Stella announced cheerfully, her voice pulling him from increasingly circular thoughts. She waved toward the shop entrance with obvious delight. And they brought gingerbread. Niall turned to find Alistair and Kat climbing the stairs to the workshop level, their easy partnership dynamic immediately apparent in synchronized movements and completed sentences. Alistair carried a basket of fresh gingerbread, while Kat balanced a covered dish that smelled of spiced tea, both moving around each other with unconscious harmony. "We thought you might need sustenance and moral support," Kat announced, her amber eyes taking in the workshop's organized chaos with amused fondness. Her chocolate-brown hair was styled in a loose braid that suggested Alistair's influence, while her elegant clothing showed small touches of his creative aesthetic: colorful scarf, adventurous jewelry combinations. "And we wanted to see how the diagnostic collaboration was progressing," Alistair added, his hazel eyes bright with genuine interest. His sandy brown hair remained characteristically unruly, though his clothes showed fewer magical stains than Niall remembered from their initial acquaintance. "Kat's been following the ornament crisis with professional concern." Stella gestured welcomingly toward her cluttered workbench. "We had a breakthrough this morning. Authentic emotional channeling instead of performed cheerfulness. Real feelings creating stable integration instead of chaotic feedback." While Stella launched into animated explanation of Toby's innocent wisdom and her subsequent realization, Niall found himself studying Kat and Alistair's partnership with uncomfortable awareness. The way they moved around the workshop with synchronized grace, how Alistair automatically steadied Kat when she leaned closer to examine a completed sphere, the unconscious touches and shared glances that spoke of deep understanding and mutual support. They'd built something genuine through their collaborative breakthrough 8 months ago. Real partnership that balanced precision with creative chaos, methodical technique with spontaneous innovation, careful planning with adventurous experimentation. Everything Niall wanted but believed himself incapable of achieving. Kat picked up one of Stella's successfully infused spheres, her amber eyes narrowing with professional assessment. "The magical stability is excellent, clean resonance patterns, no chaotic interference. This is fundamentally different from your earlier work." "Because I stopped lying to myself about what I was feeling," Stella explained, her bright green eyes serious despite her animated gestures. "Stopped channeling fake happiness and started sharing authentic emotions. Worry and determination instead of performed optimism." "Vulnerability instead of facade," Alistair observed, moving to examine Niall's diagnostic setup with obvious appreciation for the careful arrangement. "We learned that during our own collaborative process. Genuine partnership requires both people to share struggles and fears rather than maintaining professional distance." His sandy brown hair caught the workshop light as he spoke, hands moving through familiar gestures that reminded Niall of their previous conversations about magical innovation. Alistair had arrived in Tinselcroft just as uncertain and isolated as Niall still felt, yet he'd somehow found the courage to risk genuine connection despite obvious inadequacies and spectacular failures. "The precision and chaos have to balance each other," Kat added, her voice carrying hard-won wisdom about partnership dynamics. "Neither partner can hide their authentic experience behind performed competence. Both need to bring real emotions to the collaborative work. She exchanged a warm glance with Alistair, their connection visible in shared understanding and mutual appreciation. They'd learn to complement each other's strengths while accepting each other's flaws, building partnership through reciprocal vulnerability rather than careful distance. Niall felt the weight of their example pressing against his carefully maintained barriers. 8 months ago, Alistair had been the uncertain newcomer struggling with magical control and community integration. Now he stood in Stella's workshop offering relationship advice based on successful partnership, his confidence born from taking risks that Niall had spent 8 years avoiding. It wasn't easy, Alistair continued, addressing Niall directly as though reading his thoughts. Admitting inadequacies, sharing fears, letting Kat see my failures instead of maintaining professional facade. Every instinct told me to protect myself through isolation, but isolation was creating more problems than connection could, Kat finished, her amber eyes holding gentle understanding. We both had to choose vulnerability over safety, authentic partnership over comfortable distance. Their synchronized explanation felt deliberately aimed at Niall's defensive barriers, the observation uncomfortably accurate despite their diplomatic phrasing. He'd chosen isolation and safety for 8 years, telling himself it protected everyone from potential disappointment while actually preventing any possibility of genuine connection. Professional distance instead of authentic partnership. Careful observation instead of active participation. Quiet admiration instead of courageous approach. The diagnostic collaboration is going well, Niall offered carefully, retreating into technical explanations rather than examining uncomfortable emotional territory. Stella's authentic emotional channeling creates stable resonance patterns. The magical network accepts genuine complexity without generating chaotic feedback. And Niall's patient support helped me recognize my emotional dishonesty, Stella added, her animated gestures returning as she described their working sessions. He didn't demand constant cheerfulness or performed optimism, just accepted that solving this problem would include struggle alongside progress. She met Niall's gaze across the workbench, her bright green eyes showing genuine appreciation that made his chest warm despite his practiced emotional distance. Her paint-stained hands moved through expressive patterns as she continued explaining how Toby's innocent observations had created the breakthrough, her curly auburn hair escaping confinement as animation replaced exhaustion. Beautiful and vibrant and utterly beyond his careful reach. Except she'd just credited him with providing the safe environment that allowed her breakthrough. Acknowledged his steady support as valuable rather than inadequate. Expressed genuine gratitude for his acceptance of her authentic struggles instead of performed brightness. Maybe his quiet competence wasn't completely worthless after all. Kat and Alistair stayed for another 20 minutes, offering practical advice based on their own collaborative experience, while sampling gingerbread and admiring Stella's successfully stabilized ornaments. They moved around the workshop with easy partnership, their synchronized movements and completed sentences creating living demonstration of genuine connection. Remember that vulnerability gets easier with practice, Kat said as they prepared to leave, her amber eyes holding knowing warmth. The first honest conversations feel impossibly difficult, but each authentic exchange makes the next one slightly less terrifying. And the magic responds to genuine partnership, Alistair added, collecting their empty basket. When both people bring authentic emotions to collaborative work, the resonance patterns strengthen exponentially. Complementary strengths instead of isolated competence. They departed with promises to check on progress and offers to help with Christmas market preparations, their easy affection visible in unconscious touches and shared glances. The workshop felt quieter after their departure, the weight of their partnership advice settling into the space they'd occupied. Niall found himself alone with Stella in the afternoon light, diagnostic crystals humming softly while successfully infused spheres glowed with stable magic. Their collaboration had achieved technical success through Stella's emotional breakthrough, her willingness to share authentic struggles, creating the stability her performed cheerfulness had disrupted. But genuine partnership required reciprocal vulnerability, both people bringing authentic emotions to collaborative work, neither hiding behind professional distance or careful facades. Complementary strengths balanced through mutual honesty and shared struggles. Alistair's words echoed through Niall's thoughts with uncomfortable persistence. Every instinct told me to protect myself through isolation. But isolation was creating more problems than connection could. 8 years of practiced distance. 8 years of quiet admiration from careful separation. 8 years of believing himself too ordinary, too reserved, too inadequate for genuine connection with someone as vibrant as Stella. 8 years of isolation that had prevented any possibility of authentic partnership. His snow-leopard shifter instincts recognized the truth his conscious mind had been avoiding. Continuing to hide behind professional barriers would eventually damage their collaboration, just as Stella's emotional dishonesty had disrupted her ornament magic. Authentic partnership required both people to share vulnerabilities, not just the naturally expressive partner offering honesty while the reserved one maintained careful distance. Stella deserved reciprocal vulnerability. She'd trusted him with genuine fears and authentic struggles. The least he could offer was comparable honesty about his own carefully guarded insecurities. Terror and determination warred in Niall's chest as he studied his diagnostic setup, buying time while gathering courage for emotional exposure he'd spent 8 years avoiding. His pale blue eyes tracked familiar resonance patterns while his heart hammered against his ribs with uncomfortable intensity. Professional distance had protected him from rejection. Careful observation had prevented potential disappointment. Quiet admiration had felt safer than courageous approach, but safety had cost him any chance at genuine connection. "I'm afraid," Niall said quietly, his voice steady despite the vulnerability threatening to choke him, "that my quiet, methodical nature makes me inadequate. That someone as vibrant and creative as you deserves a partner who can match your energy instead of retreating into technical explanations." The admission hung in the air between them, words he'd never spoken aloud despite 8 years of internal repetition. His hands remained carefully still on his diagnostic crystals, his expression neutral through practiced control even as his pulse raced with the terror of emotional exposure. Stella turned to face him fully, her bright green eyes wide with genuine surprise. "Inadequate? Niall, your steady competence is extraordinary. Your patient support created the safe environment I needed for my breakthrough. Your careful observation helped me recognize patterns I'd been missing for years." "But I'm not exciting," he continued, the confession gaining momentum now that he'd started. "I don't sparkle or perform or bring vibrant energy to collaborative work. I'm just methodical and reserved and too ordinary compared to Tinselcroft's more dynamic residents." "You think being steady and competent makes you ordinary?" Stella's voice carried sincere bewilderment rather than polite disagreement. "Niall, half the town depends on your reliable expertise. You solve complex problems others can't even diagnose. You provide calm stability during crises when everyone else panics." She moved closer, her paint-stained hands gesturing expressively as animation replaced surprise. "I've been performing cheerfulness for years because I thought that's what people wanted. Constant brightness and animated energy. But you saw through the facade. You accepted authentic struggle without demanding fake sparkle. That's not ordinary. That's extraordinary perception." The warmth in her voice made Niall's carefully maintained barriers crack further, letting uncomfortable hope seep through defensive distance. His pale blue eyes met her bright green gaze, searching for confirmation that she genuinely valued qualities he'd spent years believing inadequate. "I feel like an outsider," he admitted softly, the confession emerging from depths he rarely examined. "Even after 8 years in Tinselcroft, like I'm observing community life from careful distance instead of actually participating. Too reserved for genuine connection. Too isolated by choice and nature. Understanding flickered across Stella's expressive features. Your snow-leopard heritage. Solitary observation instead of pack dynamics. Natural tendency toward isolated territory rather than communal gathering. Niall nodded, grateful she'd made the connection without requiring detailed explanation. My shifter instincts prefer watching from protected distance, analyzing situations before committing, maintaining careful separation that prevents vulnerability. He paused, gathering courage for complete honesty. I've been admiring you for years, but I convinced myself you deserved someone more outgoing, more charismatic, less ordinary than a quiet diagnostic specialist who prefers solitary work. Stella's breath caught audibly, her bright green eyes showing genuine shock at the confession. Years? You've been... Niall, I had no idea. I know. His voice carried quiet acceptance of his own careful distance. I made certain you wouldn't notice. Professional interactions only. Polite greetings without deeper conversation. Observation from safe separation instead of courageous approach. Because you thought I wanted someone vibrant and exciting instead of someone steady and genuine, Stella said slowly, the realization settling with visible impact. While I've been performing cheerfulness because I thought that's what everyone needed from me, both of us hiding our authentic selves behind protective facades. The parallel struck Niall with crystalline clarity. Stella performing brightness while struggling with exhaustion. Niall maintaining distance while longing for connection. Both protecting themselves from potential rejection through careful dishonesty about genuine feelings and authentic needs. My shifter heritage contributed to the isolation patterns, he explained, his voice gaining steadiness as the confession continued. Snow leopards are naturally solitary. We establish territory and observe from protected distance rather than seeking pack dynamics. The instincts served me well for diagnostic work. Patient observation, careful analysis, methodical problem solving without emotional interference. But they also prevented genuine connection. Stella finished gently, her bright green eyes holding focused attention that made Niall feel heard in ways he'd never experienced. Natural tendencies that served professional purposes while creating personal isolation. Exactly. His snow leopard shifter nature had provided convenient justification for emotional barriers he'd built to protect himself from potential rejection. Solitary observation instead of active participation. Careful distance instead of vulnerable connection. Professional competence instead of authentic partnership. I convinced myself the isolation was necessary, Niall admitted, his pale blue eyes holding Stella's focused gaze. That my reserved nature made me unsuited for someone as warm and vibrant as you. That quiet competence couldn't possibly compete with more charismatic personalities. But I don't want charismatic performance, Stella said softly, moving closer until her vanilla and cinnamon scent surrounded him. I want genuine partnership, someone who sees through protective facades to authentic struggles. Someone whose steady presence creates safety for vulnerability instead of demanding constant brightness. Her paint-stained hand rested gently beside his long fingers on the workbench, not quite touching but close enough for warmth. You've given me that over the past few days. Patient support without judgment, technical expertise without condescension, acceptance of authentic emotions without requiring performed cheerfulness. Because your genuine feelings create more beautiful magic than fake brightness ever could, Niall replied, the observation emerging with complete honesty. Your authentic complexity deserves appreciation, not correction. Real partnership instead of performed compatibility. The diagnostic crystals hummed with harmonious frequencies as both partners brought authentic emotions to their collaborative work. Stella's creative passion balanced by Niall's methodical precision. her spontaneous energy supported by his steady competence. Vibrant warmth, complementing quiet strength through reciprocal vulnerability and genuine connection. Niall's snow-leopard instincts recognized the rightness of their developing partnership, despite his conscious fears about inadequacy. Her bright energy didn't overwhelm his reserved nature. It illuminated spaces he'd kept carefully dark through practiced isolation. His steady presence didn't diminish her creative passion. It provided stable foundation for authentic expression instead of performed brightness. Complementary strengths instead of competitive inadequacies. Mutual support instead of isolated competence. Genuine partnership built through shared vulnerability rather than careful distance. The realization settled into Niall's chest with warmth that pushed against 8 years of defensive barriers, creating hope where comfortable isolation had prevented possibility. His pale blue eyes held Stella's bright green gaze, seeing genuine appreciation instead of polite tolerance, authentic connection instead of performed compatibility. Maybe his quiet nature wasn't inadequate after all. Maybe steady competence offered value beyond exciting charisma. Maybe reciprocal vulnerability could create partnership more beautiful than either person could achieve through isolated perfection. The workshop's afternoon light caught Stella's curly auburn hair as she smiled at him, not her usual animated brightness, but something quieter and more genuine. Relief mixed with wonder, exhaustion balanced by hope, honest gratitude for unexpected understanding. Authentic emotional resonance creating harmonious magic through genuine connection. Chapter 9. Stella. The workshop felt different in evening light, dimmer, quieter. The usual sparkle that made the glimmer globe famous seemed muted somehow, as though even the half-finished ornaments could sense Stella's depleted energy. Outside the tall windows, Tinselcroft's lamplights glowed against gathering darkness, while shopkeepers closed their doors and families headed home to warm dinners and cozy hearths. Stella remained hunched over her workbench, paint-stained fingers trembling slightly as she attempted to infuse authentic emotions into yet another replacement ornament. The magical process that usually felt as natural as breathing now required conscious effort, each infusion demanding concentration she could barely maintain. Her auburn curls had long since escaped their clips to tumble around her face in chaotic waves she didn't have the energy to tame. Half-finished ornaments surrounded her in various stages of completion. Memory glass spheres waiting for their final emotional resonance. Protective charm pendants requiring delicate enchantment work. The commissioned pieces for the Christmas market demonstrations that needed to showcase her signature style while maintaining new magical stability. Each one represented someone's anticipated joy, a family's treasured memory, a child's wide-eyed wonder at Tinselcroft's magical celebrations. The weight of those expectations pressed down on Stella's shoulders like a heavy winter cloak she couldn't remove. All those happy customers depending on her vibrant creations. The market coordinators counting on her spectacular demonstrations. The entire town anticipating the magical displays that had become synonymous with her shop's reputation. Her grandmother's legacy of bringing light and joy through beautiful craftsmanship. She'd spent the afternoon forcing cheerfulness into ornaments that should have received genuine emotion, painting on brightness she didn't feel, performing the vivacious energy everyone expected from Stella Noel of the Glimmer Globe. The results showed in the uneven magical signatures and inconsistent glow patterns. Authentic emotion couldn't be manufactured through determined performance, no matter how skilled the artisan. Exhaustion settled into her bones with uncomfortable familiarity. Not just physical tiredness from hours of concentrated work, but the deeper weariness that came from maintaining constant optimism while ignoring her own needs. From being everyone's source of light and joy, while forgetting to tend her own emotional reserves. From giving endlessly without ever learning to receive. The workshop door's gentle chime startled her from frustrated contemplation. Stella looked up through escaping curls to find Niall standing in the doorway, his tall frame silhouetted against the hallway's warm lighting. He'd arrived for their planned evening session right on schedule, his usual punctuality somehow comforting in its reliability. His pale blue eyes took in the scene with diagnostic precision, the slumped posture, trembling hands, chaotic hair, scattered half-finished work. Concern flickered across his usually reserved features as he stepped fully into the workshop and closed the door behind him with quiet care. Stella. Her name emerged soft with worry rather than greeting formality. She meant to launch into animated explanations about her progress, to summon cheerful energy that would reassure him everything was fine, despite obvious evidence to the contrary. The forced brightness hovered right there on her tongue, familiar and automatic after years of practiced performance. But exhaustion had finally worn through her usual defenses. The mask of constant optimism cracked under strain she could no longer support alone. Instead of cheerful explanations, Stella simply looked at Niall with genuine weariness in her bright green eyes, too tired to hide authentic struggle behind performed happiness. "I can't." The words came out barely above a whisper, her voice cracking with emotional and physical depletion. "I don't know how to let anyone help me, how to stop being the person who brings joy to everyone else long enough to admit I need something for myself." The confession spilled out like water through a broken dam, years of careful performance giving way to honest vulnerability. "I've spent so long making sure everyone else is happy that I've forgotten what it feels like to just be tired, to need support instead of constantly providing it, to receive care without immediately trying to reciprocate or prove I deserve the kindness." Her paint-stained hands gestured helplessly at the scattered ornaments. Every single one of these represents someone's anticipated happiness, their treasured memories, their magical Christmas celebration. And I keep thinking about how I can't let them down, can't disappoint their expectations, can't be anything less than the vibrant, cheerful Stella who makes everything sparkle and shine. Tears threatened at the corners of her eyes despite attempts to blink them back. "But I'm so tired of performing brightness I don't feel, of hiding struggles behind cheerful facades because admitting difficulty might dim someone else's joy, of believing my own needs matter less than everyone else's happiness." Niall crossed the workshop with quiet purpose, not rushing to fix her problems or offer false reassurance, just moving closer with steady presence. He pulled a stool beside her workbench and sat down, his pale blue eyes soft with compassion rather than judgment. "You're allowed to be tired," he said simply, his careful voice holding gentle acceptance. "Being exhausted doesn't diminish your ability to bring joy. Admitting struggle doesn't make you less worthy of appreciation. Needing support is human, not weakness requiring correction." Something in Stella's chest loosened at the acknowledgement. No attempts to cheer her up or redirect toward positive thinking. No suggestions for how she could manage better or push through with more determination. Just quiet understanding that saw her authentic exhaustion without requiring immediate resolution. Niall rose from the stool with economical grace and moved toward the small kettle she kept on a corner shelf. He filled it with water from the workshop's tiny sink, his long fingers working with the same methodical precision he brought to diagnostic repairs. The familiar domestic sounds, water running, kettle settling onto its heating element, cabinet doors opening as he located her tea collection, filled the space with unexpected comfort. Stella watched in something approaching amazement as Niall prepared tea without being asked, his steady movements requiring no direction or reciprocal effort from her depleted reserves. He simply did the small caring task because she needed it, expecting nothing in return except her honest presence. When the kettle whistled softly, Niall poured steaming water over loose leaves in her favorite ceramic pot, the one painted with tiny silver stars that she'd enchanted to keep beverages at perfect temperature. He set out two mismatched mugs she'd collected over years of market shopping, added honey to hers without asking because he'd noticed her preference during previous working sessions, and brought both cups to the workbench before settling back onto his stool. "You don't have to." Stella started to protest, the automatic urge to reciprocate or prove she deserved this kindness rising despite exhaustion. "I should help you. Or we should get started on the diagnostic work. Or you can simply accept the care," Niall interrupted gently, his pale blue eyes holding her bright green gaze with quiet certainty. "Receiving support doesn't diminish your ability to help others. It creates sustainable foundation for continued giving instead of depleting yourself until nothing remains." The honey-sweetened tea warmed Stella's paint-stained hands as she wrapped trembling fingers around the ceramic mug. Steam rose in delicate curls that carried chamomile and lavender scents, the calming blend she reached for during particularly stressful creative sessions. Niall must have noticed which tin she favored, filing away the small detail with the same careful observation he brought to magical diagnostics. "I'm not accustomed to just receiving," she admitted softly, her usual animated gestures subdued by genuine vulnerability. "My family taught me that bringing joy to others was our gift and responsibility. That the glimmer globe existed to create happiness through beautiful magical craftsmanship. That our value came from what we could provide." She took a sip of perfectly prepared tea before continuing, the familiar comfort-loosening words she'd never spoken aloud. "So I learned to be vibrant and cheerful, to sparkle and shine, to make everyone else feel special and treasured. But somewhere along the way, I forgot that I could be more than just the person who provides light, that I might have my own needs deserving attention." Niall listened with focused attention that made Stella feel genuinely heard rather than merely tolerated. No interruptions or attempts to redirect. No judgments about her emotional patterns or suggestions for better management. Just quiet presence creating safe space for continued honesty. "What if I help with the repetitive preparation work?" Niall offered after thoughtful silence. "Not the actual emotional infusion that requires your unique magic, but the supporting tasks, cleaning brushes, organizing materials, maintaining steady magical resonance while you focus on the creative elements." The suggestion felt both practical and unexpectedly intimate. Sharing her creative process with someone meant revealing the messy reality behind finished sparkle, the trial and error, the careful adjustments, the moments of frustration when magic refused cooperation. Not performing vibrant perfection, but allowing authentic struggle to be witnessed and supported. Stella found herself nodding acceptance despite habitual resistance to sharing her burden. That would help. Actually help. Not just polite acceptance while I insist I'm fine. A small smile tugged at Neil's lips, barely visible, but genuine. "Excellent. Show me which materials need organizing while you finish that tea." They settled into intimate rhythm as evening deepened outside the workshop windows. Niall cleaned her scattered paintbrushes with careful thoroughness, his long fingers removing dried pigment and magical residue before arranging them by size and purpose. He organized her glass supplies, according to some system Stella couldn't quite identify, but somehow made perfect sense once implemented. His steady presence provided calm foundation that allowed her depleted energy to focus on actual creative work instead of scattered crisis management. Most surprisingly, Niall maintained consistent magical resonance throughout the workshop space, his ice affinity creating subtle stability that balanced Stella's more volatile emotional magic. The diagnostic crystals he'd placed during previous sessions hummed with harmonious frequencies, their combined magical signatures creating conditions where her authentic emotions could infuse ornaments without overwhelming instability. Stella found herself leaning into his support in ways she'd never allowed with anyone else, not performing cheerful competence or hiding struggles behind bright smiles, just working alongside someone who expected nothing except her honest presence, whose quiet strength created safe space for authentic expression. Her magical abilities actually strengthened when she stopped trying to maintain perfect performance. The ornaments glowed with deeper, more stable light than anything she'd created alone in recent weeks. Memory glass spheres captured genuine emotional complexity, joy mixed with weariness, hope balanced by uncertainty, love infused with vulnerability. The results felt more real somehow, more true to actual human experience than her usual polished brightness. "This one's for the Pemberton family," Stella explained softly as she worked on a delicate snowflake pendant. "Their grandmother passed last winter. They want something that captures both the sadness of missing her and the joy of remembering her holiday baking tradition." Niall nodded understanding, his pale blue eyes tracking her careful infusion work. Complex emotional resonance, grief and comfort existing together rather than replacing each other. Exactly. Stella's paint-stained fingers moved with renewed confidence despite lingering exhaustion. But I couldn't access that authentic complexity while performing constant cheerfulness. Real emotions are messy and complicated. They don't fit neat categories or maintain consistent brightness. "Just like real people," Niall observed quietly. "Complicated and messy and deserving appreciation for their authentic complexity." The words settled into Stella's chest with warmth that pushed against years of performed perfection. He wasn't just talking about ornament recipients or abstract emotional theory. He meant her. Stella Noel, with her scattered energy and depleted reserves and tearful confessions. Worthy of appreciation not despite messiness, but because of authentic complexity. Something in her chest cracked wider, exhaustion finally overwhelming defensive facades completely. The tears she'd been holding back since Niall's arrival spilled over without warning, tracking down her freckled cheeks while her shoulders shook with silent sobs she could no longer contain. Embarrassment flared hot despite emotional depletion. She was crying in front of Neil, revealing complete vulnerability instead of cheerful competence, being weak and messy and nothing like the vibrant person everyone expected from the Glimmer Globe's proprietor. But Niall didn't try to stop her tears or offer false reassurance that everything was fine when clearly it wasn't. He simply set aside the brushes he'd been organizing and moved his stool closer, his steady presence filling the space with quiet comfort. His gentle hand settled on her shoulder, warm and solid and anchoring, while she cried years' worth of accumulated exhaustion. No attempts to fix her emotional state or redirect toward positive thinking. No uncomfortable jokes trying to lighten the mood. No judgment about her inability to maintain constant brightness. Just patient presence that held space for authentic struggle without requiring immediate resolution. The crying jag lasted longer than Stella expected, waves of emotion crashing through defenses she'd maintained for so many years. Exhaustion and frustration and relief all tangled together while Niall sat beside her, his hand never leaving her shoulder, his quiet breathing creating steady rhythm she could match when sobs made her own breath ragged. Eventually, the tears subsided into hiccuping sniffles, emotional storm passing to leave behind unexpected peace. Stella's eyes felt swollen and her nose was probably red, her usual sparkle replaced by tear-stained blotchiness. But the tight knot of constant performance had loosened in her chest, creating space for genuine rest instead of forced brightness. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the automatic apology emerging from years of believing her struggles inconvenienced others. "I didn't mean to fall apart on you." "You didn't fall apart." Niall's careful voice held gentle certainty as his hand squeezed her shoulder softly before returning to rest in his lap. "You were authentically present with difficult emotions. That's not weakness. It's courage." Stella looked up at him through damp lashes, finding his pale blue eyes soft with compassion rather than pity. "It doesn't feel courageous. It feels messy and overwhelming and nothing like what people expect from me. Perhaps what people expect isn't what you actually owe them, Niall suggested quietly. Perhaps authentic presence creates more value than performed perfection. Perhaps being genuinely seen and supported matters more than constant sparkle. His words resonated with the successful ornaments glowing softly across her workbench, pieces infused with honest emotional complexity instead of manufactured brightness. Memory glass that captured real human experience in all its messy, complicated beauty. Magic that worked better when she stopped performing and allowed authentic vulnerability. "You've given me something I've been denying myself for years," Stella said softly, her bright green eyes meeting Niall's steady gaze. "The simple gift of being cared for without having to earn it or immediately reciprocate. Of receiving support that asks nothing except my honest presence." Niall's small smile carried quiet warmth that made Stella's chest feel full, despite emotional exhaustion. "You deserve that gift, not because of what you create or how you help others, but simply because you exist, and your needs matter." The intimacy of the moment settled around them like winter snow, gentle and transforming, covering familiar landscape with new perspective. Not based on Stella's giving or Niall's fixing, but on mutual vulnerability and the profound comfort of being authentically seen and accepted. They cleaned up the workshop together in comfortable silence, Niall washing paintbrushes while Stella carefully stored completed ornaments in protective cases. Their movements complemented each other with natural harmony, his methodical organization supporting her creative flow, her intuitive spatial awareness guiding his systematic approach. The successful pieces glowed with stable, beautiful light that filled the workshop with warmth, more genuine than Stella's usual manufactured sparkle. Magic created through authentic partnership instead of isolated perfection. Art infused with honest emotion instead of performed brightness. As Niall prepared to leave for the evening, Stella found herself reluctant to let him go, despite bone-deep exhaustion. His steady presence had created safety she'd never experienced before. Space where she could be tired and messy and vulnerable without diminishing her worth or disappointing expectations. "Thank you," she said softly, the words inadequate for expressing genuine gratitude mixing with growing awareness that their partnership had evolved far beyond professional collaboration. "For seeing me, the real, complicated, exhausted me, instead of just the sparkly facade." Niall's pale blue eyes held her bright green gaze with quiet intensity. "That person is far more precious than any performance could ever be." Chapter 10. Neil. Sleep refused to arrive despite physical exhaustion from the long day's work. Niall lay in his minimalist apartment's pristine bedroom, the clean lines and neutral colors that usually provided calm, now feeling sterile and isolating after hours spent in Stella's colorful, chaotic workshop. Every detail of the evening played on endless repeat behind his closed eyelids. The way her voice had cracked when admitting how tired she was, the trust implicit in her tears dampening his shoulder, the profound vulnerability of letting him witness authentic struggle instead of performed brightness. His heart raced with emotions he'd spent years carefully controlling. Hope and terror tangled together until distinguishing between them became impossible. The memory of Stella leaning into his support, accepting care without immediately trying to reciprocate or deflect with cheerful jokes, created dangerous warmth in his chest that threatened every protective barrier he'd constructed. What did their growing connection actually mean? Professional collaboration solving a magical crisis was safe territory. Clear boundaries, defined goals, predictable parameters. But the intimacy they'd shared went far beyond technical partnership into emotional vulnerability that terrified him with its implications. Niall rolled onto his side, staring at the simple silver watch on his nightstand, his father's watch, the only sentimental object in his carefully ordered space. The old craftsman had possessed quiet competence similar to Niall's own, finding satisfaction in work well done rather than public recognition. But his father had never found a partner who appreciated that steady reliability, spending his life alone believing himself too ordinary for genuine connection. The parallel made Niall's chest tight with familiar fear. What if he allowed himself to hope for authentic partnership with Stella, only to discover that her appreciation stemmed from gratitude or temporary need rather than lasting affection? What if his quiet nature ultimately disappointed someone whose natural sparkle deserved equally vibrant companionship? But memory of her bright green eyes meeting his gaze with genuine warmth argued against those fears. The way she'd thanked him not for fixing problems, but for simply seeing her authentic self. The peaceful silence they'd shared while cleaning the workshop together. Movements complementing each other with natural harmony. Dawn found Niall abandoning any pretense of sleep, dressing in practical hiking clothes, and filling a pack with basic supplies. His snow-leopard shifter instincts recognized the restless energy coursing through him, the need for movement and space to process overwhelming emotions, while his logical mind caught up with his racing heart. The mountain trails beyond Rowan's cabin offered both rare magical materials and the solitary clarity he needed. The ancient grove, which Rowan had mentioned during their conversations about wild magic systems, supposedly contained stabilizing crystals that might help Stella's ornaments maintain emotional resonance without chaotic feedback. More importantly, the grove's old magic might provide perspective on whether Niall possessed anything valuable enough to offer someone as vibrant as Stella. Mist shrouded the forest as he hiked upward, following pathways his shifter senses detected beneath accumulated pine needles and seasonal growth. The air grew colder with elevation while simultaneously warming with ancient magic that hummed just below conscious perception. His diagnostic abilities traced ley lines converging ahead, their energies weaving together with patterns older than modern magical theory. The trees themselves served as guides, their root systems forming networks that pulled him toward the sacred space. Niall's breath created white clouds in the crisp morning air, while his boots crunched on frost-covered ground. Physical exertion helped quiet mental anxiety, replacing circular worry with focused awareness of immediate environment. When the ancient grove finally revealed itself, Niall stopped at the clearing's edge with breath catching in appreciation. A perfect circle of towering evergreens surrounded open space, their branches creating a natural cathedral that filtered early sunlight into soft, sacred illumination. The symmetry was too precise to be natural coincidence. These trees had grown according to magical intention, their placement serving purposes beyond ordinary forest patterns. Moss-covered stones formed natural seating around the clearing's perimeter, their surfaces carved with symbols from multiple magical traditions. Some markings he recognized from diagnostic theory texts, while others belonged to older systems that predated written instruction. The variety suggested this place had served many different practitioners over centuries, each adding their knowledge to accumulated wisdom. The air here thrummed with old magic that made Niall's shifter senses hyper-aware. His snow-leopard heritage responded to the grove's ancient power, recognizing something fundamental about this space that transcended conscious understanding. This wasn't simply a location with strong magical currents. It was a living sanctuary that preserved essential truths about the nature of power and partnership. In the center, a small spring bubbled up from rocks arranged in concentric circles, its water carrying traces of the same magical essence that powered Tinselcroft. The source spring, where the town's unique properties originated before flowing downward through underground channels to infuse the community with its particular magic. Niall approached slowly, removing his pack and setting it beside one of the moss-covered stones. His diagnostic abilities immediately detected energy signatures embedded in the standing stones surrounding the clearing. Not simple carvings, but actual memory crystals preserved within the rock itself. Their surfaces held examples of successful magical collaborations spanning generations. He touched the first crystal with careful fingers, allowing his diagnostic senses to open fully. Visions flowed through his consciousness with surprising clarity, showing pairs of magic workers whose complementary abilities created innovations impossible alone. A healer whose empathic sensitivity combined with a warrior's protective strength to save entire communities during magical plagues. An artist whose creative vision merged with an engineer's technical precision to build structures that stood for centuries. A weather worker whose intuitive understanding of natural patterns partnered with a mathematician's analytical frameworks to predict and prevent catastrophic storms. Each partnership demonstrated different combinations of talents, but all shared common elements: mutual respect, authentic vulnerability, recognition that complementary strengths created more value than identical abilities competing for dominance. The visions showed moments of doubt and fear alongside triumph, revealing that successful collaboration required courage to be seen with flaws and limitations, as well as gifts. Niall moved to the next stone, then the next, absorbing examples of historical partnerships that built Tinselcroft's foundation. The grove's ancient wisdom spoke directly to something deep in his snow-leopard shifter heritage, bypassing intellectual understanding to reach instinctive knowledge about pack dynamics and complementary roles. His kind naturally understood that different pack members served different purposes: scouts and hunters, protectors and healers, all equally valuable despite different talents. The lone shifters who attempted solitary excellence rather than collaborative strength rarely thrived long-term. True power came through partnership that recognized and valued diverse contributions. The vision shifted, showing him how his own quiet observation and patient strength were not inadequate substitutes for dramatic talents, but essential foundations that allowed others to shine while providing stability and protection. Just as scouts needed hunters to act on their intelligence, and healers required protectors to create safe space for their work, creative brilliance like Stella's needed analytical support to channel inspiration into stable, lasting results. Niall settled onto one of the moss-covered stones, processing revelations that challenged years of believing himself ordinary and unremarkable. The grove's magic continued flowing through his awareness, offering perspective impossible to achieve through logical analysis alone. When he examined his reflection in the sacred spring's clear water, expecting to see the same plain features that looked back from his bathroom mirror each morning, something shifted in his perception. The ancient grove's wisdom adjusted his vision, helping him see not through his own harsh self-judgment, but through clearer, more honest assessment. The face reflected there belonged to someone whose diagnostic gifts had quietly supported an entire community for 8 years, whose patient presence had helped dozens of residents solve problems they couldn't fix alone, whose methodical approach and careful observation had prevented countless magical accidents by detecting instabilities before they became crises. Not ordinary, not unremarkable, simply focused on service rather than recognition, on genuine competence rather than dramatic display. His pale blue eyes showed kindness alongside analytical precision. His silver-white hair suggested the ice affinity that stabilized chaotic magical energies. His long, elegant fingers carried small scars from 8 years of careful repair work that kept Tinselcroft functioning smoothly. Niall touched another memory crystal, and new visions flowed, showing that the most powerful magical collaborations throughout history combined technical precision with emotional authenticity. A master glassworker whose intuitive understanding of light and beauty partnered with a magical theorist whose analytical frameworks transformed individual art into reproducible techniques that trained entire generations. A wild magic practitioner whose connection to natural systems merged with a structured spellcrafter's systematic approach to create new hybrid disciplines. Technical precision meeting emotional authenticity. Methodical analysis supporting intuitive creativity. Exactly the type of partnership forming between himself and Stella. The realization settled into Niall's chest with surprising warmth, melting frozen places where self-doubt had accumulated over years of isolation. His abilities weren't mere backup support for others' brilliance. They were valuable tools that created stability, allowing innovation to flourish. Stella's creative genius needed his analytical foundation as much as his diagnostic precision benefited from her intuitive insights. He rose from the stone and approached the grove's mineral deposits, searching for the stabilizing crystals Rowan had mentioned. The formations grew from deeper rock layers, their surfaces catching early light with subtle iridescence that reminded Niall of winter ice. He selected specimens carefully, using diagnostic senses to evaluate their resonant frequencies. When exposed to his analytical magic, the crystals sang with harmonious potential, pure tones that complemented rather than competed, creating chords instead of discord. Their energy signatures matched his own magical approach perfectly, confirming what the grove's wisdom had been teaching. His abilities were valuable. His contributions mattered. His quiet strength served essential purposes beyond mere support roles. Niall carefully harvested several crystals, wrapping them in protective cloth before placing them in his pack. These would help Stella's ornaments maintain emotional resonance without chaotic feedback, providing the technical stability her intuitive crafting needed. Professional resources, but also symbolic of what he could offer their partnership. Foundation allowing her brilliance to shine without unstable collapse. As he worked, the grove's spirit guides, ancient presences embedded in the trees and stones and sacred spring, helped him recognize patterns in his own emotional history. Fear of inadequacy had been a protection mechanism against vulnerability, keeping him safely isolated where rejection couldn't wound. But true partnership required the courage to be seen and valued for authentic gifts, rather than hiding behind perceived deficiencies. Stella had demonstrated that courage when she allowed him to witness her exhausted tears, when she admitted needing support instead of maintaining her cheerful facade, when she trusted him with authentic vulnerability, despite years of believing she should always be the person bringing joy to others. If she could find that bravery, couldn't he match it? Couldn't he risk being seen not as inadequate substitute for more vibrant companionship, but as genuine partner whose quiet strength complemented her bright energy? The sacred spring's surface rippled with morning breeze, and when Niall looked down again, a new vision appeared in the clear water. Stella's face during their intimate evening, not the moment of tears, but afterward when she'd looked up at him with swollen eyes and grateful smile. The expression held no pity, no tolerance of inadequacy, no polite appreciation masking disappointment. Instead, genuine warmth shone in her bright green eyes, real affection mixing with relief and growing trust. The look someone gave a person they valued not for what they provided, but for who they authentically were. Recognition that his steady presence and patient support mattered as much as any dramatic rescue or brilliant innovation. The vision showed him what Stella actually saw when she looked at him, not the ordinary, unremarkable man Niall believed himself to be, but someone whose quiet strength created safety for vulnerability, whose careful observation noticed what others missed, whose methodical approach transformed chaotic problems into manageable solutions, whose simple presence offered comfort without demanding immediate reciprocation. She saw him, the real, complicated, quietly competent him, and appreciated what she saw. The realization cracked something open in Niall's chest, protective ice melting under warmth he'd never allowed himself to believe possible. Stella might actually value his gifts. She might genuinely appreciate the partnership they were building. She might even be developing feelings that matched the affection he'd harbored secretly for years. Not despite his quiet nature, but because of how his steady reliability complemented her vibrant energy. not settling for inadequate substitute, but choosing authentic connection with someone whose different strengths created better collaboration than identical talents competing. Niall stood beside the sacred spring for long moments, allowing the ancient grove's accumulated wisdom to settle into his bones as unshakable knowledge. His partnership with Stella offered not just professional collaboration solving magical crises, but the possibility of authentic love between equals who enhanced each other's gifts. He could be worthy of that love, not by transforming into someone more outgoing or dramatic, but by offering his genuine self with the same courage Stella had demonstrated, by trusting that his quiet strength held value, by believing that complementary differences created more beauty than perfect similarity. The sun climbed higher, burning away morning mist and illuminating the ancient grove with golden light that made the standing stones glow. Niall gathered his pack, checking that the stabilizing crystals were secure and his water bottle was full. The hike back to Tinselcroft would take several hours, but he felt no urgency beyond desire to see Stella again. Before leaving, he knelt beside the sacred spring and dipped his fingers in the clear water, feeling its magical essence flow through his diagnostic senses with familiar resonance. This was the source of Tinselcroft's unique properties, the magic that had drawn him here 8 years ago, seeking community where his shifter nature and analytical gifts would be welcomed rather than feared. He'd found that welcome, built a reputation for reliable competence, served the community quietly while maintaining careful emotional distance. But the ancient grove's wisdom revealed that he'd only completed half the journey toward authentic belonging. True connection required vulnerability. Real partnership demanded the courage to be seen. Genuine love needed honest presence that shared both strengths and limitations. Stella was teaching him those truths through her own brave example. Now it was his turn to match her courage with his own. Chapter 11. Stella. Stella had just finished repositioning the workshop's morning light catchers when she looked up to find Niall standing in her doorway. Her breath caught, not from surprise at his presence, which had become wonderfully familiar over the past week, but from the change in how he carried himself. The usual careful hesitation had transformed into something quietly assured. His pale blue eyes held renewed confidence that made her heart skip in ways she was trying very hard not to analyze too closely. "You're back early," she said, setting down the copper wire she'd been shaping. "I thought the ancient grove was at least a 6-hour round trip." "Left before dawn." He shifted the leather satchel he carried with obvious care. "Wanted to show you what I found." The excitement beneath his measured tone made Stella smile. She'd learned to read his subtle expressions over their working sessions, the slight quirk of his mouth when he solved a particularly complex diagnostic puzzle, the way his shoulders relaxed when she shared authentic feelings instead of cheerful deflections, the focused intensity he brought to every conversation, as though her words mattered more than anything else in the world. "Come in, please." She cleared space on her primary work table, pushing aside half-finished ornament frames and containers of colored glass fragments. "That bag looks like you're carrying something precious." "I am." Niall approached the table with his characteristic economical movements, setting the satchel down with reverent care. The ancient grove provided more than just stabilizing materials. He unpacked crystalline objects wrapped in soft cloth, each piece radiating magical frequencies that made Stella's intuitive senses tingle with recognition. The crystals caught the workshop's morning light, refracting it into rainbow patterns across the walls. They were unlike anything she'd seen before. Not the raw quartz she occasionally used in her ornament work, but faceted structures that seemed to hold entire histories within their clear depths. "Memory crystals," Niall explained, unwrapping the largest piece. "They preserve examples of successful magical collaborations spanning generations, partnership magic from ornament makers, weavers, glassblowers, artisans who discovered that combining their gifts created something neither could achieve alone. Stella leaned closer, her artist's eye appreciating the precision of the natural facets. They're beautiful. How old are they? Some date back centuries. He positioned 3 crystals in a triangular formation on the work table. The ancient grove collects them, storing knowledge about how different magical signatures blend harmoniously. I thought. He paused, meeting her eyes with that new quiet confidence. I thought they might help us understand what's happening between our magic when we work together. Between our magic? The careful phrasing made warmth bloom in Stella's chest, not just solving her ornament crisis but exploring their collaborative potential. The distinction felt significant in ways that had nothing to do with magical diagnostics and everything to do with the growing connection she felt whenever Niall was near. May I? She reached toward the largest crystal. Please. The moment Stella's fingers touched the smooth surface, her magical sensitivity detected harmonious resonance patterns flowing through the crystalline structure like captured music. Emotional frequencies blended with analytical precision, intuitive artistry enhanced by methodical technique. Joy and determination intertwined so completely that she couldn't separate individual contributions. Oh, the word emerged as wondering exhalation. These aren't just memories of collaboration, they're the actual emotional and magical signatures preserved together. Exactly. Niall's voice held quiet satisfaction at her quick understanding. The Grove's wisdom explained that truly successful partnerships don't just combine abilities, they create new magical expressions that reflect both contributors equally. Stella ran her fingers over the crystal's facets, feeling each one pulse with different collaborative frequency. Some partnerships radiated steady warmth and explosive creativity. Others blended protective strength with delicate precision. But all shared the same fundamental characteristic: complete trust between people who enhanced each other's gifts through authentic presence. The dedication required for Niall to have traveled deep into the mountains before dawn, seeking ancient knowledge specifically to help her craft, touched Stella's heart more deeply than any grand romantic gesture could. He'd spent hours hiking through wilderness, consulting sacred spaces, and carefully transporting fragile crystals down treacherous paths because he believed their partnership mattered. Because he believed she mattered. Not as customer or community member or cheerful ornament maker who brought joy to others, but as the complicated, vulnerable, exhausted woman who'd cried in his presence and received comfort without needing to immediately reciprocate. You did this for me, she said softly. Niall's pale blue eyes held hers. I did this for us. Our collaboration is solving your ornament crisis, but it's also revealing possibilities neither of us anticipated. The quiet certainty in his voice made Stella's pulse quicken. She wanted to ask what possibilities he meant, whether they extended beyond professional partnership into the personal connection that kept her awake at night, remembering how gently he'd brought her tea and helped with repetitive tasks while respecting her exhaustion. Instead, she asked, how do they work? The memory crystals? Let me show you. Niall pulled a small glass sphere from his toolkit, one of Stella's damaged ornaments that hadn't completely exploded. May I use this for demonstration? Of course. He positioned the failed ornament in the center of the crystal triangle, then gestured for Stella to place her hands beside his on the work table. Channel your emotional magic the way you would for normal memory infusion. I'll provide technical stabilization through the crystals. Stella closed her eyes, reaching for the intuitive magic that usually flowed through her craft like breathing. But this time, she didn't just channel generic happiness or captured memories. She focused on authentic feelings, gratitude for Niall's patient support, wonder at their growing partnership, the cautious hope blooming whenever she watched him work with quiet competence. Niall's analytical frequencies joined her emotional magic, his diagnostic precision blending with her intuitive artistry in ways that felt both exhilarating and intensely vulnerable. The memory crystals amplified their collaborative work, creating harmonious resonance between their different magical signatures. The damaged ornament began to glow, not with the chaotic, unstable energy that had characterized her recent failures, but with steady luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. Silver-white light intertwined with golden warmth, creating swirling aurora patterns that captured the essence of partnership itself. When Stella opened her eyes, the repaired ornament hung suspended in the air between them, radiating unprecedented stability and beauty. Her breath caught at the visual representation of their combined abilities, her emotional depth enhanced rather than diminished by Niall's methodical precision. "That's incredible," she whispered. "We're incredible." Niall's soft-spoken correction made her look up to find him watching her face rather than the ornament. "Your intuitive artistry provides the foundation. My diagnostic work simply supports what you've already created. You do more than support. You strengthen it." Stella reached up to touch the floating ornament, feeling its perfect magical stability hum beneath her fingers. "I've never made anything this beautiful or balanced on my own." "Because you weren't meant to work alone." He spoke with gentle certainty. "None of the legendary ornament makers did. The Grove's wisdom showed me that the most magnificent pieces throughout history came from partnerships that combined technical expertise with emotional authenticity." The revelation reframed everything Stella had believed about her craft. She'd always thought of ornament making as solitary pursuit, her magic, her memories, her creative vision transformed into glass and light. The idea that true mastery required collaboration felt both frightening and exhilarating. "Show me more," she said. "I want to understand this." They spent the next hour experimenting with collaborative technique, using the memory crystals to amplify their combined magic while creating test ornaments from her stockpiled materials. Each piece required Stella to share not just her magical signature, but her authentic emotional experience in real time, channeling genuine feelings directly into the memory glass, while Niall provided technical stabilization. The vulnerability felt unprecedented. Stella had built her career on capturing other people's happy memories: weddings, birthdays, graduations, first snowfalls. Safe, universal emotions that brought joy without exposing her own complicated feelings. But partnership magic demanded something different. Required her to infuse the glass with her authentic experiences: exhaustion and hope, loneliness and connection, fear and growing affection, while Niall witnessed every nuance. "I don't know if I can do this during actual market demonstrations," she admitted after their fourth collaborative piece. "Sharing my real feelings in front of crowds sounds terrifying." "You won't be performing for crowds." Niall carefully rotated the completed ornament, examining its magical stability with his diagnostic senses. "You'll be working with me, just like this." "That's different. You're—" Stella caught herself before finishing the sentence. "Your safe felt too revealing. You're becoming necessary created pressure neither of them needed. You're making me feel things I don't know how to handle exposed vulnerability." She wasn't ready to voice. "I'm what?" His pale blue eyes held genuine curiosity without demanding confession. "You're patient with my process, even when it's messy and emotional. Your process creates magic." Niall set down the ornament with characteristic care. "The emotional authenticity is what makes your work so powerful. My analytical frequencies simply help focus that power into stable forms." When their magical signatures blended during the memory infusion process, Stella felt her creative abilities expanding beyond anything she'd achieved alone. The sensation was exhilarating, like discovering her artistic vision had been waiting for methodical precision to unlock its full potential. Niall's steady support didn't constrain her intuitive leaps, but provided foundation that allowed her to reach higher than solo creativity permitted. She found herself stealing glances at his focused face while they worked. Watched the slight furrow of concentration between his silver-white eyebrows when he adjusted diagnostic frequencies. Noticed the elegant movement of his long fingers as he positioned memory crystals for optimal collaborative resonance. Appreciated the quiet competence that enabled her artistic vision without demanding acknowledgement or praise. Her attraction had been growing throughout their partnership, fed by his patient presence and genuine interest in her authentic feelings rather than performed cheerfulness. But seeing how beautifully their magic blended, how his gifts enhanced rather than diminished hers, transformed grateful appreciation into something deeper. This was what partnership felt like. Not performing happiness while secretly struggling alone, but sharing both joy and difficulty with someone whose different strengths created better outcomes than identical abilities competing. Not hiding vulnerability behind cheerful facades, but trusting another person to witness authentic emotions and offer support without judgment. The ancient grove crystals revealed something else, Niall said after they'd created half a dozen perfectly stable test ornaments. His tone held the same quiet confidence she'd noticed when he first arrived. About partnership requirements beyond magical technique. Stella set down the glass fragments she'd been sorting. What did they show you? That my self-doubt was contributing to the resonance instability. He met her eyes directly, no longer hiding behind his usual careful reserve. I've spent 8 years in Tinselcroft believing myself too ordinary for genuine connection, too quiet, too analytical, too unremarkable to deserve attention from someone as vibrant and creative as you. Her breath caught at the open admission. Niall. But the Grove's wisdom helped me understand that I was measuring myself against the wrong standards. He continued with soft-spoken certainty. You don't need someone identical to your bright energy. You need a partner whose different gifts complement yours. Someone whose quiet strength provides stability for your creative brilliance. The words settled over Stella like blessing she hadn't known she'd been seeking. Permission to value what Niall offered rather than comparing him to imaginary romantic ideals that didn't exist. Recognition that complementary differences created more beauty than perfect similarity. I've been measuring myself wrong too, she admitted. Believing I should always be the person bringing joy to others, never needing support or comfort or partnership. The helper who never gets helped. That's not sustainable. You showed me that when you finally admitted your exhaustion. Niall's voice gentled. Your courage in being vulnerable gave me permission to examine my own barriers. Golden afternoon light filtered through the workshop windows, illuminating the completed ornaments arrayed across her work table. Each piece glowed with perfect stability, showcasing their combined abilities in ways that took Stella's breath. The visual evidence of their partnership's potential created hope that terrified and exhilarated her in equal measure. I don't know how to do this, she confessed. How to be authentic instead of always cheerful. How to accept support without immediately reciprocating. How to believe someone might value partnership with me, not despite my complications, but because of how our different gifts work together. Neither do I. Niall's pale blue eyes held steady warmth. But we're learning together. That's what partnership means. The simple statement carried profound reassurance. They didn't need to have everything figured out perfectly before beginning. Didn't need to transform themselves into different people before deserving connection. Just needed courage to keep showing up authentically, trusting that their complementary strengths would create something neither could achieve alone. Stella reached across the work table, her paint-stained fingers finding Niall's scarred hands. When he immediately turned his palms up to cradle hers with gentle security, her heart swelled with emotions that had nothing to do with magical collaboration and everything to do with the man who'd hiked through mountains before dawn just to help her craft. Thank you, she said softly, for seeing me, the real, complicated, messy me, and for believing our partnership is worth the vulnerability it requires. Always. His thumb traced gentle circles against her palm. You're worth every risk, every moment of exposure, every terrifying step toward authentic connection. The words wrapped around Stella's heart like protective blessing. She wanted to close the distance between them, to express her growing feelings through physical closeness instead of carefully chosen words. But the afternoon light and half-finished ornaments reminded her that the Christmas market opening approached rapidly, and they still had crucial work to complete. We should practice the collaborative technique more, she said reluctantly. Make sure I can channel authentic emotions even when I'm nervous about public demonstrations. Good plan. Niall's expression suggested he understood both her practical concern and her deeper hesitation about rushing into romantic complications. Let's create ornaments that showcase our partnership potential. Show the market coordinators what we've accomplished together. They returned to their work, but something fundamental had shifted between them. The professional collaboration that began as simple problem-solving had evolved into genuine partnership built on mutual vulnerability and complementary strengths. Every ornament they created together glowed with evidence of their combined abilities, Stella's intuitive artistry enhanced by Niall's methodical precision, emotional authenticity supported by analytical stability. And underneath the magical collaboration, Stella felt the steady pulse of growing romantic connection. The awareness that Niall valued her authentic self rather than performed cheerfulness. The recognition that his quiet strength created safety for vulnerability. The cautious hope that their partnership might extend beyond Christmas market crisis into something lasting and precious. She didn't know how to navigate these feelings while maintaining their working relationship. Didn't have experience with romantic connection that built gradually through shared vulnerability rather than dramatic declarations. But watching Niall's focused competence as he adjusted memory crystal configurations, seeing how his presence enabled her artistic vision without demanding acknowledgement, Stella felt her heart making decisions her logical mind couldn't quite articulate yet. This mattered. He mattered. Their partnership had become necessary in ways that transcended magical problem-solving and ventured into territory that both thrilled and terrified her. The afternoon light shifted toward evening gold, painting the workshop in warm tones that made their completed ornaments glow like captured stars. Stella looked at the evidence of their collaboration, then at the man whose dedication and patient support had made it all possible. I'm glad you came to Tinselcroft 8 years ago, she said quietly, even if it took a magical crisis to bring us together like this. Niall's answering smile held more warmth than she'd ever seen from him. Best diagnostic work I've ever done. Chapter 12. Niall. The pre-dawn stillness of Niall's workshop carried a different quality this morning. He'd spent 8 years in this space, conducting diagnostic sweeps from the precise comfort of his calibrated equipment, but the readings scrolling across his enhanced crystal displays showed patterns he'd never witnessed before in Tinselcroft's magical network. Harmonious stability, the chaotic frequencies that had plagued the town for months, subtle discordances that only his snow-leopard sensitivity and specialized equipment could detect, had gradually settled into smooth, resonant patterns. The sympathetic magic network that connected every building, every enchantment, every magical practitioner in the community hummed with the kind of balanced energy he'd read about in theoretical texts, but never expected to experience in reality. Niall adjusted the crystal configuration, running the diagnostic sequence 3 times to confirm the readings weren't anomalous. Each pass revealed the same encouraging data. The network instability that began 8 months ago when Alistair's powerful magic integrated into Tinselcroft's existing systems had finally resolved itself, not through forced adjustment, but through organic evolution, through collaboration. His analytical mind couldn't ignore the correlation between the network's improvement and his own work with Stella. Every evening they'd spent crafting ornaments together, every moment of emotional honesty they'd shared, every breakthrough in their partnership technique. All of it corresponded with measurable improvements in the community's magical infrastructure. Their personal healing had created ripple effects throughout the entire sympathetic network. The implications staggered him. Niall saved the diagnostic data and stepped away from his equipment, needing physical movement to process what his instruments revealed. The winter dawn was breaking outside his workshop window, painting the cobblestone streets in shades of silver and rose. He grabbed his worn leather coat and headed out into the early morning quiet, his shifter senses already attuning to the atmospheric changes his crystals had detected. The town square at dawn belonged to the dedicated few, shopkeepers preparing for the day's business, early risers enjoying the peaceful stillness, the occasional magical practitioner conducting their own morning rituals. Niall walked the familiar paths, but everything felt subtly different now that he knew what to sense for. There, the improved energy flow between the glimmer globe and the surrounding buildings, no longer stuttering with unpredictable resonance, but flowing smooth and clean. And there, the harmonic frequency connecting the Christmas market preparation tents to the ancient Yule tree at the square's center, vibrating with stable anticipation rather than discordant anxiety. His snow-leopard instincts hummed with satisfaction at the improved magical atmosphere. The subtle wrongness that had made his diagnostic senses itch for months had finally resolved, replaced by the kind of balanced wellness that allowed every practitioner's magic to express itself without creating interference patterns. Tinselcroft felt healthy again, whole. At the base of the massive Yule tree, the healing splint scarf that Holly had created 8 months ago wrapped around the trunk like protective blessing. Niall had been monitoring the scarf's magical signature throughout his diagnostic work, watching its color shift from peaceful silver white to concerned amber as the network instability worsened. The scarf's creator had infused it with enough sensitivity to serve as community-wide health indicator, its glow reflecting the overall state of Tinselcroft's sympathetic magic network. This morning, the scarf pulsed with steady, peaceful silver-white light. Niall knelt beside the tree, his scarred fingers hovering near the enchanted wool without quite touching. The scarf's magical signature sang with contentment, confirming what his diagnostic equipment had already revealed. The crisis was over. The network had stabilized. The community's magical infrastructure had evolved successfully to accommodate the new complexities and collaborative innovations that recent months had introduced. Beautiful sight, isn't it? Dr. Willowmere's gentle voice didn't startle him. His shifter senses had detected their approach several moments earlier. The healer settled onto the bench beside the tree, their flowing robes pooling gracefully around them, morning diagnostic readings clutched in their elegant hands. The network stabilization is complete, Niall confirmed. My equipment shows harmonious resonance across all frequency ranges. Mine as well. Dr. Willowmere's sharp green eyes held warm satisfaction. And the timing is remarkable, don't you think? The final stabilization occurred precisely during your collaborative breakthrough with Stella 3 days ago. Niall had already noted the correlation, but hearing someone else articulate it made the connection impossible to dismiss as coincidence. You think our partnership created measurable effects on the broader network? I know it did. Dr. Willowmere spread their diagnostic readings across the bench between them, pointing to specific data patterns. Look at these resonance spikes. Each one corresponds with a documented moment of authentic emotional collaboration between you and Stella. This one matches the evening she first admitted her exhaustion and accepted your support. This larger spike occurred during your ancient grove breakthrough, and this sustained improvement. Their finger traced a beautiful ascending curve, began exactly when you started creating collaborative ornaments together. The evidence was irrefutable. Their personal healing had created community-wide benefits. The sympathetic network responded to your authentic partnership, Dr. Willowmere continued. Your combined magical signatures created a new resonance pattern that helped the entire system evolve. Stella's intuitive artistry balanced by your analytical precision, emotional authenticity, supported by technical stability. The network learned from your collaboration and adapted accordingly. Niall studied the data, his diagnostic mind processing implications that extended far beyond simple crisis resolution. This suggests that partnership magic has broader applications than individual specialization. Indeed, Dr. Willomere's expression held something approaching pride. Which is why I've received inquiries from several magical research institutions asking about your collaborative techniques. Word has spread through professional networks about Tinselcroft's successful magical evolution, and practitioners from other communities want to understand the methodology. The statement landed with unexpected weight. Niall had spent 8 years maintaining careful anonymity, content to serve the community through quiet competence while avoiding recognition or attention. The idea of magical researchers studying his work with Stella, analyzing their partnership techniques, possibly publishing findings about their collaborative breakthrough, it made his protective instincts flare with immediate resistance. "I'm not interested in public recognition," he said carefully. "I know." Dr. Willomere's tone held gentle understanding. But consider this. How many other magical communities might be struggling with similar network instabilities? How many practitioners are forcing themselves to work in isolation because they don't realize collaborative approaches could enhance, rather than diminish their individual abilities? Your partnership with Stella has demonstrated something genuinely innovative. Keeping that knowledge private might protect your comfort, but it also denies other communities the potential benefits of what you've discovered. Niall stood, needing movement to process the unexpected conflict between his personal preferences and emerging responsibilities. He'd never sought leadership roles or public influence. His entire professional identity centered on providing reliable service while maintaining privacy and independence. The thought of becoming some kind of collaborative partnership expert made his snow-leopard nature want to retreat into comfortable solitude. But Dr. Willomere's point carried undeniable validity. If his work with Stella had truly created methodology that could help other magical communities, did he have the right to hoard that knowledge for the sake of personal comfort? "I need to think about this," he said finally. Of course. Dr. Willomere gathered their diagnostic readings with graceful efficiency. But think quickly. Mayor Elderberry has scheduled a meeting this afternoon to discuss exactly these questions. The healer departed with their characteristic flowing elegance, leaving Niall alone beside the peacefully glowing Yule tree to wrestle with implications he'd never anticipated when he first offered to help Stella diagnose her ornament problems. The morning continued its gentle progression from dawn to full daylight. Niall walked the town square's perimeter, his diagnostic senses confirming the network's improved health with every step. Shop owners emerged to prepare for the day's business, calling cheerful greetings that he returned with his usual reserved courtesy. Everything felt simultaneously familiar and fundamentally changed. He'd come to Tinselcroft 8 years ago seeking a community where his shifter nature and diagnostic abilities would be welcomed rather than feared. Had found exactly that: acceptance, respect, reliable work that utilized his specialized skills. But he'd maintained careful emotional distance, building professional reputation while avoiding the kind of personal vulnerability that led to either rejection or excessive dependence. Until Stella's crisis forced him to confront whether his isolation served genuine preference or masked deeper fears about worthiness and belonging. The partnership they'd developed over recent weeks had required courage that still frightened him when he examined it too closely. Sharing his diagnostic process had been simple compared to revealing his inadequacy fears and secret longing for authentic connection. But every moment of vulnerability had been met with Stella's generous acceptance and reciprocal honesty, creating the kind of collaborative trust that made both their magic and their personal relationships stronger. And apparently, The entire community had benefited from their willingness to risk emotional exposure for the sake of genuine partnership. Niall, Mayor Elderberry's jovial voice carried across the square. The portly mayor hurried toward him with the kind of barely contained enthusiasm that usually preceded requests for additional responsibilities. Just the person I needed to see. Do you have a moment to discuss some exciting developments? Niall suppressed the urge to claim immediate diagnostic emergencies requiring his attention. Of course, Mayor. They settled onto a bench near the Glimmer Globe, where Stella would be arriving soon to prepare for another day's ornament work. The thought of her bright presence provided unexpected comfort, as Mayor Elderberry pulled out a leather portfolio overflowing with correspondence. First, the good news, which you've probably already diagnosed with that remarkable equipment of yours. The mayor's blue eyes twinkled with satisfaction. The network has fully stabilized. Holly's scarf confirms it. Dr. Willowmere's readings support it, and every magical practitioner in town has commented on the improved atmospheric quality. Whatever you and Stella accomplished through your collaborative work, it's been profoundly successful. Thank you. Niall accepted the acknowledgement with characteristic brevity. Which brings me to the complicated news. Mayor Elderberry spread several official-looking letters across the bench between them. We've received inquiries from no fewer than 6 magical tourism agencies requesting permission to add Tinselcroft to their holiday itineraries, specifically to witness Stella's ornament demonstrations. And 3 separate artisan guilds have asked whether their apprentices might observe your collaborative methods during the Christmas market. The weight of external attention settled over Niall's shoulders like an unwelcome mantle. He'd helped resolve Stella's crisis because his diagnostic instincts and protective feelings compelled him to act, not because he sought recognition or influence. The idea of tourist groups and apprentice observers studying their partnership techniques made his natural reticence flare with immediate resistance. That seems excessive, he managed. Perhaps. Mayor Elderberry's expression held gentle understanding. But consider the broader implications. Tinselcroft has always been somewhat isolated from larger magical communities, by choice and by geography. Recent events have drawn increased attention to our town, and we can either resist that attention or embrace it as opportunity to share what makes our community special. Stella's ornament work has always been special, Niall pointed out. She doesn't need my participation to create beautiful demonstrations. True. The mayor's knowing smile suggested he saw through Niall's deflection. But the innovation that's drawing interest isn't just Stella's individual artistry, it's your collaborative approach, the way your combined abilities create something neither of you could achieve alone. Other magical communities are struggling with exactly the kind of network instabilities we just resolved. Your partnership demonstrated successful methodology for addressing those challenges. Niall studied the letters scattered across the bench, his analytical mind processing the implications despite his emotional resistance. The requests were professionally worded, respectfully submitted, genuinely interested in learning rather than exploiting. Magical practitioners from communities facing similar challenges, seeking knowledge that might help their own residents achieve better collaborative outcomes. Knowledge he and Stella had gained through vulnerable experimentation and authentic emotional risk. I'm not comfortable with public attention, he said quietly. I know. Mayor Elderberry gathered the correspondence with careful respect. Neither was Alistair when his integration process drew increased interest 8 months ago, but he and Kat found ways to share their experiences while maintaining appropriate boundaries. You and Stella can do the same, if you choose to accept this responsibility. The phrase landed with particular weight. Responsibility. Not obligation or expectation, but the kind of voluntary commitment that accompanied genuine leadership and community service. Niall had spent 8 years serving Tinselcroft through competent diagnostic work, while avoiding leadership roles that required public visibility. Had believed his contributions were sufficient, his quiet competence valuable enough without requiring the kind of personal exposure that terrified his protective nature. But the diagnostic data didn't lie. His partnership with Stella had created measurable community benefits. Their collaborative breakthrough had resolved magical instabilities affecting every resident. Their willingness to risk vulnerability for the sake of authentic connection had demonstrated methodology that could potentially help other magical communities facing similar challenges. Did he have the right to keep that knowledge private simply because public sharing made him uncomfortable? "I need to discuss this with Stella," he said finally. "The partnership belongs to both of us. Any decision about sharing our methods requires her agreement." Excellent point. Mayor Elderberry stood with satisfied approval. "I've scheduled a meeting this afternoon with Nora Brightbow to discuss Christmas market logistics, given the increased interest in Stella's demonstrations. Perhaps you could both attend and we can address these questions together?" "I'll ask her." Niall rose as well, his gaze drawn to the Glimmer Globe's cheerful storefront. Through the window, he could see Stella moving around her workshop, preparing materials for the day's crafting. Just watching her brought the familiar warmth that had been growing steadily stronger over recent weeks. Affection and admiration and the kind of tentative hope that still frightened him when examined too closely. Their partnership had become essential to him in ways that transcended magical collaboration. The thought of navigating these complex questions about public responsibility and external attention without her steady presence felt impossible. "She'll understand the implications," Mayor Elderberry said gently, following Niall's gaze, "and she'll make wise decisions about what boundaries feel appropriate. You're partners now. These choices belong to both of you." The mayor departed with his characteristic diplomatic grace, leaving Niall alone with thoughts that felt too large for comfortable processing. He stood in the winter morning sunlight, watching Stella through the Glimmer Globe's window, trying to reconcile his natural tendency toward privacy with the emerging understanding that their partnership carried responsibilities extending beyond personal preference. Movement at the Yule tree caught his attention. Nora Brightbow approaching with her distinctive purposeful stride, leather portfolio clutched against her elegant coat. The Christmas market coordinator had transformed the annual celebration into Tinselcroft's premier magical tourism event through decades of dedicated leadership. Her satisfied expression suggested she viewed the increased interest in Stella's demonstrations as an opportunity rather than complication. "Good morning, Niall." Nora's keen gray eyes assessed him with characteristic directness. "I hope Mayor Elderberry mentioned our afternoon meeting?" "He did." "Excellent." She pulled several documents from her portfolio, spreading them across the bench with efficient organization. "I want to show you the preliminary accommodation plans for managing the increased visitor interest in Stella's ornament demonstrations. We'll need to restructure the Christmas market layout to provide adequate viewing space while maintaining appropriate boundaries for collaborative work requiring concentration and privacy." The documents revealed detailed architectural diagrams showing modified market configurations, designated demonstration areas, controlled viewing platforms, and security measures designed to balance public access with artisan comfort. Nora had clearly spent considerable time developing comprehensive solutions to logistical challenges Niall had only begun contemplating. "This is thorough," he acknowledged. "I've managed the Christmas market for 23 years," Nora said with quiet pride. "I know how to accommodate increased interest without overwhelming the artisans who make our celebrations special. But I need your input about what collaborative requirements Stella's demonstrations will have. What kind of space do you need for your diagnostic equipment? How much privacy does the memory crystal integration require? What boundaries will help you both work effectively under public observation?" The practical questions grounded Niall's swirling concerns in concrete problem-solving. This wasn't abstract philosophy about responsibility and recognition. This was logistics and boundary setting, areas where his analytical skills could provide genuine value. "The diagnostic equipment is portable," he said, studying the architectural diagrams. But the memory crystal work requires stable magical atmosphere. Too much ambient emotional energy from observers could create interference patterns. So we need viewing distance with sound dampening enchantments? Nora made efficient notes in precise handwriting. That would help. Niall pointed to one of the proposed demonstration areas, and this location near the Yule tree would provide natural magical stability from the sympathetic network anchor point. They spent the next 20 minutes discussing technical requirements and spatial configurations, Nora's expertise in event management perfectly complementing Niall's understanding of magical logistics. By the time they finished, the preliminary accommodation plans had evolved into comprehensive solutions that balanced public interest with artisan needs. This will work well, Nora said with satisfaction, gathering her annotated diagrams. We'll review everything with Stella this afternoon and make any adjustments she requires. But I wanted your technical input first since you understand the magical requirements better than anyone. She departed with brisk efficiency, leaving Niall with the unexpected realization that his natural skills in diagnostic analysis and technical problem-solving applied just as effectively to event logistics as to magical network stabilization. Perhaps accepting broader responsibilities didn't require transforming himself into a different person. Perhaps it simply meant applying his existing gifts to wider contexts. The morning had advanced toward midday, the winter sun climbing higher over Tinselcroft's charming rooftops. Niall stood in the town square, surrounded by evidence of the community he'd served quietly for 8 years, finally understanding that his partnership with Stella had created something that transcended personal comfort or professional reputation. They'd discovered methodology that could genuinely help other magical communities. Their collaborative techniques had measurable benefits for sympathetic network stability and practitioner wellness. Their willingness to risk vulnerability for the sake of authentic connection had demonstrated that partnership magic enhanced rather than diminished individual abilities. Keeping that knowledge private would protect his preferred anonymity. But it would also deny other communities, other isolated practitioners struggling with inadequacy fears and network instabilities, the potential benefits of what he and Stella had learned through courageous experimentation. The weight of responsibility settled more comfortably this time, not as burden or obligation, but as natural extension of the service he'd always provided Tinselcroft. He'd spent 8 years offering diagnostic expertise to help individual residents solve their magical problems. Now he had opportunity to share collaborative methodology that could help entire communities address systemic challenges. The scope was larger. The visibility was uncomfortable. But the fundamental purpose remained the same: using his gifts to support magical wellness and community harmony. Niall's gaze drifted back to the glimmer globe, where Stella had moved to her front window display, arranging ornaments with her characteristic artistic flair. Even from this distance, he could see the stable glow of their collaborative pieces, evidence of partnership magic that had resolved crisis and created beauty simultaneously. She would understand these complex questions about responsibility and recognition, would help him navigate the balance between sharing valuable knowledge and maintaining appropriate boundaries, would make wise decisions about what public role felt authentic versus performative. They were partners now. These choices belonged to both of them. Standing in the winter sunlight beside the peacefully glowing Yule tree, Niall felt profound gratitude for the crisis that had forced him out of comfortable isolation and into collaborative partnership. His life had been functional before: productive work, community respect, reliable routines that provided stability without requiring vulnerability. But this was better. This partnership with Stella, this growing understanding of how their combined gifts created benefits extending far beyond individual achievement, this tentative expansion into broader community service that honored his quiet nature while utilizing his specialized skills. Better and terrifying and absolutely worth every moment of exposure it required. The afternoon meeting would bring complicated discussions about public demonstrations and external expectations, and the kind of visibility that made his protective instincts want to retreat into anonymous competence. But Niall found himself surprisingly ready to embrace those challenges, his confidence in their partnership's value overriding his personal discomfort with attention and recognition. They had discovered something genuinely innovative, something that could help other magical communities struggling with similar challenges, something worth sharing despite the vulnerability it required. And he would navigate those complex waters with Stella beside him, their combined strengths creating the kind of balanced approach that had already resolved one crisis and could surely handle whatever came next. Chapter 13. Stella. The afternoon sun was streaming through the Glimmer Globe's front windows when the door flew open with enough force to send the bell clanging wildly against its frame. Stella looked up from the delicate enchantment she'd been weaving into a memory crystal just in time to see Cleo Brightwhisker burst into the shop, her characteristic enthusiasm preceding her like a physical force. Stella, we need engagement ornaments, and you're the only person in Tinselcroft who can possibly create something magical enough to capture everything Felix and I are feeling about this wedding. And I promise, we're not being difficult customers, but we have very specific visions that might be completely contradictory. And oh. Cleo stopped mid-sentence, her bright green eyes widening as she took in the workshop's current state. Stella followed her gaze, suddenly seeing the space through fresh perspective. The synchronized workstations she and Niall had developed over recent weeks. The half-finished ornaments glowing with their combined magical signatures. The comfortable intimacy of their shared creative environment. Felix appeared in the doorway behind his fiancée, moving with his characteristic thoughtful grace while carrying an armload of leather-bound research journals. His soft brown hair was slightly disheveled, as though he'd been running his hands through it while deep in scholarly contemplation, and his warm brown eyes held that particular focus that meant he'd discovered something fascinating. Cleo, perhaps we should have called ahead, he suggested gently, his attention already drawn to the illuminated magical diagrams spread across Stella's consultation table. It appears Stella is working on something rather complex. We're just finishing up some calibration tests, Stella said, gesturing them inside while trying to ignore the heat creeping up her neck. Nothing that can't wait for actual customers with actual commissions. Niall emerged from the back workroom carrying a tray of cooled glass samples, his pale blue eyes registering the new arrivals with his usual quiet observation. He set the tray down with careful precision, each ornament aligned in perfect rows that somehow complemented rather than contradicted Stella's more chaotic organizational system. Felix, Cleo. His greeting was economical but warm, containing genuine pleasure at seeing them. Congratulations on your engagement. I heard the announcement last month. Thank you. Cleo bounced forward, her temporary silver hair streaks catching the light and throwing tiny rainbows across the workshop walls. That's actually why we're here. We need ornaments that will capture the essence of our relationship for the wedding ceremony. And Stella's memory glass work is absolutely legendary. She moved closer to examine the test samples Niall had just placed on the workbench, her artistic eye immediately focusing on the subtle interplay of magical signatures. Stella watched Cleo's expression shift from casual interest to sharp attention, recognition dawning as she studied the way their combined magic had created something neither could have achieved alone. These are extraordinary, Cleo said softly, genuine awe replacing her usual energetic commentary. The magical harmony is completely different from your earlier pieces, Stella. It's like... She paused, searching for words. Like watching two dancers who've learned each other's rhythms so perfectly that they move as one entity rather than separate performers. Stella felt warmth flood through her chest, pride mixing with something deeper and more complicated. We've been developing collaborative techniques, she explained, trying to keep her voice professional despite the way her heart rate accelerated whenever she talked about their partnership. Niall's diagnostic precision combined with my intuitive crafting creates more stable enchantments. It's fascinating methodology, Felix added, having spread several of his research journals across an empty section of workbench with the kind of careful organization that probably drove Cleo wonderfully mad. I've been studying historical accounts of master ornament makers, and the most celebrated pieces were almost always created through collaborative partnerships. He opened one of the illuminated manuscripts, revealing intricate illustrations of magical artisans working in synchronized harmony. The medieval text described legendary ornament makers whose combined gifts had produced works of such beauty and power that they had become family heirlooms passed down through generations. The Historical Society archives contain correspondence spanning decades, Felix continued, his scholarly enthusiasm making his usually reserved demeanor brighten with excitement. These partnerships weren't just professional collaborations, they were deeply bonded creative relationships that enhanced both practitioners' individual abilities while producing entirely new forms of magical expression. Niall had moved closer to examine the manuscripts, his natural curiosity about technical methodology overriding his usual reticence around new social situations. Stella found herself studying the elegant line of his profile as he bent over the ancient texts, the way his pale blue eyes tracked information with the same focused intensity he brought to diagnostic analysis. The magical signatures show remarkable integration, Niall observed, tracing one of the illustrated enchantment patterns with a long finger. Not simply layered individual work, but genuinely merged creative energy. That level of synchronization would require profound understanding of each other's magical rhythms. Exactly what I'm seeing in your test samples, Cleo said, picking up one of the ornaments they'd created that morning. The glass sphere contained swirling aurora light that pulsed in perfect counterpoint, Stella's warm amber glow meeting Niall's cool silver brilliance in harmonious dance. You two have developed that kind of integration. I can see both your signatures, but they're woven together so completely that they enhance each other's strengths. She set the ornament down and turned to face them with her characteristic directness, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So, how long have you been in love with each other? And when were you planning to mention it? Cleo. Felix's gentle reproach carried more amusement than actual disapproval. Perhaps we could approach this topic with slightly more subtlety? Why? Cleo demanded, her bright green eyes sparkling with mischief as she glanced between Stella and Niall. Anyone with functioning observation skills can see the way they look at each other. And that magical harmony doesn't happen between practitioners who are just technically competent colleagues. Stella felt her face flame with heat that probably made her freckles stand out like constellations against her ivory skin. We're professional partners, she managed, the protestation sounding unconvincing even to her own ears. The collaborative techniques require emotional authenticity for magical stability, so obviously there's a certain level of personal connection, but that doesn't mean... You finish each other's magical gestures, Cleo interrupted, counting on her fingers. You move in perfect synchronization without verbal communication. Your combined signatures create harmony that suggests profound resonance. And, she paused dramatically, you both just turned the exact same shade of pink when I mentioned being in love. Niall had gone very still beside Stella, his pale blue eyes flickering with something that looked like cautious hope mixed with his usual careful reserve. She could feel the warmth radiating from his proximity, awareness of his presence, that had been growing steadily stronger over the past weeks of intimate collaboration. The historical partnerships I've been researching, Felix said gently, his scholarly observation somehow managing to be both academic and deeply perceptive, consistently demonstrate that magical harmony of this caliber emerges from emotional resonance, extending far beyond professional respect. The documented collaborations that produce the most celebrated works were all based on genuine romantic partnerships. He turned one of the manuscripts to show an illustrated page depicting two ornament makers working side by side, their hands moving in synchronized gestures, while heart-shaped light connected their magical signatures. The medieval text described their bond as two souls sharing one creative breath, neither complete without the other's complementary gifts. I'm not suggesting you need to follow historical patterns, Felix added quickly, his warm brown eyes kind as he glanced between them. Simply observing that your magical synchronization suggests emotional connection deeper than technical partnership typically produces. Cleo had moved to examine more of their recent work, picking up ornaments and studying them with her artistic eye while humming thoughtfully. These are absolutely perfect examples of what we want for our engagement commission, she announced, setting down a particularly beautiful sphere that contained dancing snowflakes and swirling paint strokes in perfect harmony. Can you create something that captures the essence of two very different people learning to build a life together? Of course, Stella said, grateful for the return to professional territory even as her heart continued racing. We've been developing techniques for capturing authentic relationship dynamics. The memory glass responds to genuine emotional resonance, so if you share your feelings about your partnership, we can infuse those emotions into the ornament structure. Brilliant. Cleo turned to Felix with obvious affection. Should we tell them about how you proposed with a historically accurate Victorian ring while I was covered in paint and glitter, or save that story for the actual commission session? Perhaps we could schedule a proper consultation, Felix suggested diplomatically, already gathering his research materials with careful precision. Give you time to prepare for the complexity of capturing Cleo's artistic chaos meeting my scholarly order. Hey! Cleo's protest lacked any real offense, her bright laughter filling the workshop. My artistic chaos is perfectly balanced by your scholarly order. Thank you very much. That's the whole point of partnership magic, right? Two incomplete halves creating one beautiful whole? She moved toward the door, then paused with her characteristic inability to leave well enough alone. Stella, could I borrow you for just a moment? I want to discuss some specific artistic vision details that might benefit from your particular creative perspective. The request was transparent enough that Stella saw Felix hide a smile, while Niall's pale blue eyes flickered with something between amusement and anxiety. But she followed Cleo to the front of the shop anyway, leaving the men to examine Felix's historical collaboration techniques in relative privacy. You're not actually going to discuss artistic vision details, are you? Stella asked once they were safely out of earshot. Absolutely not. Cleo's grin was unrepentant. I'm going to meddle shamelessly in your love life because that's what friends do when they see two people being completely oblivious about obvious mutual attraction. Stella felt her earlier blush return with renewed intensity. It's not that simple. We have a professional collaboration that's finally stable and successful. I can't just complicate everything by admitting that my feelings have evolved into something beyond gratitude for his diagnostic help. Why not? Cleo's directness was somehow both challenging and supportive. From everything I'm observing, those feelings are completely mutual. The way he looks at you when you're focused on your work? Stella, that man is absolutely gone on you. The words sent warmth flooding through Stella's chest, hope and terror mixing in equal measure. She'd been trying so hard to maintain professional boundaries, to protect their successful collaboration from the vulnerability of romantic possibility. But Cleo's observation matched what she'd been feeling during their increasingly intimate working sessions. The way Niall's presence had shifted from simply helpful to essential. The growing attraction that made her hyper-aware of his proximity. The deep emotional connection that extended far beyond technical partnership. I'm terrified of ruining what we've built, Stella admitted softly, her voice carrying wonder alongside anxiety. The collaboration works so perfectly, Our magic harmonizes in ways I never imagined possible. What if romantic complications destroy that creative synchronization? Or, Cleo countered gently, what if romantic connection is exactly what's creating that magical harmony in the first place? Those test samples show integration that only happens between practitioners who share profound emotional resonance. You can't separate the professional success from the personal connection driving it. She picked up one of the engagement commission samples, studying the way Stella and Niall's combined signatures created something beautiful and powerful. Felix and I have been navigating this exact question while planning our wedding. He wants historical accuracy and traditional ceremonies, while I want artistic chaos and spontaneous celebration. We're learning that the most meaningful partnerships don't require choosing between individual authenticity and collaborative compromise. They find ways to honor both. Stella watched the light play across the ornament's surface, seeing the truth in Cleo's observation. The most successful pieces she and Niall had created emerged from sessions where they'd been emotionally honest, sharing vulnerabilities and authentic feelings rather than maintaining professional distance. Their magical harmony strengthened when they dropped protective barriers and allowed genuine connection. "I think I'm falling in love with him," she confessed, the words emerging soft and wondering. Not just grateful for his help or appreciative of his skills, but genuinely, terrifyingly in love with everything he is. His quiet strength and careful observation, and the way he sees problems I miss and supports me without trying to fix everything, and she trailed off, overwhelmed by the depth of emotion she'd been working so hard to contain. "And he feels exactly the same about you," Cleo said with absolute certainty. "Trust me, I've been watching you both since we arrived. That man looks at you like you hung the moon and stars specifically to light his workshop." Through the back room doorway, Stella could see Niall and Felix bent over the illuminated manuscripts, their heads close together while they discussed historical collaboration techniques. Niall's usual reserved posture had relaxed slightly, his natural curiosity overriding social anxiety when presented with genuinely interesting technical information. The historical partnerships Felix researched all combined romantic love with creative collaboration, Cleo continued, following Stella's gaze. Not because romance is necessary for magical harmony, but because the emotional vulnerability required for profound creative synchronization naturally creates conditions for romantic connection. You and Niall didn't develop feelings because you're working together. You developed magical harmony because your emotional resonance was already creating the foundation for partnership. The observation settled something in Stella's chest, clarity replacing confused anxiety. She hadn't failed to maintain professional boundaries. She'd discovered that authentic creative collaboration couldn't exist within artificial emotional constraints. The partnership magic worked precisely because she and Niall had been willing to share genuine feelings and honest vulnerabilities. Trying to protect their collaboration by avoiding romantic possibility would actually damage the very connection she was trying to preserve. "So what do I do?" Stella asked, her animated gestures returning as nervous energy demanded physical expression. "Just walk up to him and announce that I've fallen in love, and would he like to explore romantic possibilities alongside our professional partnership?" "That would certainly be direct," Cleo said with obvious amusement. "Though perhaps you could start with something slightly less terrifying, like acknowledging that your feelings have evolved, or asking if he'd like to have dinner somewhere that isn't surrounded by exploding ornaments and diagnostic equipment. Or just..." She paused meaningfully. "Stop pretending that what you're building together is only professional when it's clearly so much more." Felix appeared in the doorway, his warm brown eyes twinkling with gentle humor. "Cleo, darling, I believe we've sufficiently meddled in Stella's romantic life for one afternoon. Perhaps we should schedule our actual commission consultation and allow these two to have their inevitable conversation without audience." "Inevitable conversation?" Stella repeated faintly. The historical texts are quite clear about partnership progression. Felix said with scholarly certainty that somehow managed to be both academic and deeply romantic. Magical collaborations of this caliber always reach threshold moments requiring conscious choice about whether to deepen emotional connection or maintain professional distance. Based on the synchronization I'm observing in your work, you and Niall have reached that threshold. Niall had followed Felix to the doorway, his pale blue eyes meeting Stella's gaze across the cluttered workshop with unprecedented intensity. She felt her breath catch, awareness crackling between them like static electricity before summer storms. Had his eyes always been that particular shade of silver blue? Had she always been this conscious of the exact distance separating them? "We'll come back Thursday morning for the consultation," Cleo announced, already herding Felix toward the door with obvious satisfaction. "That should give you both plenty of time to have important conversations and acknowledge obvious feelings and possibly even plan an actual date that doesn't involve magical crisis management." "Cleo," Felix murmured, amusement clear in his gentle tone. "I'm helping," she insisted, pausing at the door to flash one last knowing smile at Stella. "Trust me, in 6 months, you'll be thanking me for the intervention. Partnership magic works best when you stop fighting the emotional connection driving it." They departed in a flurry of temporary silver hair streaks and scholarly research materials, leaving Stella and Niall standing in sudden silence broken only by the gentle chime of ornaments catching afternoon light. Stella found herself acutely aware of every detail: the way dust motes danced in the streaming sunlight, the subtle hum of active enchantments, the sound of Niall's careful breathing. He hadn't moved from the doorway, his tall frame silhouetted against the workshop's warm glow, while his pale blue eyes remained fixed on her face. "So," she managed finally, her voice coming out slightly breathless, "that was subtle." "Cleo has never met a romantic situation she didn't want to meddle in," Niall said, his economical words carrying unexpected warmth, though her observations about our magical synchronization were accurate. He moved further into the workshop, his fluid grace making the cluttered space feel suddenly intimate rather than simply crowded. When he stopped beside her workbench, close enough that she could feel the cool energy of his snow-leopard magic mixing with her own warm signature, Stella's heart rate accelerated into territory that had nothing to do with magical collaboration. "Felix's historical research was illuminating," Niall continued, his careful words suggesting he was choosing each one with precision. "The partnerships that created the most celebrated ornaments throughout history all combined technical collaboration with genuine emotional connection. Not because romance is necessary for magical harmony, but because the vulnerability required for profound creative synchronization naturally creates conditions for deeper relationship." Stella nodded, not trusting herself to speak while standing this close to him, awareness of his presence overwhelming her usual animated commentary. "Our partnership has reached a threshold," Niall said softly, his pale blue eyes holding hers with intensity that made breathing difficult. "We can maintain professional boundaries and protect the successful collaboration we've built. Or we can acknowledge that our emotional connection has evolved beyond technical partnership into something neither of us expected, but both of us have been feeling." The words hung between them, invitation and question and statement of truth all woven together. Stella saw cautious hope in his expression, vulnerability that matched her own anxiety about complicating their perfect creative synchronization. But she also saw the depth of feeling he'd been carefully containing, the same growing attraction and emotional resonance that had been building in her own heart during weeks of intimate collaboration. Saw recognition that their magical harmony emerged from authentic connection rather than technical competence. Saw willingness to risk professional safety for the possibility of something more profound and genuine. "I've been trying so hard not to complicate our collaboration," Stella admitted, her voice soft with wonder. Telling myself that my feelings were just gratitude for your help, or appreciation for your diagnostic skills, or natural affection from working closely together. But that's not what this is. She gestured at the ornaments surrounding them, their combined magical signatures creating beauty and power neither could achieve alone. This harmony exists because we've been emotionally honest with each other, because we've shared vulnerabilities and authentic feelings instead of hiding behind professional distance. The magic works precisely because our connection extends beyond technical partnership. Yes, Niall agreed, the single word carrying weight of recognition and relief. I've been aware of my feelings for considerably longer, but I convinced myself that admiring you from a distance was safer than risking rejection or damaging our collaboration. Told myself that you deserved someone more outgoing and charismatic than a reserved diagnostic specialist who prefers solitude. The confession made Stella's heart ache with tenderness for his quiet self-doubt. "You're not ordinary or inadequate," she said firmly, her animated gestures returning as emotion demanded physical expression. "You're brilliant and observant, and the kind of steady presence that makes me feel safe being authentically myself instead of performing constant cheerfulness. Your quiet strength complements my chaotic energy in ways I never imagined possible." Evening light had begun streaming through the windows, painting the workshop in shades of amber and gold that made the ornaments glow with ethereal beauty. Stella stood beside Neil in the warm illumination, surrounded by evidence of their successful collaboration, feeling clarity about her growing love and readiness to explore romantic possibilities that had been building since their first vulnerable conversation in this exact space. "I want to see where this leads," she said softly, meeting his pale blue eyes with newfound courage. "Not just the professional partnership, but the emotional connection we've been developing. I want to have dinner somewhere that isn't surrounded by magical equipment. I want to learn about your life outside diagnostic work. I want to discover what we might build together when we stop fighting the feelings we've both been containing." Niall's expression transformed, cautious hope blooming into genuine joy that made him look years younger. "I want that too," he said, his careful words carrying profound emotion. "More than I've wanted anything in 8 years of quiet observation and careful distance." He reached out slowly, giving her time to retreat if she chose, his long fingers gentle as they brushed against her paint-stained hand. The contact sent warmth flooding through Stella's entire body, magical signatures harmonizing with the same perfect synchronization their collaborative ornaments demonstrated. "Thursday morning," Niall said, his pale blue eyes twinkling with unexpected humor. "When Cleo and Felix return for their consultation, they're going to be absolutely insufferable about being right." Stella laughed, the sound bubbling up with genuine joy and relief and anticipation for everything they might discover together. "Completely insufferable," she agreed, "but also not wrong. Partnership magic works best when you stop fighting the emotional connection driving it." Standing in the evening light with Niall's hand warm against hers, Stella felt her heart racing with excitement about how their partnership might evolve beyond the professional intimacy they'd already achieved. The magical crisis that had brought them together had become the foundation for something far more beautiful than stable ornaments or successful collaboration. It had become the beginning of authentic love built on mutual respect, complementary strengths, and the courage to be vulnerably, imperfectly genuine with someone who saw all her chaos and valued it as essential rather than excessive. Chapter 14. Niall. Morning light filtered through Niall's workshop windows, illuminating the space that had undergone subtle transformation over the past weeks. His diagnostic equipment still occupied its precise positions along the northern wall, but now colorful threads from Stella's experimental ornament work tangled around tool handles, Bright paint stains marked the corner workbench where she'd helped him test magical resonance, and cheerful sketches of design ideas decorated surfaces that had previously held only technical diagrams and careful measurements. The knock on his door came precisely at 9, Holly's characteristic punctuality making him smile as he set aside the diagnostic tools he'd been cleaning. He'd been expecting this visit since she'd sent a message yesterday asking if he had time for conversation and advice, though he couldn't quite imagine what wisdom she might seek from someone who'd spent 8 years avoiding emotional connection. "Good morning, Niall." Holly stepped inside carrying a thermos of what smelled like spiced cider, her warm brown eyes sweeping the workshop with the practiced observation of someone who noticed everything. "I brought refreshments, and I hope you don't mind the intrusion. I know you value your solitary work time." "You're always welcome," Niall said honestly, gesturing toward the simple chair near his workbench. "Though I'm curious what brought you here seeking advice. Your relationship expertise far exceeds anything I might offer." Holly settled into the chair with fluid grace, her signature handmade scarf in deep burgundy and forest green, catching the light as she poured cider into 2 cups from her thermos. The scarf's intricate pattern reminded Niall of the collaborative magic he and Stella had been developing. Complex beauty emerging from the harmony of complementary skills and authentic connection. "That's precisely why I'm here," Holly said, her dimpled smile warm with genuine affection. "I've been observing several developing relationships throughout Tinselcroft this season, and I realized I need fresh perspective on supporting people through partnership growth without being overwhelming or intrusive. You and Stella have navigated collaboration with remarkable grace, and I thought your insights might help me understand how to guide others without imposing my own expectations." Niall accepted the cup of cider, the warm ceramic solid against his palms as he considered her request. A month ago, he would have deflected such questions, insisting he had nothing valuable to contribute about relationships or emotional connection. But weeks of vulnerable conversation with Stella had taught him that his quiet observations and careful analysis carried worth beyond technical diagnostic work. "What specific dynamics are you observing?" he asked, his analytical nature engaging with the question as he might approach magical problem solving. "And what concerns you about your usual supportive approach?" Holly's expression shifted into the focused concentration he'd seen when she worked complex knitting patterns or facilitated community discussions. Several couples in various stages of connection, some just beginning to recognize attraction, others navigating the transition from friendship to romance, a few managing the integration of different magical specializations or lifestyle preferences. "I want to support their growth, without pressuring them toward outcomes I think would be ideal." She paused, her dark eyes studying his face with gentle intensity. "I've realized that my natural enthusiasm sometimes becomes overwhelming. I want people to be happy and to find the kind of partnership I've built with Rowan, but that desire might push them faster than their individual processes require. And your collaboration with Stella demonstrates such careful respect for each other's autonomy and timing that I thought you might offer perspective I'm missing." Niall found himself listening with understanding born from recent experience, his own journey toward partnership giving him insight he'd never possessed during 8 years of careful observation. "The most important element in our collaboration has been letting it develop at its own pace," he said slowly, choosing words with his usual precision. "Neither of us tried to force outcomes or rush toward predetermined goals. We focused on addressing the immediate magical crisis while remaining open to whatever partnership might emerge naturally from authentic connection." Holly leaned forward slightly, her attention completely engaged as he continued speaking. "Stella needed diagnostic support, and I offered that without expectations beyond professional competence. But as we worked together, sharing vulnerability and honest emotion became necessary for magical success. The partnership deepened because we trusted the process rather than trying to control outcomes." "That's exactly the balance I struggle with," Holly admitted, her warm voice carrying genuine appreciation for his analysis. I see potential for happiness and immediately want to help people achieve it, rather than trusting that they'll find their own path if given space and support without pressure. Niall nodded, recognizing the pattern from his own tendency toward protective intervention. The most valuable support you offered Rowan was probably creating safety for him to be authentic, rather than pushing him toward specific emotional expression. People need space to discover their own capacity for connection without feeling observed or judged for their individual process. As their conversation continued, Holly's keen eyes studied his face with the same gentle intensity she brought to all her community observations. Niall found himself speaking with confidence he'd never demonstrated during 8 years of careful isolation. His insights about emotional vulnerability and collaborative trust flowing naturally from the transformation he'd experienced through working with Stella. "You've changed," Holly said softly, her observation carrying no judgment, only warm recognition. "When I first met you 8 years ago, you spoke carefully and kept yourself distant from personal topics. Now you're discussing emotional authenticity and partnership development with genuine engagement and wisdom. Your entire energy feels different, more open and present." The observation caught Niall off guard, though he recognized its accuracy immediately. "Working with Stella has required more vulnerability than I've practiced in years," he admitted, his voice quiet with wonder at his own transformation. "She created safety for authentic expression, and responding to that trust has changed how I engage with everything, not just our partnership." Holly's dimpled smile carried knowing warmth as she poured more cider into both their cups. "I've noticed something else, too. Your magical diagnostic abilities seem significantly stronger than when we first met. Rowan mentioned that you identified a complex wild magic interaction last week that should have been beyond your usual range of perception. Your snow-leopard senses appear enhanced." Niall considered her observation, recognizing truth in what she'd noticed. His diagnostic work had indeed become more precise and powerful, his shifter instincts sharper and more reliable than during 8 years of competent but isolated practice. "Emotional openness apparently amplifies magical perception," he said thoughtfully. "Allowing myself to feel authentic connection rather than maintaining careful distance has made me more sensitive to the magical signatures and energy patterns I diagnose." "Partnership enhances individual strengths," Holly agreed, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who'd experienced this truth personally. "Rowan's wild magic work deepened after we committed to each other, not because I contributed magical skill, but because emotional security freed him to take creative risks he'd previously avoided. Love makes us more powerfully ourselves, rather than diminishing our individual capabilities." She paused, her warm brown eyes studying his face with gentle directness. "I've seen you and Stella together around town. The harmony between you is obvious. The way you move in sync, communicate with glances, anticipate each other's needs without discussion. You seem genuinely happy in each other's presence, and that's remarkable, given how carefully isolated you've been for 8 years. The observation made Niall's heart race with recognition and hope, though fear immediately followed. Holly's gentle questioning had opened space for articulating feelings he'd been containing, and her experienced perspective offered validation he desperately needed but struggled to trust. "Being with Stella feels effortless in ways I never imagined possible," he admitted, his carefully chosen words carrying profound emotion. "Working together requires no performance or pretense. She accepts my quiet nature as valuable rather than inadequate, and her vibrant energy complements my reserved approach instead of overwhelming it. I feel seen and appreciated for exactly who I am." Holly's expression softened with genuine warmth and understanding. "That's the foundation of meaningful partnership," she said gently. "Mutual appreciation for authentic selves, rather than idealized versions. But I have to ask, Niall, have you told Stella how much her partnership means to you? Not just professionally, but personally? The direct question made his heart pound with familiar anxiety about vulnerability and risk. "We've been emotionally honest during our collaboration," he said carefully, "sharing feelings about our work and the magical development we're achieving together. But romantic feelings specifically?" He trailed off, uncertainty paralyzing his usual analytical precision. "I've never seen you genuinely happy before working with Stella," Holly said, her observation hitting him with the force of revelation. "Content, perhaps. Competent and respected in your professional role. But the joy and engagement you demonstrate when discussing your partnership, that's something entirely different from 8 years of careful existence." Niall sat motionless as her words settled into his awareness, recognition flooding through him like dawn light through winter clouds. She was absolutely right. 8 years of quiet contentment and professional satisfaction paled in comparison to the fulfillment and genuine happiness he'd discovered through authentic connection with Stella. The difference between existing and truly living had become impossible to ignore. "I've been afraid," he admitted quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Afraid that misreading her feelings would damage our collaboration, afraid that my romantic interest might overwhelm someone who's been generous enough to share vulnerability for the sake of magical work. Afraid that I'm ordinary and inadequate compared to her vibrant creativity and social warmth." Holly leaned forward, her warm brown eyes carrying gentle but firm challenge. "Have you actually looked at how Stella behaves around you? Really observed her responses and engagement?" "I've been trying not to read too much into professional warmth," Niall confessed, his analytical nature struggling with emotional interpretation when personal stakes felt overwhelmingly high. "Then let me offer what I've observed," Holly said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd spent years facilitating relationships and understanding human connection. "Stella's eyes light up when you enter a room, genuine excitement rather than polite acknowledgement. She seeks your opinion constantly, not because she needs technical expertise, but because she values your perspective and wants to share experiences with you. When you speak, she leans toward you with complete attention, and I've watched her mirror your body language unconsciously, which suggests deep comfort and attraction." She paused, letting her observations sink in before continuing. "I've seen her animated with many people throughout Tinselcroft. She's naturally warm and enthusiastic. But with you, there's something different. She's not performing cheerfulness or providing professional service. She's genuinely happy and relaxed, showing vulnerability she doesn't display with others. That suggests feelings far deeper than appreciation for diagnostic support." Niall's heart raced with hope and terror in equal measure, Holly's observations confirming what he'd been afraid to believe. "You think her feelings might match mine?" he asked, his voice rough with emotion he could no longer contain. "I think Stella's feelings for you are as strong as yours for her," Holly said with quiet conviction. "Possibly stronger, given that she hasn't spent 8 years building emotional walls the way you have. She's someone who feels deeply and authentically, and everything I've observed suggests she's fallen completely for you while waiting for you to recognize what's developing between you." The possibility made Niall's careful composure crack, emotion flooding through barriers he'd maintained for years. "How do I know I'm not misreading signals?" he asked desperately. "My analytical nature struggles with emotional intuition, and the stakes feel impossibly high. If I'm wrong about her feelings, I risk damaging the most meaningful partnership I've ever known." Holly's expression softened with compassion, born from her own experience navigating relationship uncertainty. "Let me tell you something about the partnership Rowan and I built," she said gently. "We enhanced each other's strengths. My social warmth complemented his wild magic expertise. His steady presence balanced my enthusiastic energy. But more importantly, we created safety for vulnerability. I could share my tendency toward overwhelming others, and he could admit his need for solitude, without either of us feeling judged or inadequate. She held Niall's gaze with steady warmth. That's exactly what you and Stella have already built. You've created space for her to be authentically herself rather than performing constant cheerfulness. And she's made you feel valued for your quiet strength rather than pressured to be more outgoing. That foundation of mutual acceptance and complementary strengths suggests romantic potential far beyond successful professional collaboration. Niall absorbed her words, recognizing truth in every observation. He and Stella had indeed created the kind of partnership Holly described, mutual enhancement of individual strengths paired with safety for authentic vulnerability. The foundation they'd built through magical collaboration extended far beyond technical competence into genuine emotional intimacy. I'm still afraid, he admitted, his honesty coming more easily after weeks of practice with Stella. Afraid of ruining what we've built. Afraid that I'm not enough for someone so vibrant and beloved by the entire community. Afraid that my love will be overwhelming rather than welcome. Holly stood, moving to place her hand gently on his shoulder with the warmth of someone who genuinely cared about his happiness. Fear is natural when pursuing something that matters deeply, she said softly. Rowan was terrified of damaging our friendship when his feelings developed beyond platonic affection. But the courage required for authentic connection is what makes the resulting partnership so meaningful and powerful. She squeezed his shoulder gently before stepping back. Trust your instincts, Niall. You've spent 8 years observing and analyzing, developing diagnostic abilities that reveal what others miss. Apply those same skills to recognizing what's already developing between you and Stella. The signs are there if you're brave enough to trust what you're sensing. Holly gathered her thermos and scarf, preparing to leave while giving him space to process their conversation. At the door, she paused, turning back with her characteristic dimpled smile. One more thing. Stella deserves to know how you feel. Not because I think you should rush towards specific outcomes, but because authentic partnership requires honest communication about feelings that might be developing. Give her the opportunity to respond to your truth, rather than assuming you know what she wants or needs. After Holly left, Niall sat motionless in his workshop, surrounded by evidence of the transformation that had occurred through his collaboration with Stella. Her colorful presence had infiltrated his carefully ordered space, bringing joy and creative chaos that enhanced rather than disrupted his diagnostic precision. And more importantly, she'd helped him discover that 8 years of careful contentment were nothing compared to the genuine happiness and fulfillment he'd found through authentic connection. Holly's observations confirmed what his heart had been hoping, but his analytical mind had been too afraid to trust. Stella's feelings appeared to match his own. Deep attraction and genuine affection built on mutual respect, complementary strengths, and the courage to share vulnerability without performance or pretense. The question now was whether he possessed the courage to trust those observations and pursue romantic possibilities with someone who'd already given him the most meaningful partnership he'd ever known. Whether he could risk the comfort they'd built for the potential of something even more profound and beautiful. His snow-leopard instincts hummed with certainty, his diagnostic abilities confirming what Holly had observed through her experienced understanding of developing relationships. The magical harmony between him and Stella emerged from emotional connection that extended far beyond professional collaboration. The foundation existed. The mutual feelings were present. All that remained was finding the courage to speak his truth and trust Stella with the authentic depth of his growing love. Chapter 15. Stella. The pre-dawn darkness outside the Glimmer Globe's windows held the peculiar stillness that came just before major community celebrations, that last deep breath before organized chaos descended. Stella stood in the center of her workshop, surveying the controlled disorder with equal parts excitement and trepidation. Her workbench had disappeared beneath coordination charts and vendor schedules, while finished ornaments awaited careful transport to the town square in specially reinforced crates lined with protective enchantments. She'd been awake since 4, running final diagnostics on each piece and triple-checking the stabilization protocols she and Niall had developed. The memory glass ornaments glowed with steady, harmonious light now, weeks of collaborative work finally yielding the reliable results her craft demanded. Each sphere pulsed with authentic captured emotions, their frequencies perfectly balanced through the techniques they'd refined together. The sound of boots on cobblestones drifted through her window as early arriving vendors began setting up in the town square. Stella felt the magical atmosphere shift, that particular hum of anticipation that came when dozens of talented artisans gathered in one location, all preparing to showcase their best work. The Christmas market transformed Tinselcroft from quaint village into regional destination, and this year's event promised to be the most spectacular yet. She'd just finished securing the last ornament crate when footsteps thundered up her exterior stairs, multiple people arriving simultaneously in the coordinated rush of market setup. Felix appeared first, his research satchel already overflowing with reference materials, followed by Miranda Glimmerstone and 2 other vendors Stella recognized from previous years. "Morning," Miranda announced cheerfully, her magical sensitivity already attuned to the workshop's energy signatures. "We're consolidating transport to the square. Nora wants ornament displays positioned by 7, amplification testing at 8. Stella felt her stomach tighten slightly. The amplification system represented Nora's newest innovation, magical enhancement crystals positioned throughout the market to showcase vendor demonstrations more spectacularly. In theory, the system would help smaller magical signatures compete with more dramatic presentations. In practice, nobody quite knew how various magical styles would interact with artificial enhancement. "Have the crystals been installed already?" Stella asked, reaching for her practical transport cardigan, the one with reinforced pockets for emergency repair supplies. Felix consulted his notes with characteristic thoroughness. Overnight installation completed at 5, primary amplification nodes in the main square, secondary enhancement fields along the vendor rows. Nora's coordinating final positioning now. They carried the ornament crates down through streets already bustling with activity, vendors hauling displays and equipment, while shopkeepers prepared for the influx of visitors who would arrive once the market officially opened. The familiar transformation always amazed Stella, how quickly their quiet village became vibrant celebration, community magic combining to create something larger than any individual contribution. The town square had been completely reconfigured overnight. Vendor stalls lined the perimeter in carefully organized rows, each position selected to maximize both visibility and magical compatibility. The ancient Yule tree stood at the square's heart, the healing splint scarf wrapped around its trunk, glowing with steady silver-white light that confirmed Tinselcroft's magical network had maintained its recent stability. And everywhere, on lamp posts, vendor stall corners, even woven through the Yule tree's lower branches, silver-white amplification crystals caught the early morning light. They hummed with dormant potential, waiting to be activated and enhance whatever magical signatures they encountered. Stella's assigned booth occupied prime position near the Yule tree, her ornament displays visible from multiple angles. Other vendors called greetings as she and her helpers began unpacking crates, the camaraderie of shared creative enterprise temporarily overriding the underlying competition for customer attention and market success. She'd just finished arranging the first tier of ornaments when Nora Brightbow appeared, clipboard in hand, and her distinctive silver Christmas tree brooch already glowing with active communication magic. The market coordinator moved through the setup with practiced efficiency, checking vendor positions and making minor adjustments with the authority of someone who'd perfected this organizational ballet over decades. "Stella, dear," Nora's greeting carried warmth beneath her professional focus. Your display positioning looks excellent. We'll run the first amplification test in about 30 minutes. I want to see how various magical signatures interact with the enhancement field before we make any final adjustments. 30 minutes. Stella nodded agreement while her magical sensitivity immediately began analyzing the crystals surrounding her booth. They pulsed with quiet potential, their resonance frequencies carefully calibrated to enhance rather than overwhelm. But magical amplification always carried risk. What worked beautifully in isolation might create unexpected harmonics when combined with artificial enhancement. The system's designed to accommodate a wide range of magical styles, Nora continued, following Stella's gaze toward the nearest amplification crystal. But we've never worked with ornaments as emotionally complex as yours. Your memory glass techniques create such intricate resonance patterns that the enhancement field might interact unpredictably. Which was exactly what Stella had been thinking, though hearing it confirmed by Tinselcroft's most experienced event coordinator didn't ease her anxiety. She'd spent weeks stabilizing her ornaments, developing collaborative techniques with Niall that finally produced reliable results. The thought of amplification fields potentially destabilizing all that careful work made her stomach clench with familiar worry. More vendors arrived in steady streams, their chatter filling the square with excited anticipation. Stella recognized artisans from throughout the magical territories, master woodcarvers whose creations moved with lifelike grace, textile artists who wove weather magic into scarves and shawls, chocolatiers whose confections contained captured sunshine. The Christmas market attracted the region's finest crafters, all gathering to celebrate seasonal magic and share their best work. The first amplification test started without ceremony. Nora simply activated the crystal network from her central control position near the Yule tree. Silver-white light rippled through the square as the enhancement field came online, spreading outward in concentric circles that touched every vendor booth simultaneously. Stella felt the shift immediately, her magical sensitivity detecting how the amplification field interacted with her carefully stabilized ornaments. The enhancement crystals didn't just boost existing magical signatures, they created resonance loops that amplified specific frequencies while dampening others, selectively strengthening whatever effects would produce the most visually spectacular results. Her ornaments responded to the enhancement field like flowers opening toward sudden sunlight. Memory glass spheres that had glowed with steady, controlled light suddenly blazed with intensified brilliance. The captured aurora fragment she'd positioned at eye level began spinning wildly, throwing rainbow spirals across neighboring vendor stalls in chaotic sweeps that bore no resemblance to the gentle rotation she'd carefully calibrated. Another ornament, one containing crystallized laughter from last year's spring festival, started pulsing with such intense frequency that its light took on almost solid form, rainbow frequencies fragmenting and recombining in patterns that resembled musical notation written across the air itself. Within seconds, every ornament in her display had transformed from stable showcase piece into uncontrolled, magical chaos. Aurora spirals spun out of their containment fields, painting the cobblestones with swirling color that spread like liquid light across the square. Memory glass fragments pulsed wildly, their frequencies creating interference patterns that made the air itself shimmer with rainbow distortion. One particularly volatile ornament, infused with captured starlight from the summer solstice, began throwing beams of concentrated brilliance in random directions, hitting the Yule tree, vendor stalls, and the ancient fountain with equal unpredictability. Vendors and setup crews stopped working to watch the spectacular, but clearly unplanned light show. Their faces displayed mixture of awe at the sheer beauty and concern about the obvious lack of control. Stella heard someone whisper, "unstable," while another voice murmured, "magnificent but dangerous." Exactly the kind of contradictory assessment that perfectly captured her current crisis. Her face burned with embarrassment that felt like physical heat radiating from her cheeks. This was her nightmare scenario, public demonstration of exactly the magical instability she'd spent weeks trying to resolve, witnessed by dozens of talented artisans whose respect she'd carefully cultivated over years of reliable craftsmanship. The premier ornament artisan of Tinselcroft, creator of the market's most sought-after memory glass pieces, reduced to standing helplessly while her supposedly stabilized work spun into chaotic failure. She reached automatically for emergency protocols, trying to remember the dampening techniques she'd developed for containing magical surges. But the amplification field complicated everything. Her usual stabilization methods kept getting caught in the enhancement loops, creating feedback that made the chaos worse rather than better. Panic threatened to overwhelm analytical thinking. The entire market setup was watching her fail. Years of reputation and careful relationship building evaporating as rainbow chaos painted evidence of her inadequacy across Tinselcroft's town square. Then Niall appeared at her side. She hadn't summoned him, hadn't sent any kind of distress signal. But there he was, diagnostic crystals already activated in his elegant hands, pale blue eyes tracking the chaotic light patterns with the focused intensity she'd come to recognize as his problem-solving mode. His mere presence, calm, competent, utterly steady, immediately grounded her rising anxiety. The amplification field is creating resonance loops with your emotional frequencies, he said quietly, his analysis delivered in the measured tone that always helped her think clearly. Each enhancement cycle is magnifying not just the light, but the authentic feelings you've infused in the memory glass. The crystals are reading emotional complexity as signal strength and amplifying accordingly. Of course, the amplification system was designed to enhance spectacle, and her ornament's emotional authenticity created exactly the kind of complex magical signatures the crystals would interpret as intentionally dramatic displays. The enhancement field couldn't distinguish between controlled brilliance and chaotic instability. It simply amplified whatever resonance patterns it detected. Stella's diagnostic training kicked in, suppressing panic in favor of systematic analysis. So we need to recalibrate the resonance frequencies to accommodate artificial enhancement rather than fighting against it? Exactly. Niall's diagnostic crystals pulsed with steady blue light as he began mapping the interaction patterns. But we'll need to work quickly. The longer the ornaments remain in chaotic amplification, the harder they'll be to stabilize. They moved into collaborative action with the practiced efficiency developed through weeks of intensive partnership. Niall tracked resonance frequencies while Stella adjusted emotional infusion patterns, their techniques complementing each other as naturally as breathing. She felt the familiar harmony of their magical work, his technical precision providing structure while her intuitive understanding supplied creative adaptation. But this time, they weren't working in the privacy of her workshop. Curious onlookers gathered around the booth, vendors and setup crews watching their emergency stabilization efforts with undisguised interest. The pressure of performing magical collaboration under public scrutiny added stress to an already complex technical challenge. Stella felt dozens of eyes tracking every gesture, analyzing every spell modification, judging whether Tinselcroft's premier ornament artisan actually possessed the expertise her reputation suggested. More vendors arrived throughout the ongoing crisis, drawn by the spectacular light show and staying to watch the resolution attempt. She recognized master craftspeople whose own work commanded premium prices and international recognition. Their presence transformed emergency stabilization into impromptu performance, the kind of public demonstration that could either enhance professional reputation or destroy it completely. Focus on the work, not the audience, Niall murmured, his quiet voice cutting through her anxiety with characteristic precision. We know how to solve this. Trust our techniques. Right. They'd developed reliable collaborative methods through careful practice and honest emotional work. The principles remained sound, regardless of public scrutiny. Stella took a steadying breath, centering herself in the partnership that had become as essential to her craft as her grandmother's teaching. They recalibrated each ornament's resonance frequency to accommodate rather than resist the amplification field. Stella adjusted emotional infusion patterns to create harmonious enhancement instead of chaotic magnification, while Niall mapped the precise frequencies that would allow spectacular display without losing stability. The work required absolute concentration and perfect coordination. Any miscalculation would create feedback loops that could destabilize the entire market's magical environment. The Aurora ornament was first to stabilize, its wild spinning resolving into controlled rotation that caught the amplification enhancement and transformed it into breathtaking spirals of contained light. The effect was spectacular, far more dramatic than anything Stella had achieved through unaided magic, but perfectly controlled and harmonious with its surroundings. One by one, the other ornaments followed suit. Memory glass fragments that had pulsed chaotically began creating symphony-like patterns, their rainbow frequencies harmonizing with the enhancement field to produce effects that resembled musical visualization. The starlight ornament's random beams resolved into precise, beautiful trajectories that painted deliberate patterns across vendor stalls and cobblestones. As each piece stabilized into enhanced but controlled display, the gathered crowd's murmurs shifted from concerned to impressed. Stella caught fragments of commentary. Remarkable adaptation. Sophisticated collaborative technique. Never seen emotional frequencies controlled so precisely under amplification. She felt awareness shift subtly as vendors recognized what they were witnessing. Not just emergency repair work, but demonstration of advanced collaborative magic that few partnerships achieved. The kind of seamless coordination that emerged from genuine emotional connection rather than purely technical competence. Mayor Elderberry arrived midway through the stabilization process, his mayoral chain glinting as he moved through the gathered crowd with practiced diplomatic ease. His kind blue eyes assessed the situation with the wisdom of someone who'd guided Tinselcroft through decades of community challenges and celebrations. He positioned himself where he could observe without interfering, watching their partnership in action with the thoughtful attention of experienced leadership recognizing something significant. As afternoon light began replacing dawn's tentative glow, other vendors started approaching with questions about their own magical compatibility issues. A woodcarver whose living sculptures kept going dormant under amplification. A textile artist whose weather magic created unexpected precipitation when enhanced. The chocolatier whose sunshine confections were producing actual warmth rather than just the sensation. Niall fielded technical questions with calm expertise, while Stella demonstrated emotional infusion adjustments, their collaborative advice helping other artisans adapt to the amplification system's quirks. She felt the familiar rhythm of partnership, his analytical precision complementing her intuitive understanding, both working together to solve problems that neither could address as effectively alone. The crisis that had threatened to destroy her professional reputation was transforming into unexpected opportunity for demonstrating expertise and building connections with artisans she'd previously known only through competitive comparison. By the time the last ornament achieved stable enhancement, the town square had transformed into controlled, magical beauty. Stella's displays now produced the most spectacular effects in the entire market setup. Aurora spirals that caught sunlight and amplification enhancement to create ever-shifting rainbows, memory glass that sang with visible emotional frequencies, starlight beams that painted deliberate patterns across ancient cobblestones. Vendors finishing their own setup paused to admire the perfectly harmonized displays, offering comments that ranged from professional appreciation to outright envy. Early visitors who'd arrived to watch the market preparation stood mesmerized by the aurora effects, already asking about purchase availability before the official opening. Stella stood amid the controlled beauty of their joint magical work, feeling the peculiar combination of stress and gratitude that had become characteristic of her partnership with Niall. The public pressure remained. She was now responsible for maintaining these spectacular displays throughout the entire market season, with hundreds of visitors who would expect consistent performance. The weight of community expectations and her reputation as Tinselcroft's premier ornament artisan still pressed against her confidence. But she wasn't carrying that weight alone anymore. She glanced at Niall, who was conducting final resonance checks with his diagnostic crystals, his pale blue eyes tracking frequencies with the focused intensity that never failed to steady her anxiety. When had his quiet presence become so essential? When had comfortable partnership interdependence replaced her usual fierce self-reliance? The transformation had happened gradually, she realized, not in any single dramatic moment, but through accumulated mornings working side by side in her workshop, through honest conversations about fears and vulnerabilities, through the simple reliability of knowing someone would appear exactly when needed without requiring desperate summoning. She'd spent years maintaining careful independence, believing that asking for help diminished her competence or burdened others with unwanted responsibility. But working with Niall had taught her that true partnership enhanced, rather than limited, individual capability. That combined strengths created possibilities neither could achieve alone. That depending on someone trustworthy wasn't weakness, but wisdom. The successful emergency stabilization had created unexpected advantage. Their enhanced ornaments now drew more attention than any other displays in the market setup. Vendors kept glancing toward her booth with mixture of professional admiration and competitive assessment. Early visitors were already forming queues despite the market not officially opening for another hour. Nora Brightbow approached with her clipboard and her distinctive silver brooch glowing with satisfied communication magic. "Well?" the market coordinator said, her gray eyes twinkling behind wire-rimmed glasses. "That was either the most terrifying or most brilliant amplification demonstration I've witnessed in 30 years of organizing this market. Possibly both simultaneously." Stella felt her face heat again, though this time with something closer to pride than embarrassment. "I'm sorry about the initial chaos. We hadn't anticipated how the enhancement field would interact with emotional frequencies." "But you solved the problem beautifully," Nora countered, gesturing toward the spectacular displays with obvious approval. "And in doing so, you've created the most talked-about booth in market history before we've even officially opened. Every vendor here is now discussing emotional frequency calibration and collaborative stabilization techniques. You've effectively set the standard for magical sophistication this season." She made notes on her clipboard with practiced efficiency. "I'm scheduling you for daily demonstration sessions throughout the market. Visitors will want to witness your collaborative techniques in action, and other vendors would benefit from observing advanced amplification adaptation. If you're willing, of course." Stella exchanged glances with Niall, whose slight nod confirmed his agreement before she'd even formed the question. "We'd be honored," she said, feeling the truth of that statement settle comfortably. Not just professional obligation, but genuine pleasure in sharing what they'd built together. After Nora moved on to address other vendor concerns, Stella and Niall stood together amid the controlled chaos of final market preparations. Vendors completed last-minute adjustments to their displays. Setup crews tested final magical systems. Early visitors continued gathering despite the market's official opening still being an hour away. The enhanced ornaments glowed with steady, spectacular light. Weeks of collaborative work finally yielding results that exceeded anything Stella had imagined possible when she'd first admitted needing diagnostic help. The aurora spirals painted ever-shifting rainbows across ancient cobblestones. The memory glass sang with visible emotional frequencies, and the starlight beams created patterns of deliberate beauty that transformed the town square into magical celebration. But the technical success, impressive as it was, mattered less than the partnership that had made it possible. Standing beside Niall while their joint magical work drew admiration from talented artisans throughout the region, Stella felt something shift in her understanding of what she wanted and needed. She'd spent years defining herself through individual achievement and carefully maintained independence. But the person she was becoming through authentic partnership felt more complete, more capable, more genuinely happy than anything she'd achieved through solitary determination. The realization should have been terrifying. That level of interdependence, that depth of trust and reliance on someone else's presence and support. Instead, it felt like coming home to possibilities she'd never quite allowed herself to imagine. "Thank you," she said quietly, the words encompassing far more than just emergency stabilization assistance. "For being exactly who you are, for showing up when I needed you, for making collaboration feel like enhancement rather than compromise." Niall's pale blue eyes met hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "You've given me partnership I never believed I deserved," he said, his careful words carrying weight of deep emotion. "Shown me that quiet strength has value, made me feel seen and appreciated rather than inadequate or overlooked." The moment stretched between them, charged with feelings that had been building through weeks of honest collaboration and growing intimacy. Around them, the Christmas market preparations continued in organized chaos, but Stella felt suspended in private awareness of how much had changed, how much they'd built together, how much she wanted their partnership to continue evolving. Whatever happened next, whether they maintained comfortable professional collaboration or pursued the romantic possibilities that felt increasingly inevitable, she knew with absolute certainty that she'd never return to careful solitary independence. Not when genuine partnership offered so much more beauty, capability, and authentic happiness than anything she'd achieved alone. Chapter 16. Niall. The morning light filtered through the Christmas market's magical enhancement field, casting everything in warm golden tones that made the snow-dusted cobblestones gleam like scattered diamonds. Niall arranged his diagnostic equipment at the station near the central display, with practiced efficiency, his long fingers adjusting the crystalline frequency analyzers and silver-threaded resonance detection apparatus that had become essential to maintaining Stella's ornament displays. He'd expected to spend the day monitoring magical stability and making minor calibration adjustments, quiet, solitary work that suited his methodical nature. What he hadn't anticipated was the cluster of visiting magical practitioners who gathered around his station barely an hour after the market officially opened, their curious examination of his equipment accompanied by increasingly technical questions. "Fascinating setup," remarked a weathered man whose earth-toned robes marked him as belonging to one of the mountain communities. His calloused hands hovered respectfully above Niall's diagnostic crystals, not touching but clearly wanting to. "I've never seen this configuration for sympathetic magic analysis. The harmonic resonance detection. Is that your own innovation or adaptation of traditional techniques?" Niall glanced up from his frequency readings, startled by the direct attention. "Mostly innovation," he admitted, his soft voice barely carrying over the market's ambient noise. "Traditional diagnostic methods focus on identifying disruptions after they manifest. This array tracks frequency patterns before they become problematic, allowing for preventive calibration rather than emergency intervention." The practitioner's gray eyes widened with appreciation. "Preventive magical diagnostics? That's, well, that's exactly what the Moonridge Collective has been trying to develop for the past decade. May I?" He gestured toward the crystalline analyzers. "Of course." Niall demonstrated how the crystals responded to different magical frequencies, his usual reticence fading slightly as technical discussion replaced social anxiety. The man asked intelligent questions that showed genuine understanding of complex magical theory, his weathered hands gesturing appreciatively as Niall explained his calibration methods. More practitioners drifted closer, drawn by their conversation. A young woman in apprentice robes leaned forward eagerly. Could you demonstrate the network analysis process? I've studied sympathetic magic theory, but the practical application, I've never seen equipment like this actually working. Something warm spread through Niall's chest at her obvious enthusiasm. He'd spent 8 years providing reliable service to Tinselcroft residents without seeking recognition, content to remain quietly competent in the background. But sharing his specialized knowledge with fellow practitioners who genuinely appreciated the innovation felt unexpectedly satisfying. The key is tracking multiple frequency bands simultaneously, he explained, activating several crystals in sequence. Their internal light shifted through subtle gradations as they responded to the market's magical ambient energy. Single band analysis only shows surface disruptions, but when you layer the readings, he adjusted a silver thread connecting 3 crystals, and their combined glow revealed intricate patterns invisible to individual monitoring. The apprentice mage made excited notes in a leather-bound journal. That's brilliant. Most diagnostic work I've seen treats magical networks as static systems, but your approach accounts for dynamic evolution. Exactly. Niall found himself warming to the discussion despite his usual discomfort with being the center of attention. Magical communities aren't fixed structures. They grow, change, integrate new practitioners and techniques. Static diagnostic methods miss the complexity of living magical ecosystems. A tall woman in formal robes bearing the insignia of the Northern Territories Research Division moved through the growing crowd with purposeful authority. Your readings of Tinselcroft's network stability, she said, without preamble, gesturing toward his detailed analysis charts. These are remarkable. May I examine them more closely? Niall nodded, stepping aside to give her better access to his documentation. She studied the frequency patterns with obvious expertise, her sharp eyes tracking the mathematical notations and magical signature mappings that represented weeks of collaborative diagnostic work. This represents a significant advancement in sympathetic magic analysis, she said after several minutes of intense study. The integration of emotional frequency tracking with traditional resonance detection, I've never seen anything quite like it. Your methodology for identifying underlying instability patterns before they manifest as disruptions could revolutionize how we approach magical infrastructure maintenance. Her colleagues joined her, and soon Niall found himself surrounded by experienced researchers engaged in animated discussion of his techniques. Their excitement about his innovative approach made him aware, with growing astonishment, that his quiet work in Tinselcroft had led to cutting-edge developments in magical diagnostics. The collaborative stabilization methods you've employed with the ornament displays, another researcher interjected, pointing towards Stella's spectacular booth across the square. We've been observing the frequency harmonization between your diagnostic equipment and her crafting magic. The precision of your calibration. How did you achieve such seamless integration? Niall felt heat creep up his neck as he thought about how to explain the technical reality of their partnership. It required understanding the emotional frequencies underlying her memory glass work, he said carefully. Traditional diagnostic approaches treat emotional magic as too variable for precise analysis, but emotional patterns follow their own logic. Once you learn to read them accurately, they're actually more reliable than purely mechanical magical systems. The Northern Territories researcher made rapid notes. That contradicts conventional diagnostic theory completely, but your results clearly demonstrate. She gestured toward the stable, spectacular ornament displays. Have you published these findings? Presented at any conferences? No. The idea hadn't occurred to him. He'd been focused on solving Stella's immediate crisis, not documenting innovations for broader magical community recognition. You should consider it, she said with unmistakable sincerity. This represents significant advancement in our field. As word spread through the visiting practitioners about Niall's collaborative stabilization methods, he discovered a line forming at his diagnostic station. Artisans seeking consultation about their own magical instability problems, researchers wanting to discuss theoretical applications, master craftspeople interested in adapting his techniques for their community's specific challenges. A silver-haired woman in elegant traveling robes approached with the confident bearing of someone accustomed to professional respect. "I'm Magistra Thornweave, Chief Magical Engineer for the Coastal Academy's Infrastructure Division," she introduced herself. "I've been observing your diagnostic work this morning with considerable interest. Our community has been experiencing escalating instability in our magical network for the past year. Nothing catastrophic yet, but concerning enough that we've consulted multiple specialists without finding effective solutions." She pulled several detailed magical analysis charts from a leather case, spreading them across Niall's work table. "These represent our best diagnostic efforts to date. But after watching your methodology, I suspect we've been approaching the problem with insufficient sophistication. Would you be willing to conduct a comprehensive diagnostic survey of our infrastructure? I can offer competitive compensation and full access to whatever resources you'd need." Niall studied the charts, his snow-leopard shifter senses automatically tracking the frequency patterns and disruption signatures. The Coastal Academy's problem was complex, multiple overlapping instabilities suggesting fundamental calibration issues rather than isolated disruptions. Exactly the type of challenge his preventive diagnostic techniques were designed to identify and resolve. "This would require several weeks of on-site work," he said, thinking through the logistical requirements. "Initial survey to map the full network, followed by detailed analysis of each subsystem, then development of customized stabilization protocols." "That's entirely acceptable," Magistra Thornweave replied. "We need thorough, innovative solutions rather than quick fixes. Your collaborative approach with the ornament displays demonstrates exactly the kind of sophisticated magical understanding our situation requires. When would you be available?" The professional recognition in her tone, treating him as an equal expert rather than a local handyman with useful skills, created unfamiliar warmth in Niall's chest. "I'd need to coordinate with my commitments here in Tinselcroft," he said. "But potentially early in the new year?" "Perfect. I'll have my office contact you with formal commission details." She handed him an embossed card bearing the Coastal Academy's seal. "I look forward to working with you, Master Frost." Master. The title felt strange but not unwelcome. More visitors approached throughout the morning, each interaction building on the last. A master diagnostician from the Eastern sanctuaries spent nearly an hour discussing theoretical applications of emotional frequency analysis, his questions revealing decades of specialized expertise that made Niall feel genuinely challenged in the best possible way. "Your integration of intuitive and analytical diagnostic methods," the master diagnostician mused, stroking his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It represents a bridge between traditions that have been artificially separated for too long. Would you consider presenting your collaborative techniques at our annual conference? We gather the finest diagnostic minds from across the territories each spring. Your innovations would generate considerable professional interest, and the cross-pollination of ideas could advance the entire field." Niall blinked, momentarily speechless. The Eastern Sanctuary's annual conference was legendary, the most prestigious gathering of magical diagnosticians and theoretical practitioners in the known territories. The idea of presenting there had never entered his mind during his years of careful anonymity. "That's extremely generous," he managed, "but I'm not sure my work rises to that level of—" "Nonsense," the master diagnostician interrupted firmly but kindly. "False modesty serves no one, young man. Your techniques represent genuine advancement. The magical community benefits when innovations are shared rather than hoarded. You'd be doing our field a service by presenting your findings." A younger practitioner who'd been listening to their conversation leaned forward eagerly. Would you consider taking apprentices? I've been seeking advanced training in diagnostic work, but most masters focus on traditional reactive methods. Your preventive approach. That's exactly what I want to learn. And I, added another voice from the growing crowd. Our community would sponsor training workshops if you were willing to teach, suggested a woman in practical work robes bearing the insignia of a northern crafting collective. The attention felt overwhelming and validating in equal measure. Niall had spent 8 years believing his quiet competence was adequate but unremarkable, useful for local repairs but nothing worthy of broader recognition. Yet these experienced practitioners, respected experts from multiple communities, were treating his specialized knowledge as valuable, innovative, worthy of professional acclaim. He caught sight of Dr. Willowmere observing from the edge of the crowd, their knowing smile suggesting they'd anticipated exactly this response. The healer had been right about how his extended isolation had created both personal and professional limitations. Opening himself to authentic partnership with Stella had apparently unlocked potential that went far beyond solving her ornament crisis. A master craftsman from the Southern Valleys spent 20 minutes discussing how Niall's collaborative stabilization methods might apply to their community's traditional pottery magic, which had been experiencing similar instability problems. A delegation of magical researchers debated theoretical implications of his emotional frequency tracking techniques. An artisan collective offered to sponsor demonstration workshops at their spring festival. Each conversation revealed new possibilities, not just for professional advancement, but for contributing to the broader magical community in ways Niall had never imagined during his years of careful anonymity. His specialized skills weren't just adequate local support. They represented expertise worthy of respect, innovation worthy of sharing, knowledge that could genuinely help practitioners across multiple communities. Yet despite the exciting possibilities, Niall found his thoughts repeatedly returning to Stella and their partnership. His gaze drifted across the bustling market square to her spectacular ornament display, where she was demonstrating collaborative memory infusion techniques to an equally enthusiastic crowd. She caught his eye and smiled, bright, genuine, filled with happiness that had nothing to do with performed cheerfulness and everything to do with authentic joy in their shared success. That smile meant more than any professional recognition, more valuable than prestigious conference invitations or commissioned surveys of distant communities. His growing confidence didn't tempt him away from Tinselcroft. Instead, it strengthened his commitment to the community that had welcomed him when he'd arrived seeking belonging, to the town that had given him space to develop his skills without demanding more than he could comfortably offer, and most of all, to the vibrant, creative, impossibly wonderful woman who'd trusted him with her magical crisis and her emotional vulnerability, who'd shown him that partnership could enhance, rather than diminish, individual strength. Master Frost? The Northern Territories researcher drew his attention back to the professional discussion surrounding his diagnostic station. I apologize for monopolizing your time, but I have one more theoretical question about your frequency harmonization techniques. Niall refocused on the technical conversation, but part of his awareness remained fixed on Stella's presence across the square. The professional validation felt wonderful. Years of quiet competence finally receiving external recognition, his innovative techniques appreciated by respected experts who understood their significance. But it was the personal validation that truly mattered. Stella had seen his worth before anyone else recognized his expertise, had trusted his abilities when he still doubted them himself, had shown him through authentic partnership that quiet strength had genuine value. As the afternoon progressed and more visitors sought consultation at his diagnostic station, Niall realized that their collaboration had accomplished far more than solving her ornament crisis. Together, they'd developed methods that could influence magical practice across multiple communities, innovations that represented genuine advancement in their respective fields. Standing amid the bustling Christmas market with his diagnostic equipment surrounded by interested practitioners, Niall felt professionally validated and personally confident for the first time in his life. His snow-leopard shifter senses detected the authentic respect and admiration of peers who recognized his true worth, not as adequate background support, but as an expert whose specialized knowledge contributed meaningfully to the broader magical community. The young apprentice mage who'd first requested a demonstration returned with several colleagues, all eager to learn more about preventive diagnostic techniques. A master craftsman discussed potential collaboration on a research project investigating sympathetic magic evolution in growing communities. The Coastal Academy's magistra confirmed formal commission details and expressed hope for ongoing professional relationship beyond the initial survey. Each interaction reinforced what Stella had been showing him through their partnership, that his careful, methodical approach to complex problems represented strength rather than inadequacy, that his diagnostic abilities offered genuine value worthy of respect and recognition. But the most important validation didn't come from prestigious conference invitations or professional commissions. It came from catching Stella's eye across the market square and seeing reflected there the same wonder and pride he felt. The recognition of partnership that had transformed them both into something stronger, more capable, more authentically themselves than either had managed alone. Chapter 17. Stella. The rising sun painted the market square in shades of rose gold and amber as vendors made final adjustments to their displays, the cheerful chaos of preparation giving way to organized anticipation. Stella stood beside her ornament installation, nerves fluttering in her stomach despite weeks of successful collaborative work with Niall. The enhanced displays represented their most ambitious magical achievement yet. Hundreds of memory glass spheres arranged in complex geometric patterns, ready to transform the mayor's opening speech into flowing aurora spirals that would welcome visitors to Tinselcroft's most important celebration of the year. She'd infused each ornament with authentic emotions rather than performed cheerfulness, trusting that her genuine love for the community and deep appreciation for the Christmas market's cultural significance would create more powerful magic than any amount of manufactured joy. The work still felt terrifyingly vulnerable, sharing real feelings rather than sparkly distractions, but Niall's steady support throughout the preparation process had given her courage to embrace emotional honesty. Speaking of Niall, his diagnostic station occupied the opposite end of the square, surrounded by interested practitioners who'd arrived early hoping for additional consultation time before the official ceremony began. Even from this distance, she could feel the warm connection of their collaborative magical signature, the harmonious frequency they'd developed through weeks of shared work, providing constant reassurance that she wasn't facing the day's pressures alone. Ready for the big moment? Nora Brightbow appeared beside her display, clipboard in hand, and satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Your installation is absolutely stunning. The amplification systems will enhance it perfectly. I hope so. Stella adjusted a cluster of ornaments that didn't actually need repositioning, her hands needing something to do with the nervous energy. The emotional infusion techniques are still relatively new. We've tested everything extensively, but nothing, Nora said firmly. You and Niall have created something extraordinary. Trust your magic and trust your partnership. The community believes in both. The market coordinator moved on to inspect other displays, leaving Stella alone with her swirling thoughts and the memory glass ornaments that seemed to pulse gently in response to her emotional state. Each sphere contained carefully chosen memories, children's laughter at previous markets, the warm comfort of shared celebration, the grateful joy of residents receiving meaningful gifts, the deep contentment of community gathered in harmony. Authentic emotions, real feelings, nothing performed or manufactured for others' benefit. The thought still made her feel exposed, despite all the progress she'd made through working with Niall. Years of hiding struggles behind cheerful determination didn't disappear overnight, even when collaborative magic proved that emotional honesty created stronger results than sparkly deflection. Crowds began gathering in earnest as the ceremony's start time approached, hundreds of visitors filling the square with excited anticipation. Stella recognized many longtime customers who'd specifically timed their visits to witness her enhanced ornament displays, their faces bright with curiosity about what collaborative magic might achieve. Magical tourists and artisan apprentices clustered near the front, notebooks ready to document innovative techniques. Tinselcroft residents found familiar spots throughout the assembly, their comfortable presence providing grounding reassurance. Mayor Elderberry emerged from the town hall wearing his finest suit and mayoral chain, the silver ceremonial chain gleaming in the morning sunlight. He climbed the temporary stage that had been erected at the square's center, positioning himself directly beneath the enormous Yule tree, where the healing splint scarf wrapped around sturdy branches in steady silver-white light. The magical amplification system hummed to life as technicians activated the crystal array, designed to enhance vendor demonstrations throughout the market's duration. Stella felt the surge of power ripple through the square, her ornaments responding with eager pulses of rainbow light as the system connected to their emotional frequency signatures. Welcome, friends and visitors, to Tinselcroft's annual Christmas market. Mayor Elderberry's voice carried across the gathered crowd, without need for mundane sound enhancement, magical resonance ensuring everyone could hear his words clearly. We gather this morning to celebrate community, creativity, and the joy of sharing our magical traditions with those who appreciate their beauty and significance. The ornament display activated fully as Stella's memory infusion magic responded to the mayor's welcoming words, hundreds of spheres releasing carefully controlled emotional energy in coordinated waves. Aurora spirals began forming above the square, shimmering ribbons of light in every color imaginable, flowing patterns that reflected the authentic feelings she'd woven into the glass during weeks of collaborative preparation. The crowd gasped in collective admiration as the display exceeded even their highest expectations, rainbow light painting the sky in breathtaking patterns that seemed to dance with genuine happiness. Stella allowed herself a moment of relief and pride, grateful that all their careful work had. The amplification crystals shrieked. It wasn't the harmonious hum they'd maintained moments earlier, but a discordant metallic screech that cut through the air like a physical blow. Stella's hands flew to her ears instinctively as the sound intensified, watching in horror as cascade failure rippled through the magical network in visible waves of unstable energy. Vendor displays flickered wildly, their careful demonstrations disrupted by chaotic power surges. The Yule tree's lights strobed in seizure-inducing patterns. Most terrifyingly, her ornament installation pulsed with increasingly unstable rainbow light, memory glass responding to amplified magical chaos by losing the careful containment structures that kept stored emotions from releasing all at once. Hundreds of spheres, each one packed with authentic feelings from their most vulnerable collaborative sessions, all of them threatening simultaneous catastrophic release. Stella's heart pounded with pure terror as she realized what catastrophe she'd created. Every genuine emotion she'd finally learned to share, every authentic feeling she'd trusted rather than hidden behind manufactured cheerfulness, all of it about to explode in a magical blast that could devastate the entire market and everyone gathered to celebrate. The crowd's gasps of admiration transformed into concerned murmurs as the aurora spirals twisted into chaotic tangles, beautiful light show becoming dangerous magical instability, visible to even the least sensitive observers. Parents pulled children closer. Experienced practitioners activated protective shields. Mayor Elderberry's welcoming speech faltered as he assessed the crisis developing above his head. All those people, all that trust in her abilities, all that faith in the collaborative magic she and Niall had worked so hard to perfect. And she'd failed them, failed the community, failed the celebration, failed. Niall appeared beside her. No dramatic entrance or flashy teleportation. Just his quiet, solid presence anchoring her rising panic as diagnostic crystals materialized in his hands, already activated and analyzing the cascade failure's progression with methodical precision. "Breathe," he said softly, his voice cutting through her terror more effectively than any shouted reassurance. "We've handled worse during testing. Remember the triple feedback loop last Tuesday? That was in the workshop with 3 ornaments, not hundreds in front of the entire town." Her voice came out higher than intended, fear making it difficult to maintain composure while catastrophe loomed overhead. Same principles apply. Different scale. Same solution. His pale blue eyes met hers with calm certainty that somehow penetrated the panic. "You have the emotional control. I have the technical stabilization. Together, we contain this, just like we've practiced." The amplification crystals shrieked louder, their cascade failure accelerating toward critical thresholds. Memory glass ornaments pulsed faster, rainbow light flickering with increasingly erratic patterns as stored emotions strained against weakening containment structures. Hundreds of people watching, hundreds of ornaments failing, hundreds of ways this could end in disaster. But Niall's steady presence beside her created a center of calm within the chaos, his diagnostic magic already working to trace the cascade failure's progression and identify stabilization points. His absolute confidence in their partnership cut through her terror, reminding her that they'd faced similar challenges during weeks of collaborative practice. Different scale, same solution, together. Stella took a shaky breath and reached for her magic, abandoning the spiraling panic in favor of the collaborative techniques they'd developed through countless hours of joint work. Not performing cheerfulness for others' benefit. Not hiding authentic emotions behind sparkly deflection. Just honest feelings channeled with deliberate precision toward specific magical purpose. Love for her community. Determination to protect the celebration. Deep trust in Niall's abilities and their partnership. She wove those emotions into focused magical threads, offering them to the unstable ornament network with the same vulnerability she'd learned to share during their most intimate working sessions. The memory glass responded immediately, recognizing authentic emotional signatures it had been designed to amplify rather than the chaotic magical noise from the failing amplification system. Beside her, Niall's diagnostic magic provided precise technical stabilization, his snow-leopard shifter senses tracking individual ornament frequencies and making microscopic adjustments to containment structures. Where her emotional authenticity calmed the memory glass's instability, his analytical precision prevented containment collapse. Working in perfect synchronization born from weeks of collaborative practice, they wove their complementary magics through the ornament network, her intuitive emotional guidance flowing seamlessly with his methodical technical corrections. The partnership they'd developed through crisis and vulnerability, and gradually increasing trust, now manifested in unprecedented magical harmony. The chaotic rainbow pulses began stabilizing under their combined influence, erratic flickering settling into coordinated rhythms. Stored emotions responded to Stella's authentic emotional channeling, recognizing familiar frequencies and abandoning catastrophic release in favor of controlled expression. Technical containment structures reinforced themselves as Niall's diagnostic magic identified and repaired cascade damage. The amplification crystal's discordant shriek softened to troubled humming, their cascade failure arrested before reaching critical thresholds. Vendor displays stopped flickering wildly, magical demonstrations returning to stable operation. The Yule tree's lights resumed their gentle silver-white glow, and Stella's ornament installation transformed. Instead of chaotic magical explosion or simple containment of dangerous instability, their combined magic created something neither had achieved individually. The rainbow aurora spirals stabilized into the most spectacular display of controlled light that Tinselcroft had ever witnessed. Flowing patterns that danced with genuine emotional beauty enhanced by perfect technical precision. Hundreds of memory glass spheres released their stored feelings in coordinated waves, each emotional thread woven into larger harmonious patterns by collaborative magic that understood both intuitive artistry and analytical expertise. Joy and wonder flowed through aurora ribbons of rose gold and amber. Love and community created spirals of warm emerald and sapphire. Determination and hope painted the sky with brilliant violet and silver. The crowd fell silent, awed by beauty that transcended simple magical demonstration to become genuine artistic achievement. Rainbow light painted patterns across upturned faces as hundreds of witnesses watched collaborative magic transform potential disaster into breathtaking celebration of authentic partnership. Parents stopped pulling children closer, their protective concern giving way to wide-eyed wonder. Experienced practitioners lowered defensive shields, recognizing that the unstable magical chaos had been mastered rather than merely contained. Mayor Elderberry stood speechless on his stage, forgotten welcoming speech abandoned in favor of simply witnessing unprecedented magical harmony. Even the visiting artisan apprentices and magical researchers had stopped taking notes, their documentation abandoned as they simply experienced the aurora display's emotional resonance and technical perfection. Stella felt tears gathering in her eyes as their collaborative magic painted the sky with beauty she'd never achieved through solo work, no matter how carefully she'd crafted individual ornaments or how much performed cheerfulness she'd poured into memory glass. This wasn't manufactured joy created to please others. This was authentic feeling shared through genuine partnership. Vulnerability transformed into strength by trust and technical expertise, working in perfect harmony. The cascade failure was completely resolved now, every ornament stable and contributing to sustained aurora patterns that would continue throughout the market's duration. The amplification system hummed with restored harmony, its crystal array properly integrated with the ornament network's emotional frequencies. Vendor displays operated smoothly, their magical demonstrations enhanced rather than disrupted by collaborative magic that understood both artistic expression and technical precision. Crisis averted, catastrophe transformed into triumph, potential disaster become breathtaking achievement. Stella turned to find Niall watching her with undisguised love and admiration shining in his pale blue eyes, diagnostic crystals forgotten in hands that trembled slightly with emotional intensity. His usual careful control had vanished, replaced by raw feeling that reflected her own overwhelming gratitude and wonder. They'd done this. Together. Not her artistry rescued by his technical expertise, or his precision enhanced by her emotional authenticity, but genuine partnership where complementary strengths created something impossible to achieve alone. Around them, the market square filled with appreciative murmurs as hundreds of witnesses processed what they'd just experienced. The dancing aurora lights continued painting the sky in rainbow patterns, sustained by collaborative magic that required no conscious direction now that proper harmony had been established. But Stella barely noticed the spectacular display or the crowd's reactions. Her entire awareness focused on Niall and the expression in his eyes. Years of quiet longing transformed into open love, careful distance abandoned in favor of authentic connection. Their partnership had evolved far beyond professional collaboration solving ornament crises or developing innovative magical techniques. It had become something precious and permanent that deserved recognition and celebration, something worth claiming publicly despite her usual tendency to keep vulnerable feelings private. She'd learned so much through working with him. How to share authentic emotions rather than perform cheerfulness. How to accept support instead of always being the person who brought joy to others. how to trust that partnership enhanced rather than diminished individual strength. Most importantly, she'd learned that love felt different when you allowed yourself to be genuinely vulnerable, scarier, but infinitely more fulfilling than any manufactured happiness. Niall stepped closer, his long, elegant fingers gentle as they cupped her face. The gesture was tender and careful, giving her every opportunity to pull away if she wanted distance instead of intimacy. But Stella had no desire to retreat from the feelings shining in his pale blue eyes, the love she'd been too focused on crisis management and ornament deadlines to recognize, until their collaborative magic made it impossible to ignore. The moment suspended in magical light, hundreds of witnesses watching their love story unfold amid rainbow aurora spirals that painted the sky with the emotional authenticity they'd worked so hard to achieve. The entire community gathered in the square, seeing clearly what had developed between their resident ornament artisan and the quiet diagnostic expert who'd arrived 8 years ago seeking belonging. "I love you," Niall said softly, words meant for her alone despite the very public setting. "Not just your magic, or your creativity, or the way your ornaments bring joy to others. You. The woman who's learning to share struggles instead of hiding behind cheerfulness, who trusts me with her vulnerability, who makes me believe quiet strength has genuine value." Stella's heart raced with anticipation and wonder as she saw her own feelings reflected in his expression, the deep love that had grown through weeks of collaboration, the grateful recognition of finding someone who enhanced rather than diminished, the precious knowledge that authentic partnership required both people willing to be vulnerable. "I love you too," she whispered, her hands coming up to rest against his chest where she could feel his heartbeat matching her own racing rhythm. "You see me, the real me, not just the sparkly, cheerful version I perform for everyone else. You make me feel safe enough to be authentically myself." His kiss was soft and tender, lips meeting hers with gentle reverence that somehow contained years of quiet longing and the promise of deeper intimacy to come. Stella melted into the contact, her hands sliding up to tangle in his silver-white hair as she returned the kiss with equal tenderness and considerably less restraint. The crowd erupted in spontaneous applause. The sound startled them apart. Not far. Just enough to remember they were standing in the middle of the market square surrounded by hundreds of witnesses who just watched them resolve a magical crisis and declare their love in the space of 10 minutes. Stella felt a blush heating her cheeks, suddenly aware of how very public their first kiss had been. But Niall was smiling, a genuine, unguarded expression of happiness that transformed his usually reserved face into something radiant. His arms wrapped around her waist, holding her close while rainbow aurora lights continued dancing overhead, and their community cheered for both their magical achievement and obvious romantic connection. "Well?" he murmured against her hair, amusement coloring his voice. "That's certainly one way to announce a relationship." Stella laughed, the sound bubbling up from deep in her chest with authentic joy that had nothing to do with performed cheerfulness and everything to do with being held by the man she loved, while their collaborative magic painted the sky with beauty. "We've never been subtle about our partnership. Why start now?" Mayor Elderberry had recovered enough to resume his welcoming speech, though his words now included enthusiastic praise for the spectacular demonstration of collaborative magical expertise we've just witnessed, and warm congratulations for Tinselcroft's newest romantic partnership. The crowd's applause intensified, hundreds of people celebrating not just the resolved crisis or the stunning aurora display, but the love story that had unfolded amid swirling memory glass light and chaotic magical instability. Standing in Niall's arms as their ornaments continued painting the sky with collaborative magic, Stella felt emotionally and professionally fulfilled beyond anything she'd ever imagined possible. Her love for him was as clear and bright as the aurora dancing overhead, authentic feeling she could finally share without fear or hesitation, vulnerability rewarded with partnership that made her stronger rather than diminished. The Christmas market stretched before them, ready to begin in earnest now that the opening ceremony had concluded in such dramatic fashion. Vendors prepared demonstrations enhanced by the properly functioning amplification system. Visiting practitioners discussed the collaborative techniques they'd just witnessed. Customers began browsing displays with eager anticipation. But Stella remained wrapped in Niall's embrace, savoring the moment of perfect contentment before the day's demands required their attention. They'd handled one crisis together. They could handle anything the market brought: professional challenges and personal vulnerabilities, technical problems and emotional growth. All of it easier to face with genuine partnership and authentic love. Ready to actually enjoy the market? Niall asked eventually, though his arms showed no inclination to release her anytime soon. Ready to face it together, Stella corrected, standing on tiptoe to press one more kiss to his lips. Whatever comes next. Above them, the aurora spirals danced in rainbow patterns, memory glass magic sustained by collaborative harmony, emotional authenticity enhanced by technical precision. Two people who'd found in partnership something more beautiful than either could create alone. Chapter 18. Niall. Morning light filtered through the frost-etched windows of Niall's apartment, painting silver patterns across the minimal furnishings that had suited his solitary existence for 8 years. He lay still for a moment, letting the unfamiliar sensation of complete contentment settle into his bones, while his snow-leopard shifter senses detected something profound in the magical atmosphere surrounding Tinselcroft. The town's sympathetic magic network hummed with steady harmony, not the fragile balance it had maintained before yesterday's crisis, but something stronger and more resilient. Threads of collaborative magic wove through the familiar magical signatures, creating new connections that enhanced rather than disrupted the existing patterns. And underneath it all, threading through his own magical awareness like a warm current, the memory of Stella's kiss and her whispered declaration of love. Niall pressed his fingers to his lips, still feeling the ghost of her touch despite the hours that had passed since their public romantic breakthrough. Years of quiet longing had finally found fulfillment in those rainbow-lit moments, his hidden feelings met with equal affection from the vibrant woman who'd occupied his thoughts and dreams for so long. The certainty that she loved him, really loved him, not just appreciated his diagnostic help or enjoyed their professional collaboration, filled spaces inside him that he hadn't fully realized were empty. He'd spent so long believing himself too ordinary for someone so bright, too reserved for someone so effervescent, that discovering she valued exactly those qualities felt like magic, more profound than anything he'd ever diagnosed. His apartment looked different in the morning light. The sparse furnishings and unadorned walls that had once felt appropriately minimalist now seemed lonely, not inadequate. Niall had learned through working with Stella that his preference for clean lines and organized simplicity was valid, but incomplete in ways that hadn't bothered him before yesterday. Before he'd kissed Stella Noel in front of hundreds of witnesses and felt her kiss him back with enthusiasm that suggested she'd been waiting for this as long as he had. Rolling out of bed, Niall moved through his morning routine with unusual energy. Usually, his shifter nature craved slow, deliberate mornings to process the previous day's diagnostic work and prepare for new challenges. But today, anticipation quickened his movements, eagerness to see Stella again overriding his typical caution. They'd made plans to meet at the Glimmer Globe for their regular work session. Ornament production still needed to continue despite yesterday's dramatic breakthrough, and several market visitors had requested consultation about their own magical projects. But now their collaboration would be colored by the acknowledged romance between them, professional partnership enhanced by personal connection. Niall paused in front of his bathroom mirror, studying his reflection with more attention than usual. Silver white hair neatly trimmed, pale blue eyes clear and focused, features that were pleasant enough but had never struck him as particularly remarkable. Yet Stella had called him beautiful yesterday, her voice filled with genuine appreciation that made him wonder if he'd been seeing himself through the wrong lens for years. The workshop coordinator's comments about his striking contrast with Stella's warmth had initially felt like polite observation rather than genuine compliment. But recalling the way Stella's eyes had tracked him across crowded spaces during their collaboration, the gentle touches she'd initiated even before their romantic breakthrough, he began to understand that his quiet presence held appeal he'd never credited. Perhaps, Niall thought as he dressed in his customary gray sweater and dark jeans, being ordinary wasn't the limitation he'd always believed. Perhaps his steady reliability and careful precision were exactly the complement Stella needed to balance her bright creativity. The walk to the Glimmer Globe took him through the bustling Christmas market, vendors already setting up displays despite the early hour. Several recognized him from yesterday's spectacular crisis resolution, calling out greetings that included knowing smiles and warm congratulations. "Lovely display last night, Mr. Frost," Eleanor Merriweather called from her magical confectionery stall. "Both the aurora lights and the kiss." Heat crept up Niall's neck, but he managed a genuine smile in return. "Thank you, Mrs. Merriweather. Stella's collaboration made both possible." "Oh, I think you contributed plenty on your own account," she replied with a wink. "That young woman's been mooning over you for months. About time you noticed." The comment stopped Niall mid-stride. Months? Stella had been interested in him for months while he'd been admiring her from careful distance, both of them apparently dancing around mutual attraction because he'd assumed himself inadequate, and she'd been too focused on maintaining her cheerful facade. The irony would have been painful if it wasn't so perfectly aligned with everything they'd learned about authentic communication and emotional vulnerability. The Glimmer Globe's midnight blue exterior gleamed in morning sunlight, silver trim catching the light like captured stars. Through the front windows, Niall could see Stella moving around the workshop, her curly auburn hair escaping its clips as usual, while she arranged something on their collaborative workbench. His heart did something complicated in his chest, a combination of anticipation, affection, and the precious knowledge that she'd chosen him, despite all the more dramatic options available to someone so vibrant and beloved by the community. The shop bell chimed as he entered, familiar vanilla cinnamon scent mixing with the distinctive ozone of happiness magic. Stella looked up from arranging fresh holly sprigs around their workspace, her face lighting with a smile so genuine and warm that Niall felt his remaining doubts evaporate like morning frost. "Good morning," she said, crossing the workshop to meet him halfway. No hesitation, no uncertainty about whether their romantic breakthrough would feel different in daylight. Just Stella being authentically herself, which now included expressing her affection for him openly. "Good morning," Niall replied, his voice softer than usual as she reached for his hand. Her fingers intertwined with his, the casual intimacy of the gesture making his snow-leopard shifter nature purr with contentment. "I brought holly," Stella announced unnecessarily, gesturing at the festive greenery she'd woven through their tool arrangements and magical component storage. "I know you prefer minimal decoration, but I thought—" "It's perfect," Niall interrupted gently, squeezing her hand. "Our workspace should reflect both of our styles. Organized functionality enhanced by beautiful touches." Her smile broadened, dimples appearing in her freckled cheeks. "Like us?" "Exactly like us." They stood together in the sparkling workshop, morning light painting rainbow patterns through the hanging ornament displays, while vanilla cinnamon scent wrapped around them like a blessing. Niall's diagnostic senses detected the steady harmony of their combined magical signatures, professional collaboration now deepened by romantic connection. Before he could overthink the impulse, He leaned down to press a gentle kiss to Stella's lips, their first kiss outside of crisis moments and public declaration. A quiet affirmation that their romantic breakthrough was real and lasting. Stella made a happy sound against his mouth, her free hand coming up to rest against his chest, while she returned the kiss with enthusiasm that suggested she'd been hoping for exactly this greeting. When they finally pulled apart, her green eyes sparkled with joy that had nothing to do with performed cheerfulness and everything to do with authentic happiness. "I've been wanting to do that since you walked in," she admitted, her fingers tracing absent patterns on his sweater. "Is it always going to feel this wonderful?" "I certainly hope so," Niall replied, his usual caution replaced by hopeful confidence. "Though we should probably save extended demonstrations for when we're not expecting consultation visitors." As if summoned by his words, the shop bell chimed again. A young couple entered hesitantly, their magical signatures marking them as practitioners from the Northern Territories, based on the distinctive cold weather resonance. "The glimmer globe?" the woman asked, glancing between Niall and Stella with obvious recognition. "We were hoping to speak with you both about collaborative magical technique. We witnessed your crisis resolution yesterday and, well, we're trying to combine our different specializations and it's not going smoothly." Stella released Niall's hand with obvious reluctance, but moved toward their visitors with welcoming warmth. "We'd be happy to help. I'm Stella Noel, and this is Niall Frost. What kind of magical work are you trying to integrate?" The couple, Kira and Thomas, explained their situation while Stella prepared tea and Niall cleared space at the consultation table. Kira specialized in ice sculpture enchantment while Thomas worked with flame animation, and their attempts to create pieces combining both elements kept resulting in either melted sculptures or extinguished flames. "The magical signatures conflict," Thomas said with frustration. "We keep trying to force them to harmonize, but nothing works consistently." Niall found himself surprisingly comfortable responding, his usual reticence replaced by confident expertise born from recent experience. Forcing harmony rarely succeeds with oppositional magical elements. You need to find the underlying connection between your approaches rather than trying to make them directly compatible. "Ice and flame seem pretty fundamentally opposed," Kira observed doubtfully. "On the surface, yes," Stella agreed, settling into the chair beside Niall with natural ease. "But Niall's diagnostic magic and my intuitive ornament work seemed equally opposed at first. Technical precision versus emotional authenticity. We learned that the opposition creates productive tension rather than destructive conflict when approached correctly." Niall nodded, his fingers finding Stella's under the table in a gesture of casual intimacy that felt remarkably natural. "The key is identifying what emotional or conceptual truth connects your different approaches. For us, it was the shared goal of creating stable beauty that serves others. For you, it might be something different." The consultation lasted nearly an hour, with Niall and Stella demonstrating collaborative techniques while explaining how emotional authenticity and technical precision could strengthen rather than undermine each other. Their synchronized movements around the workshop, Niall reaching for components before Stella asked, Stella anticipating his diagnostic needs without prompting, showcased exactly the harmony Kira and Thomas were seeking. "You make it look effortless," Kira said with obvious envy. "But you two have been partners for years, right?" "Actually, we've only been collaborating for a few weeks," Stella replied cheerfully. "The romantic relationship is even newer. We had our first kiss yesterday during the crisis." Thomas's eyes widened. "Seriously? But the way you work together is what happens when both people commit to authentic communication and mutual respect," Niall finished, surprised by his own willingness to discuss personal matters with strangers. "We learn to trust each other's expertise and be vulnerable about our limitations. The romantic feelings developed from that foundation." By the time Kira and Thomas left, armed with new collaborative techniques and obvious hope for their own partnership, Another group of visitors had arrived seeking similar consultation. The pattern continued throughout the morning, a steady stream of practitioners curious about how romantic partnership could enhance, rather than complicate, collaborative magical work. Each consultation revealed more confidence in Niall's expertise and deepening comfort with public acknowledgement of his relationship with Stella. Years of isolation and self-doubt seemed like distant memories, replaced by the precious knowledge that he was valued both professionally and personally. Around midday, a delegation of artisans from the coastal academies requested a full demonstration of their collaborative ornament-making technique. Stella and Niall set up their workspace while nearly 20 visitors crowded into the glimmer globe, notebooks ready and magical senses focused on detecting every nuance of their process. "We'll create a basic memory glass ornament," Stella explained, gathering their materials with practiced efficiency. The technique requires both precise diagnostic work to identify stable magical signatures and intuitive emotional infusion to capture authentic feelings. Neither of us could achieve the final result alone. Niall added the technical details as they worked, his voice steady despite the scrutiny of so many experienced practitioners. The diagnostic phase identifies potential instabilities in the glass structure and emotional resonance. I map the magical pathways while Stella prepares the emotional infusion. Then we combine our efforts during the critical formation period. Their movements synchronized perfectly. Niall's hands tracing diagnostic patterns while Stella shaped molten glass with confident precision, both of them aware of each other's position and needs, without requiring verbal communication. The romantic connection between them created additional harmony, their magical signatures interweaving with increasing sophistication. "Notice how they anticipate each other's movements," observed a master craftsman from the coastal academies, his aged face showing genuine appreciation. That level of coordination typically requires decades of partnership. "Or complete trust and authentic emotional connection," another artisan replied thoughtfully. "They're not following memorized patterns. They're responding to each other in real time." The ornament took shape under their combined efforts. Delicate glass infused with captured light and genuine happiness. The magical signature stable and resonant in ways that showcased perfect collaboration. When Stella lifted the finished piece for inspection, rainbow light danced through the transparent surface with mesmerizing beauty. Spontaneous applause filled the workshop. "That's remarkable," the master craftsman said, stepping forward to examine the ornament more closely. "The magical stability is exceptional, but more importantly, the emotional authenticity is undeniable. This represents exactly the integration of personal and professional collaboration that many practitioners spend lifetimes trying to achieve." Heat crept up Niall's neck at the lavish praise, but Stella squeezed his hand with obvious pride. "We learned together," she said simply. "Both of us had to be willing to be vulnerable and authentic, which made the technical work exponentially more effective." The demonstration concluded with numerous requests for follow-up consultations and several invitations for Niall and Stella to present their techniques at various magical academies throughout the region. The professional recognition felt validating, but what truly mattered to Niall was the way Stella looked at him with genuine affection and respect, seeing his value not despite his quiet nature, but because of it. By the time the Coastal Academy's delegation finally departed, Niall's stomach was reminding him that they'd worked through lunch without pausing. Stella apparently reached the same conclusion, tugging him toward the door with determined cheerfulness. "Break time," she announced. "We're going to enjoy the market like normal people instead of magical consultants." Walking through the bustling Christmas market hand in hand felt surreal in the best possible way. Vendors called out greetings that included knowing smiles and warm congratulations, visitors who'd witnessed their romantic breakthrough, offering enthusiastic compliments about both the spectacular aurora display and the obvious love between them. "Beautiful work last night, you two," called a traveling merchant selling enchanted scarves. My wife and I have been married 40 years, and we still don't coordinate our magic as smoothly as you managed during that crisis." Stella laughed, her fingers tightening around Niall's hand. "Thank you, though I suspect 40 years gives you advantages we haven't discovered yet." "Oh, you'll get there," the merchant's wife assured them. "Mark my words. Partnerships like yours are built to last." They sampled magical confections from Eleanor Merriweather's stall, purchased decorative candles from a visiting artisan whose work complemented Stella's ornaments, and simply enjoyed being together amid the festive celebration. Niall found himself relaxing into the public acknowledgement of their relationship, his natural reticence balanced by Stella's comfortable warmth. "This is nice," he murmured as they paused near the central fountain to watch children playing with animated snow sculptures. Being together without crisis or consultation demands. Stella leaned against his side, her head resting on his shoulder with casual intimacy. "We should make time for more of this. I spent so long hiding behind cheerful performance that I forgot how wonderful genuine happiness feels." "We'll figure out the balance," Niall promised, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Professional collaboration and personal connection, technical precision and emotional authenticity. Just like our ornament work." Her answering smile could have lit the entire market square. The afternoon brought another wave of consultation requests, practitioners from various communities seeking advice about integrating different magical specializations, young couples hoping to learn collaborative techniques, even a few established partnerships curious about how Niall and Stella's romantic breakthrough had enhanced their professional work. Each conversation revealed more about Niall's transformation from isolated outsider to confident community leader. His diagnostic expertise, once offered hesitantly and with persistent self-doubt, now flowed with natural authority enhanced by emotional openness and the security of knowing he was valued both professionally and personally. Around mid-afternoon, Dr. Willowmere arrived to assess the ongoing network stability following yesterday's crisis resolution. They spent several minutes testing various magical signatures throughout the shop, their expression growing increasingly satisfied. "Remarkable," Dr. Willowmere finally announced, their sharp green eyes warm with approval. "The sympathetic magic network has actually strengthened since your romantic breakthrough. Your partnership is creating innovations in both diagnostic technique and ornament stability that are benefiting the entire magical community." "How is that possible?" Stella asked, though her hand found Niall's automatically. "We're just making ornaments and solving technical problems." "You're demonstrating authentic collaboration," Dr. Willowmere corrected gently. "Your willingness to be vulnerable and trust each other has created new pathways in Tinselcroft's magical network." Other practitioners are responding to that example, opening their own practices to deeper connection and collaboration. Niall absorbed the information with his usual careful attention, his diagnostic senses confirming what Dr. Willowmere described. The town's magical atmosphere had indeed shifted, not just stabilized, but evolved into something more resilient and adaptive. "Your partnership represents what I was hoping to help you discover," Dr. Willowmere continued, addressing Niall directly. "That emotional isolation creates magical as well as personal limitations. By choosing vulnerability and authentic connection, you've enhanced both your diagnostic abilities and your capacity to contribute to community health." The observation felt profound without being overwhelming. Simple truth that Niall could accept without his old defensive self-doubt rising to protest that he didn't deserve such recognition. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for helping me understand that asking for support wasn't weakness." Dr. Willomere's smile was genuinely warm. "And thank you both for showing the rest of us what healthy partnership looks like. Tinselcroft is stronger because you chose courage over comfort." Their evening work session took on new intimacy as the last visitors finally departed and they could focus on their own projects without the pressure of demonstration or consultation. Niall watched Stella work with her usual vibrant energy, now enhanced by the freedom to express genuine emotions rather than performed cheerfulness. "I've been thinking," she said as she shaped another piece of memory glass, her movements graceful and confident, "about advanced collaborative techniques we could develop. If our basic partnership creates this level of stability, imagine what we might achieve with more sophisticated integration." Niall moved to stand behind her, his hands coming to rest on her shoulders, while his diagnostic senses traced the magical patterns she was creating. "What did you have in mind?" "Layered emotional infusion combined with multi-level diagnostic mapping," Stella explained, leaning back against his chest with comfortable trust. "We could create ornaments that adapt to the emotional needs of whoever holds them, providing exactly the comfort or joy they require in that moment." The technical challenges were significant, but Niall found himself energized rather than daunted by the prospect. "We'd need to establish baseline emotional signatures across a broad spectrum, then create adaptive pathways that respond to user needs without destabilizing the core magical structure." "Exactly." Stella twisted to look up at him, her green eyes sparkling with creative excitement. "You understand immediately what I'm trying to achieve. That's what makes our partnership so perfect. You translate my intuitive concepts into technical reality. And you give my diagnostic precision emotional purpose beyond simple stability," Niall replied, pressing a kiss to her temple, "making what I create matter to people in meaningful ways." They worked late into the evening, experimenting with increasingly sophisticated collaborative techniques. Their romantic connection allowed even deeper magical harmony than they'd achieved during crisis resolution, professional excellence enhanced by personal intimacy in ways that felt both natural and profound. Around 9 o'clock, a gentle knock interrupted their focused work. Mayor Elderberry entered the shop, his mayoral chain gleaming and his expression combining satisfaction with obvious purpose. "Forgive the late interruption," he said warmly, "but I wanted to speak with you both about Tinselcroft's future while the idea was fresh." Stella wiped glass dust from her hands, gesturing toward the consultation table. "Of course, Mayor. What can we help with?" Mayor Elderberry settled into a chair with the comfortable authority of someone who'd led the community for decades. "Your crisis resolution yesterday, and the subsequent consultations you've provided, have elevated Tinselcroft's reputation throughout the broader magical world. We're receiving inquiries from communities interested in learning about collaborative magical innovation and authentic partnership development." Niall felt Stella's hand find his under the table, her fingers intertwining automatically. "That's wonderful news," she said, "though I'm not sure what it has to do with us specifically." "Everything," Mayor Elderberry replied with a knowing smile. "You two have become symbols of what makes Tinselcroft special. Our commitment to authentic connection and collaborative growth over competitive isolation. I'd like to discuss potential ongoing roles as Tinselcroft's ambassadors for collaborative magical innovation." The proposal was both exciting and daunting. Recognition that their partnership had meaning beyond their personal happiness, that their willingness to be vulnerable and authentic had created something valuable for the entire magical community. "What would that entail?" Niall asked carefully, his diagnostic mind already analyzing implications and requirements. Mayor Elderberry outlined a vision of visiting other communities to teach collaborative techniques, hosting specialized workshops in Tinselcroft for practitioners seeking to develop healthier partnerships, potentially establishing a formal training program for collaborative magical innovation. "Nothing that would overwhelm your existing responsibilities," he assured them, "but structured opportunities to share what you've learned with communities that desperately need examples of healthy partnership and authentic collaboration." Stella looked at Niall, her expression seeking his honest reaction rather than assuming agreement. The gesture itself demonstrated exactly the collaborative respect that made their partnership successful. "I think," Niall said slowly, "that we'd be honored to help, as long as we can maintain balance between these new responsibilities and our own work and our personal relationship." "Absolutely essential," Mayor Elderberry agreed. "Authentic partnership requires protecting the foundation that makes everything else possible. We'll structure any ambassadorial work around your needs rather than demanding you sacrifice your well-being for community benefit." They discussed possibilities for nearly an hour, potential communities to visit, workshop topics that would serve the broadest range of practitioners, ways to ensure their own relationship remained healthy amid increased public attention. By the time Mayor Elderberry finally departed, Niall felt both energized and slightly overwhelmed by the expanding opportunities. "This is really happening," Stella said wonderingly as they closed up the workshop together. "We're not just solving our own problems anymore. We're helping entire communities learn healthier approaches to collaboration and partnership." Niall pulled her into his arms, savoring the way she fit perfectly against his chest. "Does it feel overwhelming?" "A little," she admitted honestly. "But mostly it feels right. Like we were always meant to find each other and create something meaningful together." "I never imagined," Niall said softly, his fingers tangling in her curly hair, "that asking for help with your ornament crisis would lead to this. Professional recognition, romantic fulfillment, community leadership, all because you needed a diagnostic consultation." Stella laughed, the sound warm and genuine. "I think it was always going to lead here eventually. We just needed the right catalyst to push us past our individual barriers." Looking down at her bright face, freckled skin, green eyes full of affection, dimpled smile that was all authentic happiness, Niall felt profound contentment settle into his bones. His transformation from isolated outsider to confident community leader was complete. Not because he'd changed his fundamental nature, but because he'd finally found someone who valued exactly who he'd always been. "I love you," he said simply. "Thank you for seeing past my quiet exterior to the person underneath." "I love you too," Stella replied, standing on tiptoe to kiss him with enthusiasm that suggested she'd never tire of the gesture. "Thank you for teaching me that authentic vulnerability is stronger than performed cheerfulness." They stood together in the sparkling workshop, surrounded by collaborative magic and the precious knowledge that they'd found in each other something more beautiful than either could create alone. Genuine partnership built on trust, respect, and the courage to be authentically themselves. Chapter 19. Stella. The elegant dining room of Mayor Elderberry's private residence glowed with soft candlelight, casting warm shadows across the assembled gathering. Stella smoothed the skirt of her best forest green dress, the one that made her auburn hair gleam like copper in the firelight, as Niall's hand found hers with practiced ease. They'd arrived fashionably late, which was actually just regular late because she'd changed outfits 3 times before settling on the dress that felt both festive and appropriately sophisticated for a dinner celebrating Tinselcroft's collaborative partnerships. "You look beautiful," Niall murmured as they crossed the threshold, his pale blue eyes warm with affection. "Though you've looked beautiful in every dress you tried on." "You're biased," she whispered back, fighting a grin. "Also, you weren't supposed to admit you noticed all the wardrobe changes." "I notice everything about you." His tone made it sound like stating a simple fact rather than romantic hyperbole. The room held familiar faces arranged around Mayor Elderberry's impressive dining table. Kat and Alistair seated near the head with matching expressions of comfortable contentment. Holly and Rowan occupying the middle section with their characteristic balance of social energy and quiet strength. Cleo and Felix animatedly discussing something that involved considerable hand gestures from Cleo and patient additions from Felix. Dr. Willowmere sat observing the assembled couples with their sharp green eyes, clearly cataloging the magical and emotional dynamics with professional interest. Stella! Niall! Holly bounced slightly in her seat, her curly black hair adorned with what appeared to be tiny enchanted snowflakes that sparkled without melting. We saved you seats. They settled into the indicated chairs as Mayor Elderberry rose with dignified grace, his silver beard neatly trimmed and his mayoral chain glinting in the candlelight. He raised his glass of sparkling elderflower wine, his kind blue eyes twinkling with genuine pleasure. My dear friends, he began, his voice carrying the warmth of someone addressing chosen family rather than constituents. Thank you for joining me this evening to celebrate what has been the most successful Christmas market in Tinselcroft's long history. Record attendance, unprecedented magical innovation, and, most importantly, confirmation that our community's commitment to authentic partnership and collaborative growth continues to bear extraordinary fruit. Stella felt Niall's thumb trace gentle circles on the back of her hand as Mayor Elderberry continued his toast, acknowledging each couple's specific contributions to the market's success and the community's magical prosperity. Kat and Alastair, your collaborative workshops on balancing precision with creative spontaneity have helped countless practitioners develop healthier approaches to partnership work. Rowan and Holly, your example of respecting individual needs while maintaining deep connection continues to guide newer couples navigating those challenging waters. Cleo and Felix, your upcoming wedding plans are already inspiring discussions about authenticity versus performance in celebration planning. And Stella and Niall, his eyes found them with particular warmth. Your breakthrough in collaborative memory glass work has not only saved this year's market, but established new standards for authentic emotional partnership in artisan magic. Everyone raised their glasses in unison, the crystalline chime of the toast accompanied by magical resonance that made the candles flare briefly brighter. Stella took a sip of the sweet wine, feeling the comfortable energy of close community bonds settle around the table like a protective blanket. I remember our first year, Kat said, her amber eyes sparkling with humor as she glanced at Alastair. When we were still figuring out how to translate romantic compatibility into actual professional collaboration, I spent 3 months convinced that if I didn't maintain absolute control over every baking process, the bakery would descend into chaos. Alistair grinned, his hazel eyes showing less anxiety than Stella remembered from earlier interactions. To be fair, I did accidentally create sentient sourdough starter that tried to escape through the ventilation system. Twice, Kat added dryly. You created escaping sourdough twice. The second time wasn't sentient, Alistair protested. It was just extremely enthusiastic about rising. The table dissolved into laughter, the easy affection between them obvious in how Kat rolled her eyes while simultaneously reaching for Alistair's hand. Learning to trust each other's expertise while maintaining individual identity, Alistair continued more seriously, was harder than I expected. I kept assuming that successful partnership meant abandoning my unconventional approaches in favor of Kat's proven methods. And I kept assuming, Kat interjected smoothly, that collaboration meant tolerating chaos rather than finding actual harmony between our different strengths. Stella felt deep resonance with their experience, recognizing similar dynamics in her own journey with Niall. She'd spent weeks convinced that accepting his diagnostic help meant admitting failure as an independent artisan, while he'd assumed his quiet technical support was merely adequate compared to more dramatic magical talents. What changed? Niall asked, his tone carrying genuine curiosity rather than polite conversation. Kat and Alistair exchanged one of those wordless couple looks that communicated entire conversations. We stopped trying to be a perfect partnership, Kat said finally, and started being authentically ourselves while actively choosing each other. Turns out that works better. Though, authentically ourselves Still occasionally includes escaping baked goods, Alistair added with self-deprecating humor. Just with better containment protocols now. Holly laughed, her dimpled smile showing genuine happiness at watching the conversation unfold. She and Rowan attended more as established mentors than participants needing guidance, their comfortable dynamic evident in how Rowan's quiet strength complemented Holly's social enthusiasm without either overwhelming or being overwhelmed by the other. The containment protocols help, Rowan observed in his measured way. Though I think the real breakthrough was when you two stopped competing over whose approach was superior and started actually listening to each other's reasoning. Says the man who spent 6 months refusing to admit he was falling in love because it conflicted with his preference for solitary wild magic work. Holly teased gently, her hand finding Rowan's with practiced ease. I didn't refuse to admit it, Rowan corrected mildly. I just needed time to understand how partnership could enhance, rather than diminish individual magical practice. 6 months, Holly repeated, though her tone held affection rather than criticism. You needed 6 months to reach that understanding. Some of us process complex emotional revelations more slowly than others, Rowan replied, his hazel eyes showing warmth despite his dry tone. Cleo bounced in her seat with barely contained excitement, her spiky black hair sporting temporary blue streaks that matched her artistic dress. Speaking of partnerships, Felix and I have finalized our spring wedding plans. The announcement generated enthusiastic responses around the table as Cleo launched into animated descriptions of their ceremony plans. Her artistic vision spun ideas for incorporating collaborative magical elements, unity candles that would burn with combined magical signatures, vow exchanges written in complementary poetic styles, reception decorations that would showcase both Felix's appreciation for literary tradition and her own contemporary creative sensibilities. Felix added thoughtful commentary throughout her excited narration, his soft brown eyes showing patient affection as he occasionally redirected her tangential enthusiasm back toward relevant details. Their different approaches to planning, Cleo's spontaneous creativity versus Felix's methodical organization, had clearly found harmonious balance rather than constant conflict. We're incorporating elements from both our families' traditions, Felix explained, but adapting them to reflect our actual values rather than just performing expected rituals. Which means less formal receiving line nonsense, Cleo added with satisfaction, and more time for genuine celebration with people we actually care about. The balance you've found, Dr. Willowmere observed in their calm voice, demonstrates excellent understanding of how healthy partnerships honor both individual authenticity and collaborative unity. You're creating a ceremony that celebrates your genuine selves, rather than performing someone else's idea of perfect matrimony. Their sharp green eyes surveyed the assembled couples with professional interest. In fact, I've been documenting some fascinating magical health effects from successful romantic partnerships. Would you all mind if I shared preliminary research findings? The general murmur of agreement encouraged Dr. Willowmere to continue. Authentic emotional connection, they explained, enhances magical abilities in measurable ways. Practitioners in healthy partnerships show increased magical stamina, improved control over complex workings, and notably better integration with community magical networks. The effects are particularly pronounced when both partners maintain individual magical identities while actively supporting each other's growth. They gestured towards Stella and Niall. Your collaborative memory glass work provides an excellent example. The breakthrough came not from either of you sacrificing individual expertise, but from combining Stella's emotional authenticity with Niall's technical precision in ways that created something neither could achieve alone. Stella felt warmth spread through her chest at the acknowledgement, not just of their magical success, but of the partnership foundation that made it possible. Furthermore, Dr. Willowmere continued. Successful partnerships create network stability that benefits entire communities. Tinselcroft's overall magical health has improved measurably since you all formed your respective partnerships. Individual healing contributes to collective well-being in surprisingly profound ways. As conversation flowed around the table, couples sharing stories of both successes and challenges, offering advice based on hard-won experience, celebrating each other's achievements with genuine enthusiasm. Stella realized she'd found her place within a growing community of people who proved that individual excellence and mutual support enhanced, rather than competed with each other. This wasn't just a gathering of romantic couples, it was a supportive network of collaborative relationships, each unique in their specific dynamics, but united by commitment to authentic partnership and individual growth. Kat and Alistair's creative chaos balanced with methodical precision, Holly and Rowan's social energy complemented by wild magic wisdom, Cleo and Felix's spontaneous artistry harmonized with scholarly thoughtfulness, and now she and Niall, adding their own flavor of emotional authenticity combined with technical diagnostic expertise. "What about you two?" Holly asked with characteristic directness, her dimpled smile warm with genuine interest. "Any plans for your future together? Wedding timelines? Collaborative projects? World domination through superior ornament making?" Stella felt momentary pressure about relationship milestones and timelines. They'd only been romantically involved for a few weeks, though their professional partnership extended back months. Should they be discussing engagement already? Marriage plans? Long-term residential arrangements? Niall's gentle squeeze of her hand interrupted her spiraling thoughts, his pale blue eyes meeting hers with quiet understanding. "We're focusing on enjoying our current happiness," he said easily, addressing Holly but looking at Stella, "rather than rushing toward predetermined expectations about what our partnership should look like at specific intervals." The relief that washed through Stella must have shown on her face, because Holly's expression softened with recognition. "That's probably the healthiest approach," Holly agreed. "I think we all sometimes forget that successful partnerships are about finding what works for the specific people involved, rather than following someone else's timeline or template." Says the person who tried to organize a community-wide relationship development workshop series, Rowan observed dryly, complete with milestone checkpoints and collaborative achievement metrics. Holly had the grace to look sheepish. That workshop series was enthusiastically received. "After you completely restructured it," Rowan reminded her gently, "to focus on individual couple needs rather than universal relationship standards." "Details," Holly muttered, though her dimpled smile acknowledged the accuracy of his observation. The evening's warmth came from exactly this, sharing both successes and challenges with people who understood the complexities of balancing romantic love with professional collaboration, who could offer genuine advice without judgment because they'd navigated similar waters themselves. Stella felt truly understood and supported in her choices, surrounded by people who celebrated authentic partnership in all its messy, beautiful variations. Cleo launched into an animated description of her wedding dress design, something involving hand-painted silk and Felix's favorite literary quotes incorporated into the embroidery. Felix added patient commentary about coordinating his suit to complement rather than match her artistic vision, their collaborative discussion demonstrating exactly the kind of respectful negotiation that made partnerships actually work. Alistair shared recent breakthrough in collaborative magical innovation, his enthusiasm infectious as he described how understanding Kat's precision-focused approach had helped him develop better containment methods for experimental workings. Kat interjected with dry commentary about the relative definition of better containment, but her amber eyes showed pride in his achievements. Mayor Elderberry facilitated conversation with practiced ease, ensuring everyone had opportunities to contribute while preventing any single topic from dominating. His diplomatic skills served social gatherings as effectively as community leadership, creating space where quieter voices like Rowan's and Niall's could be heard alongside more exuberant personalities. As dinner concluded with promises to continue supporting each other through future challenges and celebrations, Stella looked around the table at faces that had become chosen family. Mayor Elderberry, with his grandfatherly wisdom and institutional support, Kat and Alistair demonstrating that opposites could genuinely complement each other, Holly and Rowan proving that individual needs and deep connection weren't mutually exclusive. Cleo and Felix showing how different approaches to life could find harmonious balance. Dr. Willowmere providing professional insight that validated emotional experiences. Her heart felt full of gratitude for the community that had nurtured both her individual growth and her partnership with Niall. These people had supported her through magical crisis, celebrated her romantic breakthrough, and continued offering guidance without imposing expectations. They'd created a space where she could be authentically herself, scattered creativity, performed cheerfulness gradually transforming into genuine happiness, vulnerability shared without fear of judgment. "Thank you," she said softly as the gathering began breaking up, her words addressed to everyone and no one specifically. "For everything. For creating a community where people like Niall and me could find each other and figure out how to be authentic partners." Holly's eyes gleamed with unshed tears. "That's what we're all here for. Supporting each other through the messy, beautiful process of becoming our best selves, while loving imperfect people who somehow fit perfectly anyway." Walking home through Tinselcroft's softly lit streets afterward, Niall's arm draped comfortably around her shoulders, Stella felt profoundly grateful for the love she'd found and the community that made it possible. Her sense of belonging was complete in ways she'd never experienced before. Not the superficial acceptance that came from always being cheerful and helpful, but deep recognition that came from being known and valued for her authentic self. Snow began falling as they walked, delicate flakes drifting through the glow of street lamps and settling on cobblestones still warm from the day's foot traffic. The Christmas market had concluded its official run, but decorations remained throughout the town, creating a wonderland atmosphere that would last through the new year. "Do you ever wonder?" Niall asked softly, his breath misting in the cold air. "What would have happened if your ornaments hadn't started exploding?" Stella considered the question seriously, watching snowflakes catch in his silver-white hair. "I think we would have found each other eventually, maybe not as quickly, and probably with more mutual pining instead of forced collaboration, but—" She paused, searching for the right words. "I think some partnerships are inevitable, like the magic itself was pushing us together." "The magic? Or Holly's matchmaking tendencies?" Niall's tone carried gentle humor. "Holly definitely helped," Stella admitted with a laugh, though I maintain that her subtle encouragement was about as subtle as Cleo's temporary hair colors. They walked in comfortable silence for several minutes, their footsteps creating parallel tracks in the accumulating snow. Tinselcroft settled into its evening rhythms around them, lights dimming in shops and businesses, families visible through warm windows sharing after-dinner routines, the occasional magical display still twinkling from elaborate market decorations. "I love this," Stella said finally. "Not just you, though, obviously you, most of all. But this, belonging somewhere, being part of something bigger than just my individual work. Having people who understand what it means to balance personal identity with collaborative partnership." Niall pulled her closer, pressing a kiss to her temple. "I love it too. I spent 8 years living in Tinselcroft without really being part of the community, just existing on the edges, doing my work, admiring you from a safe distance. Now I can't imagine going back to that isolation." "Good," Stella declared firmly, "because I'm not letting you retreat into diagnostic hermithood. You're stuck with collaborative partnership and community dinners, and probably entirely too much involvement in Cleo's wedding planning." I suspect, Niall observed dryly, that Cleo's wedding planning will involve everyone whether they volunteer or not. Undoubtedly. Stella grinned up at him, snowflakes catching on her eyelashes. But at least we'll face the colorful chaos together. They reached the Glimmer Globe as snow began falling more heavily, transforming the street into something from one of her own enchanted ornaments. Stella's workshop windows glowed with residual magic from the day's projects, the memory glass pieces inside creating their own soft illumination. "Come upstairs?" she asked, though it wasn't really a question anymore. Niall had been spending most nights at her apartment, their living arrangements evolving organically without formal discussion or predetermined timelines. "Always," he replied simply, and together they climbed the stairs to her cozy space above the shop, leaving the magical snowfall behind while carrying the warmth of community and partnership with them into their shared future. Chapter 20. Niall. The clinic doors chimed softly as Niall entered, carrying his leather case of diagnostic crystals that hummed with quiet anticipation against his hip. 3 weeks had passed since the Christmas market crisis, 3 weeks of unprecedented magical stability throughout Tinselcroft, and this morning's comprehensive assessment would confirm whether their collaborative breakthrough had created lasting change or merely temporary relief. "Perfect timing," Dr. Willowmere called from their examination room, where an array of enhanced medical equipment stood ready for the network analysis. "I've just finished calibrating the resonance monitors. The readings should give us comprehensive data about magical flow patterns throughout the entire town." Niall set his case on the examination table with careful precision, extracting the diagnostic crystals one by one. Each stone responded to his touch with warm light. Pale blue for foundational energy, silver white for network connectivity, soft gold for emotional resonance. Together they formed a complete spectrum for analyzing community magical health. Dr. Willowmere watched with professional interest as he arranged the crystals in their diagnostic configuration. "Your technique has evolved considerably since we first worked together. More confident in your placements, more intuitive about which frequencies need monitoring. Working with Stella taught me to trust my instincts," Niall admitted, adjusting a crystal's angle with delicate precision. "She approaches magic through emotional authenticity, while I rely on technical analysis. Finding the balance between those approaches strengthened both. Exactly the kind of integration I'm hoping to see reflected in the network readings." Dr. Willowmere activated their medical equipment, which began humming in harmony with Niall's crystals. "Let's see what the data reveals." The readings appeared on multiple monitors simultaneously, complex patterns of magical energy flowing through Tinselcroft's foundational network like illuminated rivers on three-dimensional maps. Niall's breath caught as he recognized the unprecedented resilience displayed across every frequency spectrum. "This is remarkable," Dr. Willowmere murmured, their sharp green eyes scanning the data with growing satisfaction. "Look at the stability indexes. They've improved by nearly 40% across all magical signatures, and the adaptive capacity measurements." They trailed off, fingers flying across their keyboard to pull up comparison charts from previous months. Niall leaned closer to examine the detailed analyses, his snow-leopard senses picking up subtle variations in magical flow that the equipment couldn't quite capture. Where 3 weeks ago the network had shown dangerous instabilities and resonance feedback loops, now he detected smooth energy transitions between different magical approaches. The foundational magic accommodated diverse practitioner styles without the chaotic interference that had threatened Stella's ornaments. "The harmonic integration patterns are what really interest me," Dr. Willowmere said, highlighting a section of the display. "See how emotional magic and technical precision now complement each other rather than creating discord? Your collaborative techniques haven't just stabilized existing pathways, they've created entirely new routes for magical energy flow." The implications settled over Niall slowly, like snowfall accumulating into something substantial and transformative. Their partnership hadn't simply resolved a crisis. They'd fundamentally altered how Tinselcroft's magical network operated, creating infrastructure that would support healthier collaborative practices for every practitioner in town. How far do the effects extend? He asked, studying the geographical boundaries displayed on the monitors. Throughout the entire town and approximately half a mile into the surrounding countryside. Dr. Willowmere pulled up additional data showing magical density variations. The strongest improvements center around the Glimmer Globe and your workshop, but the ripple effects reach every business, residence, and public space within Tinselcroft proper. Niall's diagnostic crystals pulsed with responsive light as he absorbed the information. Every magical practitioner in town, from Holly's enchantment work to Alistair's gingerbread architecture to Felix's research library, benefited from the network improvements created through his partnership with Stella. Their personal healing and collaborative breakthrough had become community-wide infrastructure. I've been documenting the changes carefully, Dr. Willowmere continued, gesturing toward neat stacks of research notes beside their equipment. The integration of emotional authenticity with technical precision appears to create natural pathways that accommodate magical diversity without instability. It's precisely what Tinselcroft needed after Alistair's integration introduced more complex magical signatures into our network. The mention of Alistair reminded Niall of Mayor Elderberry's celebration dinner, where established couples had shared their experiences navigating the intersection of personal partnership and professional collaboration. At the time, he'd been focused on Stella and their immediate community connections. Now he recognized broader patterns, how each successful partnership contributed to Tinselcroft's magical resilience in unique ways. The really interesting development, Dr. Willowmere said, pulling up their email correspondence, is that news of your collaborative techniques has reached other magical communities experiencing similar integration challenges. I've received inquiries from 3 different towns asking about your methods. They turned their monitor toward Niall, displaying messages from magical researchers and community leaders. Each inquiry described network instabilities resembling Tinselcroft's pre-crisis symptoms, resonance feedback, incompatible magical signatures, practitioners struggling to work collaboratively without creating chaotic interference. They want to know if your techniques could help their communities achieve similar stability improvements, Dr. Willowmere explained. One researcher is preparing a formal case study about community network dynamics and how individual partnerships can catalyze broader magical innovation. Niall stared at the messages, processing this unexpected expansion of their love story's significance. What had begun as his desperate need to help Stella with exploding ornaments had evolved into something with implications far beyond their personal happiness. Their journey toward emotional authenticity and collaborative partnership had created measurable magical breakthroughs that could potentially benefit other communities. I never imagined, he said slowly, choosing his words with characteristic care, that our relationship would become a case study in magical innovation. The best discoveries often emerge from personal necessity rather than theoretical research. Dr. Willowmere's gentle smile carried deep wisdom. You and Stella weren't trying to revolutionize community magical practices. You were simply learning to be authentic with each other and trust in collaborative strength. The broader implications developed naturally from those honest efforts. Outside the clinic windows, the healing splint scarf around the Yule tree caught Niall's attention. Holly's creation continued glowing with steady silver-white light, but now subtle threads of gold wove through the magical wool. New additions that reflected the enhanced network stability created through collaborative techniques. The scarf had evolved beyond its original crisis resolution purpose into a living monument to community magical health. The gold threads appeared gradually over the past 3 weeks, Dr. Willowmere observed, following his gaze. Holly says the scarf is responding to permanent structural improvements in the magical network, incorporating new colors to reflect enhanced stability and harmony. Permanent. The word resonated through Niall with profound significance. Their collaborative breakthrough hadn't created temporary fixes that would fade once the crisis pressure disappeared. They'd established lasting changes to Tinselcroft's magical infrastructure, improvements that would continue benefiting the community for years, possibly generations, to come. You should see the frequency analysis charts, Dr. Willowmere said, pulling up additional data displays. The network now accommodates emotional and technical magical approaches with equal facility, creating natural bridges between different practitioner styles. Before your collaborative techniques, those approaches often created interference patterns. Now, they enhance each other. The charts revealed complex harmonic relationships Niall had never observed in previous diagnostic work. Where emotional magic and technical precision once occupied separate frequency bands that occasionally clashed, now they interwove like complementary musical notes, creating richer harmonies together than either could achieve alone. This changes everything about how we should approach magical education and partnership development, he realized aloud. If communities understood that collaborative authenticity creates infrastructure improvements rather than just resolving immediate crises. Exactly. Dr. Willomere's eyes gleamed with professional excitement. Which is why these consultation requests from other communities are so important. Your techniques could influence how magical populations approach integration challenges and partnership development across multiple regions. Niall considered the possibilities carefully, his natural caution balancing against growing excitement about contributing to broader magical innovation. Teaching other communities about collaborative techniques would require traveling, presenting research findings, possibly establishing training programs. But none of those activities would necessitate leaving Tinselcroft permanently or sacrificing the community connections that had nurtured his partnership with Stella. We could develop consultation services, he suggested slowly, the idea taking shape as he spoke. Maintaining Tinselcroft as our home base while traveling to communities that need help with network integration. Short-term intensive workshops rather than permanent relocation. That model would allow you to share your knowledge while preserving your community ties, Dr. Willowmere agreed. And frankly, having you both remain resident in Tinselcroft provides ongoing data about long-term partnership dynamics and network stability. Your relationship becomes a living laboratory for studying collaborative magical development. The clinical terminology made Niall smile slightly. I'm not sure Stella will appreciate being described as a laboratory specimen. She'll appreciate knowing that your love story has practical applications for helping other magical communities achieve healthier collaborative practices. Dr. Willomere's tone carried absolute certainty. That woman's entire identity centers on bringing joy and authentic connection to others. Knowing your partnership techniques could benefit populations beyond Tinselcroft will delight her. They were right, of course. Stella would embrace opportunities to teach collaborative approaches that balanced individual excellence with partnership harmony. She'd probably start planning workshop curricula immediately, filling notebooks with ideas about demonstrating emotional authenticity techniques through ornament-making demonstrations. The thought made warmth bloom in Niall's chest. Not the anxious heat of crisis pressure, but the steady glow of shared purpose and mutual support. After 8 years of isolation, followed by 3 intense weeks of collaborative breakthrough, he'd found not just romantic partnership but professional purpose that extended far beyond Tinselcroft's borders. The consultation requests mention specific compensation structures, Dr. Willowmere said, returning to their email correspondence. These communities have research budgets allocated for magical innovation. You and Stella could develop a legitimate secondary income stream while maintaining your primary businesses here. Niall examined the financial details with practical interest. The proposed compensation would easily support travel expenses while providing fair payment for specialized expertise. More importantly, it would establish their collaborative techniques as valuable professional services rather than merely personal solutions to local problems. I'll need to discuss this with Stella, he said finally. Partnership decisions should be collaborative, especially when they involve our shared magical work. Of course. Dr. Willowmere printed out summaries of the consultation requests and network analysis results. Take these materials home, review them together, and let me know if you're interested in pursuing any of these opportunities. There's no rush. The communities understand that developing training programs takes time. Niall accepted the documents with careful hands, recognizing their significance beyond mere paper and data. These pages represented validation that his relationship with Stella had created measurable value for their community and potential benefits for magical populations far beyond Tinselcroft's borders. Their love story had become evidence that emotional authenticity and technical precision could work together to achieve breakthroughs neither approach could accomplish alone. One final assessment, Dr. Willowmere said, returning to their diagnostic equipment. I want to confirm the permanence of these network improvements through temporal stability analysis. They ran additional tests while Niall's crystals hummed with responsive energy, measuring how the magical network responded to various stress simulations. Each test confirmed remarkable resilience. The collaborative pathways remained stable under conditions that would have created dangerous feedback loops before the Christmas market crisis. Permanent structural changes, Dr. Willowmere announced with satisfaction after reviewing the final results. Your collaborative techniques didn't just patch existing problems, they fundamentally transformed how Tinselcroft's magical network operates. These improvements will continue benefiting the community for generations, regardless of whether you actively maintain them. The words settled over Niall like a blessing, validation that the vulnerability and emotional risk required for partnership with Stella had created legacy benefits extending far beyond their immediate happiness. Future magical practitioners in Tinselcroft would work within infrastructure that accommodated collaborative authenticity, never knowing how much personal courage had been required to establish those harmonious pathways. Thank you, he said quietly, beginning to pack his diagnostic crystals back into their protective case. For documenting these changes so carefully, and for recognizing their broader significance. Thank you for being willing to do the hard work of authentic partnership, Dr. Willowmere countered gently. Creating these magical breakthroughs required tremendous personal courage from both you and Stella. The technical innovation emerged from your willingness to be emotionally vulnerable with each other. Niall nodded, acknowledging the truth beneath their clinical assessment. The collaborative techniques that other communities wanted to learn weren't merely technical procedures that could be taught through workshops and demonstrations. They required the kind of emotional authenticity that came only through genuine vulnerability, mutual trust, and the courage to share both strengths and flaws with a partner. He left the clinic carrying scientific validation of his partnership's success, documents that transformed his love story into research findings with practical applications for magical innovation. The morning air felt crisp and clean, snow crunching under his boots as he walked through Tinselcroft's familiar streets toward the Glimmer Globe. Stella would still be working in her upstairs apartment, probably surrounded by experimental ornament prototypes and half-finished sketches for new collaborative techniques. She'd greet him with her characteristic bright energy, then settle into focused attention as he explained the consultation opportunities and network analysis results. Pride swelled in Niall's chest as he walked, not the anxious pressure of proving his worth, but genuine satisfaction in knowing their partnership had created measurable benefits for their entire community, while potentially helping other magical populations achieve similar collaborative breakthroughs. 8 years of isolation had taught him to doubt his value and question his belonging. 3 weeks of authentic partnership had shown him that his quiet strength, combined with Stella's vibrant energy, could create magical innovation that transformed entire communities. The healing splint scarf glowed with steady silver-white light threaded with gold as he passed the Yule tree, its magical wool pulsing in rhythm with Tinselcroft's enhanced network stability. Niall allowed himself a small smile, recognizing his own journey reflected in that evolution, from crisis intervention to permanent structural improvement, from isolated competence to collaborative excellence, from admiring Stella from safe distance to building a partnership that changed how their entire community approached magical work. He had scientific proof now, documented evidence that love and technical precision could work together to create breakthroughs neither could achieve alone. More importantly, he had daily experience of what that collaboration felt like, the warmth of Stella's trust, the satisfaction of shared magical innovation, the profound belonging that came from being known and valued for his authentic self rather than performing adequacy. Chapter 21. Stella. The last magical tourist disappeared down Tinselcroft's main street, just as afternoon light began slanting golden through the Glimmer Globe's windows, transforming the workshop into a cathedral of captured memories and collaborative achievement. Stella stood amid the organized chaos of commission requests, testimonials scrawled on colorful note cards, and half-finished correspondence from artisans eager to learn their techniques. Her heart felt full in a way that had nothing to do with performing joy for customers and everything to do with genuine satisfaction. A month ago, she'd been frantically trying to hide her ornament failures behind cheerful determination, terrified that admitting problems would disappoint the community that depended on her craft. Now she was surrounded by evidence that vulnerability and partnership had created something far more valuable than isolated perfection ever could have achieved. She lifted one of her latest ornaments to examine in the soft light, watching how the memory glass captured and refracted the afternoon glow. The piece held a couple's anniversary celebration, not just the happy moments but the quiet comfort of long partnership. The strength found in supporting each other through difficulties, the deep contentment that came from being truly known. Before working with Niall, she would have filtered out anything that wasn't pure joy, convinced that her value lay in creating brightness that let customers escape from life's complications. The crystal in her hand pulsed with authentic emotional resonance that acknowledged both light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, individual excellence, and collaborative support. It was more beautiful for its honesty, more powerful for its complexity, more comforting because it reflected genuine human experience rather than performed perfection. "These are extraordinary," a cultured voice said from the doorway, making Stella turn. Master Artisan Meridian of the Moonridge Collective had been observing their work throughout the Christmas market, taking meticulous notes and asking increasingly sophisticated questions about their collaborative techniques. "Thank you." Stella set the ornament down carefully, gesturing the master artisan inside. "I wasn't expecting anyone else this afternoon. The market's officially closed for the season." "I know. I wanted to finalize my commission before departing tomorrow." Meridian moved with elegant efficiency, producing a precisely organized folder containing sketches and specifications. 12 ornaments incorporating the collaborative emotional resonance techniques I've observed in your work. My partner and I have been attempting memory glass fusion for years, but we've never achieved the kind of stable complexity you and Niall manage so effortlessly. Stella nearly laughed at the word effortlessly. Their techniques had emerged from crisis, vulnerability, and the terrifying work of emotional authenticity. But she accepted the folder, reviewing Meridian's detailed requirements with growing interest. The master artisan wanted ornaments that captured the full spectrum of creative partnership, acknowledging both the joy of shared innovation and the challenges of merging different working styles. "These specifications are remarkably sophisticated," Stella observed, appreciating how Meridian had identified the precise magical signatures that made their collaboration effective. "You've understood the emotional resonance framework perfectly." "Because I've watched you work." Meridian's expression softened with something approaching envy. The way you and Niall move together, how your individual strengths enhance rather than compete with each other, that's what we've been missing. Your innovative approach has revolutionized my understanding of what's possible with memory glass infusion. Pride bloomed warm in Stella's chest, the kind that came from genuine achievement rather than external validation. She and Niall had created something valuable enough to transform another artisan's practice, their love story becoming a blueprint for professional excellence. "I'll need to discuss timeline with Niall," she said, setting the folder aside. "Collaborative pieces require both our active participation, and we're still learning how to balance commission work with our regular diagnostic responsibilities." Of course. Meridian produced a second folder, this one containing correspondence from various magical communities. "I should warn you, the Moonridge Commission is only the beginning. News of your techniques has spread throughout the Northern Territories network, and several communities have expressed interest in consultation work." Stella accepted the folder with trembling fingers, scanning official letterhead from magical councils, healing collectives, and artisan guilds. Representatives from the Northern Territories requested a series of ornaments designed to stabilize their community's magical network using collaborative, emotional resonance. The Silver Shore Alliance wanted workshops demonstrating how different magical approaches could be integrated without compromising individual authenticity. 3 separate crafting guilds had submitted proposals for apprenticeship programs based on their partnership model. "These are—" She stopped, overwhelmed by the scope of what they'd accidentally created. Their crisis resolution and intimate collaboration had apparently revolutionized how other communities thought about magical innovation and emotional authenticity in craftwork. "Unprecedented," Meridian finished gently. "Most magical breakthroughs come from individual genius or institutional research programs. What you and Niall have developed emerges from genuine partnership and emotional vulnerability. It can't be replicated through traditional academic study." The workshop door chimed as Niall arrived carrying 2 cups of tea and a folder of his own, his pale blue eyes brightening when he spotted Stella reviewing correspondence. He set the tea down carefully, greeting Meridian with polite warmth before moving to stand beside Stella with the natural ease that had become their default position. "More consultation requests?" he asked, glancing at the papers spread across her work table. "The Northern Territories want network stabilization ornaments," Stella explained, leaning slightly into his solid presence. "And apparently, half the magical communities in 3 provinces want to learn our collaborative techniques." Niall absorbed this information with his characteristic quiet focus, then set his own folder beside Meridian's correspondence. "Dr. Willowmere confirmed permanent improvements to Tinselcroft's magical network this morning. They believe our techniques could help other communities achieve similar stability upgrades." Meridian watched them with professional fascination, her artist's eye clearly noting how they moved in unconscious synchronization. Niall anticipating when Stella would reach for her tea, Stella automatically adjusting her position to accommodate his longer reach toward the correspondence. Their comfortable working rhythm now carried layers of romantic intimacy that enhanced, rather than complicated, their professional collaboration. "I'll leave you to discuss," the master artisan said, inclining her head respectfully. "My commission specifications are in the folder, along with contact information for the Northern Territories representatives. They're quite eager to begin consultation work." After Meridian departed, Stella sank onto her favorite stool, clutching the warm teacup while processing the magnitude of what they'd created. Niall settled beside her with his own tea, their shoulders touching in companionable silence while they reviewed the growing list of opportunities. "We should probably develop some kind of framework for accepting commissions," he said eventually, his analytical mind already organizing the chaos into manageable categories. "Balance expanding our influence with maintaining the authentic partnership that makes our work possible." "I was thinking the same thing," Stella set down her tea to begin sorting correspondence into rough priority groupings. Some of these requests are essentially asking us to teach vulnerability and emotional honesty. You can't exactly do that through standardized workshops. No, but we could demonstrate our process. Niall's fingers brushed hers as he reached for the Northern Territories folder. Show how we integrate diagnostic precision with intuitive creativity. Let interested practitioners observe how we navigate challenges and maintain authentic communication. The suggestion made practical sense while acknowledging the deeply personal nature of what made their collaboration effective. They couldn't package emotional vulnerability into a replicable curriculum, but they could model healthy partnership and help other practitioners find their own paths toward collaborative authenticity. Stella organized order forms and correspondence from visiting practitioners, her heart swelling with profound gratitude for the journey that had brought her from isolated perfectionism to this moment of collaborative possibility. Learning to accept support hadn't diminished her ability to bring joy to others. It had actually strengthened her craft, while creating innovations that now benefited practitioners throughout multiple magical communities. "Look at this space," she said softly, gesturing around the transformed workshop. Niall's diagnostic equipment integrated seamlessly with her creative tools, collaborative workstations accommodating both technical precision and artistic intuition. Memory crystals nested alongside glass-working supplies, magical measurement devices positioned next to her intuitive crafting journals. The physical environment embodied their balanced partnership approach. Individual excellence enhanced through collaborative innovation. Niall followed her gaze, a small smile curving his lips as he recognized what she was seeing. "We've built something remarkable here." "We have." Stella reached for his hand, lacing their fingers together with the same natural ease they brought to magical collaboration. "I spent so long believing that my value came from maintaining cheerful brightness for everyone else. But this," she gestured at the commission requests, the testimonials, the evidence of their shared impact. "This came from learning to share authentic emotions and accept support when I needed it." "Your brightness is still valuable," Niall said gently, his thumb tracing patterns across her knuckles. "You just learned to make it honest instead of performed." The observation settled warm in her chest, acknowledgement that her essential nature hadn't disappeared through partnership. It had simply evolved into something more sustainable and genuine. She could still bring joy to customers and create beautiful pieces that offered comfort and hope. But now that brightness emerged from authentic happiness rather than anxious determination to hide any struggles. The workshop door chimed again, and Mayor Elderberry entered carrying an official-looking portfolio stamped with the Tinselcroft municipal seal. His silver beard practically bristled with satisfaction as he approached their work table. "I wanted to share the final Christmas market statistics before the official council meeting tomorrow," he announced, producing documents with ceremonial flourish. "Record attendance, vendor success rates 30% above previous years, and unprecedented positive coverage in regional magical publications." Stella accepted the portfolio, scanning impressive numbers that confirmed the market's extraordinary success. Mayor Elderberry had included specific notes crediting how their crisis resolution and ongoing innovations had elevated Tinselcroft's reputation throughout the broader magical community. "The ornament demonstration you created during the amplification crisis has been featured in 3 different magical journals," the mayor continued, his blue eyes twinkling with pride. "Practitioners are calling it the most spectacular display of collaborative memory glass work in recent magical history." Niall shifted slightly beside her, clearly uncomfortable with the public recognition despite his growing confidence. Stella squeezed his hand, silently communicating appreciation for his courage in accepting visibility, rather than retreating into comfortable isolation. "We were just trying to prevent a disaster," she said diplomatically. "The spectacular display was mostly accident. The best innovations often are." Mayor Elderberry settled into the chair Meridian had vacated, his expression turning thoughtful. "But I wanted to discuss these consultation requests with you both. Tinselcroft benefits tremendously from having you as permanent residents, and I hope expanded teaching opportunities won't pull you away from our community." The underlying concern was clear. Their success had created possibilities that might draw them toward larger magical centers and more prestigious opportunities. Stella glanced at Niall, finding her own certainty reflected in his steady gaze. "Tinselcroft is home," she said firmly. "Any consultation work we accept will be organized around maintaining our primary residence and workshop here. This community nurtured our partnership and gave us the safety to develop these techniques. We're not abandoning that foundation." Relief softened the mayor's features. "I'm grateful to hear it. The council would support traveling workshops or visiting practitioner programs that let you share your knowledge while keeping Tinselcroft as your home base." They discussed practical logistics for potential consultation work, how to accommodate visiting apprentices, whether they could develop demonstration programs that wouldn't disrupt the town's quiet rhythm, what kind of support the council might offer for expanded teaching facilities. The conversation felt productive rather than pressured. Collaborative problem solving that honored both their individual goals and community needs. After Mayor Elderberry departed with promises to present their framework at tomorrow's council meeting, Stella returned to organizing the commission requests with renewed focus. The possibilities felt exciting rather than overwhelming now that they had established clear boundaries around maintaining Tinselcroft as their home base. Cleo arrived just as afternoon light began fading toward evening, her spiky black hair streaked with copper that coordinated perfectly with the autumn-toned scarf wrapped around her neck. She carried sketches for her engagement ornaments, but her artistic eye immediately focused on Stella's latest completed pieces displayed near the window. "These are different," Cleo announced, moving closer to examine a set of anniversary ornaments awaiting pickup. "The emotional resonance is deeper, more complex." "What changed?" Stella felt heat rising in her cheeks as Niall's quiet chuckle rumbled beside her. "Collaborative techniques," she explained, gesturing for Cleo to pick up one of the pieces. "The memory glass now captures the full spectrum of authentic emotion rather than just performed happiness." Cleo held the ornament up to catch the fading light, her expression shifting through surprise to understanding to something approaching awe. "This is extraordinary work, Stella. I can feel the stability, the layered emotional depth. It's like the piece acknowledges both joy and challenge without diminishing either one." "That's exactly what we're trying to achieve." Niall moved to join them, his technical expertise emerging as he explained the diagnostic framework that allowed them to integrate authentic emotional complexity without creating magical instability. Stella's intuitive crafting skills combined with precise emotional calibration creates pieces that reflect genuine human experience. They reviewed Cleo's engagement ornament specifications together, Stella noting how her friend had requested similar authentic complexity. Pieces that would capture not just the joy of partnership, but the courage required to merge two different approaches to life and celebration. The commission felt personally meaningful, creating art that honored Cleo and Felix's journey while demonstrating the collaborative techniques that had transformed her own craft. "I want whatever you two have figured out," Cleo said frankly, gesturing between them with her characteristic directness. "This kind of partnership magic that makes both people stronger while creating something neither could achieve alone." Stella met Niall's gaze, finding warmth and understanding in his pale blue eyes. "It requires vulnerability," she said quietly. "Being willing to share authentic emotions instead of performing happiness or competence. Trusting your partner enough to show both strengths and struggles." "Sounds terrifying." Cleo's smile acknowledged the courage required for that kind of emotional honesty. "Also sounds worth it, based on these results." After finalizing details for the engagement ornaments and promising to begin work immediately after the holiday season concluded, Stella walked Cleo to the door. Evening had settled over Tinselcroft while they worked, transforming familiar streets into magical winter wonderland illuminated by enchanted street lamps and residual Christmas market decorations. She returned to find Niall had begun organizing their workspace, preparing to close the workshop for the evening with the same methodical care he brought to diagnostic work. They moved together in comfortable synchronization, Stella covering delicate pieces, Niall securing magical equipment, both of them straightening the collaborative workstations that had become the heart of their shared practice. "We've created something remarkable," she said softly, echoing his earlier observation. The commission requests represented exciting possibilities for sharing their knowledge while continuing to grow together. She felt confident that their partnership framework could expand to accommodate teaching and consultation work without losing the intimate foundation that made their collaboration so effective. Niall paused in securing his diagnostic crystals, turning to face her fully. "We have, and we'll keep creating remarkable things together." The simple certainty in his voice settled warm in Stella's chest, acknowledgement that their partnership had transformed both their professional practices and their personal lives. She'd spent years believing that her value came from bringing brightness to others while hiding any struggles or needs. Learning to accept support and share authentic emotions had required tremendous courage, but it had created innovations that now benefited practitioners throughout multiple magical communities. Standing with Neil amid the organized evidence of their successful collaboration, Stella felt deeply confident about their continued possibilities. Her excitement about future innovations, the consultation work, teaching opportunities, commission requests from prestigious artisan collectives, balanced perfectly with contentment for what they'd already achieved together. The workshop glowed softly in the evening light, memory glass ornaments capturing and reflecting magical radiance that embodied both individual excellence and collaborative enhancement. Tomorrow they would begin responding to consultation requests and organizing commission timelines. Tonight, she wanted to simply be present with the man who'd helped her discover that authentic partnership could create more beauty than perfect isolation ever could. "Come upstairs," she said, reaching for his hand with the natural ease that had become their foundation. "I want to celebrate properly." Niall's answering smile carried warmth that still made her heart flutter despite weeks of growing intimacy. "I thought you'd never ask." They climbed the stairs to her apartment hand in hand, leaving the workshop's achievements behind to focus on the personal connection that made all their professional success possible. Stella's heart felt full of quiet satisfaction, grateful beyond words for the journey that had transformed her understanding of both craft and partnership. Learning to share authentic emotions instead of performed happiness had required vulnerability that still sometimes terrified her. But standing with Niall in the doorway of her cozy apartment, seeing how his pale blue eyes reflected genuine love and appreciation for her complete self, struggles and strengths, brightness and shadow, individual excellence and collaborative vulnerability, she knew with absolute certainty that the courage had been worth every difficult moment. Chapter 22. Niall. Niall's diagnostic crystals hummed their morning greeting, a gentle resonance that had become as familiar as Stella's soft breathing beside him in the mornings. 3 months since the Christmas market's triumphant conclusion, and he still occasionally marveled at how thoroughly his life had transformed. The workspace stretching before him embodied that transformation. Walls removed to create flowing connection between his technical diagnostic stations and Stella's creative workbenches, creating an integrated operation where analytical precision and artistic innovation enhanced each other daily. Morning light filtered through expanded windows, catching on the memory glass pieces awaiting today's attention. Stella had designed the new layout with her characteristic intuitive understanding of how spaces could support collaborative work. His equipment occupied the northern section, where consistent lighting aided precise calibration, while her crafting stations claimed the southern exposure that made her glasswork shimmer with captured radiance. The central zone belonged to their shared work, collaborative diagnostic tables where technical analysis met creative application, producing innovations neither could achieve alone. He moved through the familiar morning routine with quiet satisfaction, calibrating the primary diagnostic array while listening to Stella prepare memory glass materials at her station. Their synchronized movements no longer required conscious coordination, 3 months of partnership having created comfortable rhythm where each anticipated the other's needs and workflow patterns. Temperature controls holding steady today, he called across the workspace, noting the crystal readings that indicated optimal conditions for detailed ornament work. Should be excellent for the commission from the Highland Collective. Stella's answering hum carried pleasure at the confirmation. Perfect timing. I've got the base pieces ready for memory infusion once you've completed the stability diagnostics. The Highland Collective's commission represented exactly the kind of work that had become their specialty: partnership enhancement ornaments requiring both technical precision and emotional authenticity. The magical community in Scotland's mountains had struggled with integrating different elemental traditions, and their request specifically cited Stella and Niall's techniques as inspiration for collaborative approaches that honored individual magical signatures while creating enhanced collective power. Niall finished his calibration sequence and crossed to where Stella arranged delicate glass spheres on velvet cloth, her workspace organized with the same care she brought to her craft. She'd pulled her curly auburn hair into a loose bun that wouldn't last past mid-morning, escape tendrils already framing her face in the way that made his chest warm with affection. "Ready when you are," he said softly, settling beside her at the collaborative workstation they'd designed specifically for joint projects. She turned with the bright smile that still made his heart skip despite its familiarity. "Let's create something beautiful." The morning passed in comfortable focus, their collaborative technique now refined through practice, but never losing the essential vulnerability that made it effective. Niall's diagnostic abilities detected the subtle resonances within each glass sphere, while Stella infused them with authentic emotions calibrated for partnership enhancement: trust, patience, courage to be seen, willingness to accept support. Together, they created ornaments that would help the Highland practitioners develop similar collaborative frameworks. They worked in the companionable near silence that characterized their best joint efforts, communication flowing through small gestures and occasional quiet exchanges rather than constant conversation. Niall appreciated this comfortable quiet, so different from the isolation he'd once known. This silence felt full rather than empty, shared presence rather than protective distance. A gentle knock at the workshop entrance interrupted their concentration around mid-morning. Niall looked up to find Iris Snowdrop's ethereal presence silhouetted against the doorway, her ice-blue eyes showing both hesitation and determination. She'd sent correspondence several weeks ago expressing interest in learning collaborative techniques, but her quiet nature meant the actual visit still required considerable courage. "Come in, Iris," Stella called with genuine warmth, setting aside her current piece. "We've been looking forward to your visit." The young woman moved into the workspace with characteristic grace, her white blonde hair catching the spring light. Niall felt unexpected kinship with her obvious nervousness about requesting guidance, remembering vividly his own struggle 8 months ago to overcome protective reticence and offer Stella his help. "Thank you for making time," Iris said softly, her voice carrying the melodic quality characteristic of ice magic practitioners. "I appreciate your willingness to share your collaborative techniques." Niall gestured toward the comfortable seating area they'd created specifically for consultation meetings. "We're genuinely glad you reached out. Teaching collaboration skills has become important work for us." As they settled into conversation, Iris's ethereal presence reminded Niall powerfully of his former isolation, the way she held herself slightly apart, how her gaze focused on objects rather than faces during emotional discussions, the careful deliberation with which she chose her words. He recognized someone who'd learned to find safety in solitude, now contemplating whether partnership might offer something valuable enough to risk vulnerability. I've been struggling, Iris admitted after several minutes of preliminary discussion about her ice magic specialization and crafting interests. My magical signature is strong individually, but attempts at collaborative work feel constrained rather than enhanced. I worry that my natural working style isn't compatible with partnership techniques. What does your natural working style look like? Stella asked gently, leaning forward with genuine interest rather than directive energy. Iris's ice blue eyes flickered with something between relief and anxiety at being asked about her process rather than told how to change it. Quiet, contemplative. I need space and time to let magic develop organically rather than forcing it to meet external timelines or expectations. Niall felt his chest tighten with understanding. That sounds like a strength rather than a limitation. The question isn't whether your contemplative approach can support collaboration, but rather finding partnership frameworks that honor your working style while adding enhanced capabilities. Something shifted in Iris's ethereal presence, tension easing fractionally as his words validated rather than challenged her natural methods. But everything I've read about magical collaboration emphasizes constant communication and synchronized timing. That feels overwhelming rather than supportive. Because those frameworks assume everyone works like extroverted practitioners who thrive on constant interaction, Stella said firmly. But collaboration simply means two people working together toward shared goals. How you accomplish that should reflect both partners' actual strengths and preferences, rather than forcing everyone into identical methods. Niall rose and moved toward the diagnostic equipment, gestured for Iris to follow. Let me show you something. Stella and I have very different working styles. She's intuitive and expressive, while I'm analytical and reserved. Our collaboration works because we found techniques that honor those differences, rather than requiring either of us to fundamentally change. He demonstrated how his diagnostic crystals could support, rather than constrain creative work, showing Iris the way technical precision provided stable foundation for artistic innovation without dictating specific outcomes. Her questions revealed she'd been struggling with similar concerns about whether expertise limited rather than enhanced collaborative possibilities. The diagnostic analysis tells me what's structurally sound, he explained, noting her genuine interest as she examined the crystal readings. But it doesn't determine what Stella creates within those parameters. Her artistic vision drives the innovation while my technical knowledge ensures it remains stable. Stella joined them at the diagnostic station, her presence adding warmth to Niall's technical explanation. And I've learned that accepting his support doesn't diminish my creative independence. It actually strengthens it because I'm not wasting energy worrying about structural stability when I could be focusing on artistic innovation. But what about the emotional vulnerability everyone mentions as essential for collaborative magic? Iris's question carried weight of previous failures or difficulties. How do you maintain that authenticity without feeling constantly exposed? Niall met Stella's gaze, finding familiar warmth and understanding in her green eyes. This question struck at the heart of their transformation, how they'd learned to balance professional collaboration with emotional honesty without losing themselves in the process. Vulnerability doesn't mean constant emotional availability, Stella said thoughtfully. It means being willing to share authentic feelings when it matters for the work or the relationship. Niall and I can work together quietly for hours without extensive emotional discussion. But when something's wrong or exciting or challenging, we've learned to trust each other enough to be honest about it. The key, Niall added, is finding a partner who respects your natural rhythms rather than demanding constant emotional performance. Stella never pushes me to share before I'm ready, and I've learned to recognize when she needs support even if she's not explicitly asking for it. Iris's ethereal presence seemed to settle slightly, some invisible tension releasing as their words validated rather than challenged her contemplative nature. Could we try a practical demonstration? I learn better through experience than theoretical instruction. Absolutely. Stella moved toward her workstation with characteristic enthusiasm. Let's start with something simple. A basic ornament that you can infuse with your ice magic while Niall provides diagnostic support. They spent the next hour working through practical exercises, Niall watching with satisfaction as Iris discovered how collaborative techniques could enhance rather than constrain her independent creative process. His diagnostic abilities detected the way her magical signature responded positively to supportive rather than directive partnership approaches. Gentle stabilization rather than aggressive correction, patient observation rather than constant intervention. When Iris successfully created her first collaborative piece, a delicate ice crystal ornament that captured both her individual aesthetic and enhanced stability through partnership techniques, Niall felt profound satisfaction witnessing another person discover the joy of authentic magical collaboration. The ornament shimmered with captured winter light, its structure demonstrating the same kind of innovative beauty that came from honoring individual strengths while adding collaborative enhancement. It's beautiful, Iris breathed, her ice blue eyes wide with wonder as she examined the piece. And it feels different than my solo work. Stronger somehow, but still authentically mine. That's exactly right, Stella confirmed, her expression warm with genuine pleasure at Iris's success. Collaboration should amplify your individual gifts, rather than replacing them with something generic. As they discussed ongoing mentorship arrangements with Iris, scheduled consultation sessions that would respect her contemplative working style while providing supportive guidance for developing collaborative skills, Niall realized that teaching collaboration techniques had become a natural extension of their partnership. Their shared knowledge created opportunities to support other magical practitioners while continuing their own professional growth. Iris departed around mid-afternoon with several basic ornament components and detailed notes about supportive diagnostic techniques, her ethereal presence showing new confidence beneath characteristic quiet reserve. Niall watched from the workshop doorway as she moved down Tinselcroft's spring-bright streets, feeling kinship with someone else, learning that authentic connection required vulnerability but offered profound rewards. That was good work, Stella said softly, joining him in the doorway. You were excellent with her, patient and supportive without being directive. He pulled her close, appreciating the easy affection that had become their foundation. She reminded me of myself 8 months ago, wanting connection but terrified of the vulnerability it requires. And look at you now. Stella's smile carried warmth and something deeper, pride in his growth, delight in their partnership, simple happiness at being together. Teaching collaboration techniques like you've been doing it for years rather than months. They returned to the workspace to find correspondence had arrived during their session with Iris, a formal request from Dr. Willowmere for their input on a research paper about collaborative magical techniques and community network stability. The letter acknowledged their practical innovations as deserving academic documentation and broader dissemination throughout magical communities. This is significant, Niall said quietly, reading through Dr. Willowmere's detailed outline. The proposed paper would document their collaborative methods, analyze the positive effects on Tinselcroft's magical network, and provide frameworks for other communities developing similar partnership approaches. Stella peered over his shoulder at the correspondence, her expression showing both excitement and slight anxiety. It means sharing our techniques formally, rather than just through commissions and consultations. Nervous about academic scrutiny? He recognized her concern despite her attempt to maintain cheerful enthusiasm. She leaned against him, accepting his support with the natural ease that still amazed him despite months of practice. A little. What if our methods only work because of our specific partnership chemistry? What if other practitioners try our techniques and find them ineffective? Niall considered this legitimate concern, his analytical mind examining the question from multiple angles. Our success with Iris today suggests the core principles transfer beyond our specific relationship. The key seems to be finding partnership frameworks that honor individual working styles rather than forcing everyone into identical methods. True. Stella's tension eased slightly. And Dr. Willowmere wouldn't propose formal research if they didn't believe our innovations had broader applications. They spent the remaining afternoon drafting their response to Dr. Willowmere's request, combining Niall's technical precision with Stella's intuitive insights to articulate methods they'd developed through emotional vulnerability rather than formal instruction. The process itself demonstrated their collaborative approach, Niall organizing their techniques into clear frameworks, while Stella ensured the documentation captured the essential humanity and emotional honesty that made the methods effective. Spring afternoon light filtered through expanded windows as they worked, transforming the integrated workspace into demonstration of everything they'd achieved together. Niall paused occasionally to simply appreciate the scene, Stella's curly auburn hair escaping its attempted containment, her expressive gestures as she explained emotional authenticity requirements, the comfortable way they moved between individual focus and collaborative consultation. "We've created something remarkable," he said softly, echoing words he'd spoken months ago after resolving the Christmas market crisis. Stella looked up from her notes, green eyes warm with understanding of everything those words encompassed, not just their professional innovations but the personal transformation that made all their success possible. "We have, and we're helping others create remarkable things too." Niall crossed the workspace to where she sat, surrounded by documentation of their collaborative techniques, feeling profound fulfillment in both their established romantic partnership and their emerging role as educators supporting other magical practitioners. Teaching collaboration skills meant articulating vulnerabilities he'd once hidden behind professional competence, sharing how learning to trust Stella had transformed not just his magical abilities, but his entire understanding of connection and belonging. "Ready to close up for the day?" Stella asked, beginning to organize their workspace with practiced efficiency. He helped secure delicate commission pieces and power down diagnostic equipment, their synchronized movements reflecting months of comfortable partnership. The Highland Collective ornaments awaited tomorrow's final touches. Iris's consultation notes needed formal documentation, and Dr. Willowmere's research proposal deserved thoughtful response. But tonight he wanted to simply be present with the woman who'd taught him that authentic partnership could create more beauty than perfect isolation ever could. "Absolutely ready," he confirmed, reaching for her hand. "Home sounds perfect." They climbed the stairs to Stella's apartment. Their apartment now, technically, though he still sometimes marveled at sharing space after years of careful solitude. Spring evenings settled over Tinselcroft beyond the windows, the town's magical energy humming with the stable harmony their partnership had helped establish. Niall felt deeply fulfilled standing with Stella in their cozy living space, surrounded by evidence of merged lives and shared dreams. Teaching Iris today had reminded him viscerally of the courage required to pursue authentic connection despite fear of rejection or inadequacy. But watching her discover collaborative joy had also reinforced that the courage was worth every difficult moment. His journey from isolated diagnostic specialist to confident collaborative partner and emerging educator still sometimes surprised him. But standing with Stella's hand warm in his, feeling her genuine pleasure at their continued growth together, he knew with absolute certainty that learning to be seen, struggles and strengths, analytical precision and protective tenderness, individual expertise and collaborative vulnerability had transformed everything. Chapter 23. Stella. Workshop materials covered every available surface in the Glimmer Globe's expanded space. Lesson plans organized by complexity level, sample ornaments demonstrating collaborative techniques, diagnostic equipment calibrated to detect magical harmony patterns, and carefully documented case studies showing successful partnership implementations. Stella arranged demonstration pieces along the new display shelves, her hands moving with practiced efficiency, despite nervous energy fizzing through her entire body. 12 visiting practitioners would arrive tomorrow morning for their first formal workshop. 12 strangers who'd traveled from communities across 3 provinces to learn the collaborative magical techniques she and Niall had developed through intimate vulnerability and emotional courage. The thought made her simultaneously proud and terrified. A crystal snowflake ornament wobbled slightly under her touch, responding to her anxious energy. She took a deliberate breath, centering herself with techniques she'd learned through months of working with Niall. Authentic emotions were fine, necessary even, but she needed to maintain enough calm to handle delicate workshop materials without accidentally infusing them with chaotic nervousness. The demonstration pieces look perfect, Niall said from where he was reviewing their curriculum at the expanded workbench they'd installed specifically for teaching purposes. His quiet confidence steadied her racing thoughts. Your arrangement creates a natural progression from individual excellence to collaborative enhancement. Stella turned to smile at him, feeling grateful for his presence and his unfailing ability to recognize when she needed reassurance disguised as practical observation. Thanks. I keep worrying we've included too much technical complexity for the first session, but then I remember how overwhelming our early collaboration felt and realize that honesty about the challenges is part of what makes our teaching effective. He stood and crossed to her side, examining her display arrangement with the analytical attention he brought to all diagnostic work. Spring sunlight streamed through the enlarged windows, creating dancing patterns across workshop surfaces that showcased both their individual specialties and their collaborative innovations. His workshop space adjoined hers now through a recently installed archway, creating seamless flow between diagnostic precision and creative artistry. The curriculum balances theory and practice well, Niall said, his pale blue eyes moving between lesson plans and demonstration materials. We start with technical frameworks that explain why collaboration enhances magical capacity, then move into emotional authenticity exercises that actually enable the partnership magic to function effectively. Stella leaned against the workbench, studying the materials they'd spent weeks developing together. Each lesson plan reflected their journey, not just the technical innovations they'd discovered, but the emotional courage required to make those innovations possible. They'd documented everything from diagnostic protocols for detecting magical resonance patterns to vulnerability-building exercises that helped practitioners trust collaborative partners with authentic emotions rather than performed competence. Do you think 12 participants is too many for the first workshop? The question emerged before she could censor it, revealing the anxiety she'd been trying to manage through cheerful preparation efficiency. Niall considered this seriously rather than offering easy reassurance. 12 creates enough group diversity for productive discussion, while remaining small enough for personalized guidance, and we've structured activities to allow both large group instruction and paired practice sessions. She appreciated his thoughtful response, the way he engaged with her genuine concerns rather than dismissing them. Their teaching materials included detailed breakdowns of partnered exercises that would let workshop participants experience collaborative magic firsthand, rather than just hearing theoretical explanations. The curriculum they'd developed honored both technical precision and emotional authenticity, exactly the balance that made their own partnership so effective. I keep marveling at how much the Glimmer Globe has transformed, Stella said, gesturing at the expanded workspace that now accommodated teaching equipment alongside her ornament-making supplies. Remember when this was just my solitary creative refuge where I hid behind glitter and performed cheerfulness? Niall's expression softened with affection and understanding. I remember watching light stream through your windows while completing repairs at the bakery across the street, wishing I had the courage to simply walk through your door and introduce myself properly. The admission still made her heart flutter despite months of established relationship intimacy. She'd been so certain during those early years that she was unworthy of genuine connection, that her value lay entirely in bringing joy to others while keeping her own struggles hidden. Learning that Niall had been watching her with admiration and longing during those same years continued to amaze her. Their workshop materials spread across surfaces represented everything they'd built together, not just professional techniques, but the vulnerable foundation that made authentic collaboration possible. Stella felt profound satisfaction knowing that the Glimmer Globe had evolved from isolated artistic refuge into a destination where magical practitioners came seeking to learn how partnership could enhance, rather than compromise, individual vision. Did you finalize your response to the inquiries about establishing a permanent teaching center? She asked, moving to review the correspondence Niall had received from various community development organizations interested in their innovative approach to collaborative magic. He joined her at the correspondence desk they'd added specifically for managing their growing educational consultation practice. I've drafted responses explaining that we're committed to Tinselcroft as our home base while remaining open to developing formalized curriculum and certification standards that other communities could implement. Stella read through his carefully worded letters, appreciating how he'd balanced enthusiasm for expanding their impact with clear boundaries protecting the intimate foundation that made their collaboration effective. They'd discussed these inquiries extensively over the past weeks, weighing excitement about helping other communities against recognition that teaching collaboration required maintaining healthy partnership dynamics themselves. I love how you've emphasized that successful collaborative techniques can't be reduced to mere technical formulas, she said, pointing to a particularly eloquent paragraph explaining the necessity of emotional authenticity and mutual vulnerability. Our workshop curriculum reflects that understanding. We're not just teaching diagnostic protocols and magical theory, but modeling genuine partnership through our own relationship. Niall's hand found hers on the desk surface, his touch conveying volumes of affection and shared purpose. Which means our teaching effectiveness depends on protecting the personal relationship that enables our professional innovations. We can expand our impact, but we need to maintain balance. She turned to face him fully, feeling grateful beyond words for his wisdom and his commitment to their partnership health. Exactly. Teaching 12 practitioners per workshop allows us to provide quality guidance while keeping manageable boundaries around our time and energy. Their planning session had started with practical curriculum review, but sitting together at the correspondence desk with spring afternoon light warming the expanded workspace, Stella felt the conversation taking on deeper romantic intimacy. They were discussing not just workshop logistics, but their personal future together, the life they wanted to build around continued collaborative innovation and mutual support. I've been thinking about longer-term possibilities, Niall said quietly, his analytical precision evident even in romantic planning discussions. Developing a magical partnership institute that could serve communities struggling with integration challenges similar to what Tinselcroft experienced during Alistair's transition. Excitement surged through Stella's chest, making nearby ornaments shimmer with responsive magic. That's brilliant! We could create formalized training programs that teach collaborative techniques while providing consultation support for implementation challenges. They spent the next hour elaborating this vision together, their ideas flowing with the natural harmony that characterized all their best collaborative work. Stella's enthusiasm for helping others discover collaborative joy matched perfectly with Niall's desire to contribute their diagnostic innovations to broader magical advancement. An institute based in Tinselcroft could serve as both teaching center and research facility, developing new techniques while supporting communities, implementing their methods. We'd need to carefully structure the institute's development, Niall said thoughtfully, his long fingers tracing abstract patterns on the desk surface. Start with quarterly workshops like tomorrow's session, gradually expand to longer intensive programs, eventually establish formal certification standards for magical collaboration practitioners. Stella added ideas about integrating artistic and technical specializations, creating mentorship opportunities that paired experienced collaborative practitioners with those just beginning partnership development. The vision expanded organically between them, neither dominating the planning nor deferring entirely to the other's preferences, but building something genuinely shared through mutual contribution. When Niall mentioned his thoughts about deeper commitment and shared life goals, Stella felt her heart race with happiness. They'd been together officially for 3 months following their Christmas market breakthrough, but their partnership had been developing for nearly a year before that romantic acknowledgement. She'd known for weeks that she wanted to build her entire life around their relationship, but hearing him express similar commitment filled her with profound contentment. "I love you," she said simply, the words containing everything she felt about their journey together. "And I love the life we're building, not just the professional collaboration, but the personal partnership that makes everything else possible." His pale blue eyes held infinite tenderness. "I love you too. More than I imagined possible during all those years of watching you from across the street and believing myself too ordinary for someone so vibrant." She leaned forward to kiss him gently, this physical expression of affection still carrying the thrill of relative newness, despite their months of established romantic relationship. Their partnership had started with crisis collaboration and emotional vulnerability, but it had grown into authentic love that strengthened rather than competed with their individual dreams and community contributions. Breaking the kiss, Stella returned her attention to the expanded vision they'd been developing together. An institute focused on collaborative magic could help so many communities struggling with integration challenges. We could provide consultation services, develop training materials, maybe even establish research partnerships with places like the Healing Institute, where Dr. Willowmere works. Niall pulled out fresh paper and began sketching organizational frameworks with his characteristic precision, creating detailed plans from their enthusiastic brainstorming. Stella watched him work, marveling at how their different approaches enhanced each other, her creative intuition generating possibilities, while his analytical thinking transformed those possibilities into practical implementation strategies. They'd received testimonials from previous consultation clients whose magical networks had stabilized through implementing their techniques. Stella retrieved these letters from their filing system, reading through grateful descriptions of communities that had resolved long-standing integration conflicts by adopting collaborative partnership frameworks. Their love story had become a catalyst for positive change, extending far beyond their personal happiness into community development and magical innovation. "Listen to this one from the Riverside Collective," she said, reading from a particularly moving testimonial. They describe how teaching artisan partnerships to combine individual specializations rather than competing for resource allocation transformed their entire economic infrastructure. 3 new businesses established through collaborative ventures, magical network stability improved by 40%, community cohesion significantly strengthened. Niall looked up from his organizational sketches, satisfaction evident in his expression. "And this reflects implementation of just our basic partnership protocols. Imagine the potential impact of formalized training programs that teach advanced collaborative techniques." The workshop materials they'd created together reflected exactly this progression: lesson plans that taught both technical skills and emotional courage, exercises that honored individual authenticity while building collaborative trust and vulnerability. Everything they'd documented came from lived experience rather than abstract theory, making their teaching approach both practical and deeply personal. Stella felt almost overwhelmed by gratitude for the journey that had brought them to this moment. 9 months ago, she'd been struggling alone with exploding ornaments and professional crisis, terrified of admitting she needed help or revealing the struggles beneath her cheerful facade. Now she sat planning an educational institute with the man she loved, their partnership serving as foundation for innovations that could benefit magical communities across multiple provinces. "We should probably finish the final workshop preparations," Niall said gently, his practical nature emerging even during romantic future planning sessions. "Tomorrow arrives early, and we want to be rested enough to handle 12 excited practitioners." She laughed, appreciating his ability to balance visionary enthusiasm with grounded attention to immediate responsibilities. "You're right. Let's complete the demonstration setup, then grab dinner and actually relax for the evening." They returned to arranging workshop materials with renewed focus, their movements synchronized through months of comfortable partnership. Stella positioned diagnostic equipment at workstations configured to accommodate paired practice sessions, while Niall organized lesson plan documentation and supporting reference materials. The expanded workspace hummed with creative and technical energy, ready to welcome visiting practitioners into the collaborative magic they'd discovered through vulnerability and trust. Spring evenings settled over Tinselcroft by the time they finished final preparations and locked the glimmer globe for the night. Walking through softly lit streets toward their favorite restaurant, Stella felt deeply content with both their immediate present and their expanding future possibilities. "What's your ideal timeline for developing the Institute vision?" Niall asked, as they strolled past familiar shops and community landmarks that had witnessed their entire relationship development. Stella considered this carefully, weighing her natural enthusiasm against recognition that sustainable growth required patience and careful planning. "Maybe start with quarterly workshops through the rest of this year, gather feedback and refine our curriculum, then begin planning more intensive programs for next year. We could use the time between workshops to develop formalized training materials and establish consultation partnerships with interested communities. That allows gradual expansion while protecting the personal relationship time that nurtured our partnership through its vulnerable early stages," Niall agreed. "We can build the Institute's foundation without overwhelming ourselves or compromising the collaborative intimacy that makes our work effective." Their conversation about future plans naturally evolved into expressions of deepening romantic commitment as they settled into a quiet corner booth at Ember's hearth. The cozy restaurant had become their regular spot for important discussions, offering both privacy and excellent food that fueled lengthy planning sessions. Stella reached across the table to take Niall's hand, her heart full of certainty about building their life together through continued collaborative innovation. "I never dared imagine finding someone who could be both professional partner and romantic love. Someone who understood my need for creative independence while offering genuine partnership support." His fingers tightened around hers, conveying affection and commitment through simple physical contact. "I spent 8 years believing I was too ordinary to deserve authentic connection, that my quiet nature made me inadequate compared to more charismatic personalities. You taught me that my diagnostic precision and protective care could be valuable gifts rather than disappointing limitations." They talked through dinner about immediate workshop logistics and longer-term institute development, their planning encompassing both practical details and romantic dreams. Stella felt amazed by how seamlessly their personal and professional lives intertwined, each aspect enhancing the other rather than competing for time or attention. Walking home through moonlit streets afterward, Stella's mind replayed the day's preparations and planning. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as they guided 12 visiting practitioners through collaborative magical techniques that required emotional vulnerability and authentic partnership. But standing with Niall outside the Glimmer Globe's entrance, she felt confident they could handle whatever teaching difficulties emerged. "Want to come up for a bit?" she asked, gesturing toward the apartment they now officially shared, though Niall still maintained his original workshop space across town for specialized diagnostic equipment. They climbed familiar stairs to the cozy living space that reflected their merged lives, Stella's colorful artistic chaos blending with Niall's minimalist organization into something uniquely theirs. Moonlight through expanded windows illuminated evidence of successful partnership throughout the apartment. Collaborative commission pieces awaiting delivery, research documentation for their developing institute vision, comfortable furniture arranged for both individual creative work and intimate together time. Stella moved to stand at the workshop windows overlooking Tinselcroft's quiet streets, feeling Niall's presence beside her with the comfortable awareness that came from months of shared space and mutual trust. Below them, the town's magical energy hummed with stable harmony their partnership had helped establish and maintain. "I'm excited about tomorrow," she said softly, watching spring moonlight transform familiar buildings into silvered beauty. "Nervous too, but mostly excited about sharing what we've learned with practitioners who are seeking collaborative possibilities." Niall's arm settled around her shoulders, his touch conveying support and shared anticipation. "We've created something remarkable together, not just technical innovations, but a genuine model for how partnership can enhance, rather than diminish, individual excellence. Tomorrow, we begin teaching others to discover that same magic." Stella leaned into his embrace, feeling deeply in love and excited about building their future together. The workshop materials arranged throughout the Glimmer Globe represented more than professional achievement. They embodied the emotional journey that had transformed two isolated practitioners into collaborative partners and devoted lovers. Their love had become a force for positive change in both their lives and their magical community, creating ripples that extended far beyond anything either had imagined possible during those early crisis-filled days of ornament explosions and desperate problem-solving. And tomorrow, they would help 12 visiting practitioners begin their own journeys toward discovering collaborative joy. "Ready for bed?" Niall asked gently, his practical nature emerging even during romantic moonlit moments. "Early morning ahead." She turned in his embrace to kiss him properly, this physical expression of love still carrying the thrill of genuine partnership chosen and cherished. "Absolutely ready. Let's get some rest before we change 12 lives tomorrow." They moved through evening routines with comfortable synchronization, preparing for sleep while discussing final workshop details and sharing quiet affection. Stella felt her happiness complete, knowing their love represented the perfect integration of personal devotion and professional contribution she'd never dared imagine possible. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight, she simply existed in grateful contentment with the man she loved, surrounded by evidence of their successful partnership, and excited about continuing to build their shared future through collaborative innovation and mutual support. Chapter 24. Niall. Morning light transformed their shared apartment into something magical, not the dramatic enchantment of Stella's memory glass work, but the quiet wonder of spring sunshine illuminating evidence of their merged lives. Niall awakened slowly, his snow-leopard shifter senses cataloging familiar details. Stella's steady breathing beside him, the faint scent of glass polish and metal shavings that permeated everything they owned, the settled contentment that had replaced 8 years of careful isolation. He allowed himself several minutes of simple appreciation for how thoroughly his life had changed. A year ago today, he'd stood outside the Glimmer Globe listening to magical explosions echo through Tinselcroft's morning quiet, his protective instincts warring with his usual reluctance to impose himself on others' problems. That single decision to offer diagnostic help had opened possibilities he'd never dared imagine during his years of solitary existence. Stella shifted against him, her warm presence a constant source of amazement. How had he convinced himself for so long that his quiet nature made him inadequate for authentic connection? Every morning he awakened grateful for the courage, or perhaps the desperate protective drive that had compelled him to knock on her workshop door despite his certainty that someone so vibrant could never want someone so ordinary. "You're thinking too much," Stella murmured without opening her eyes, her intuitive awareness of his emotional state demonstrating the depth of their partnership. "Can hear your brain spinning from here." "Just grateful," he said simply, pressing a kiss to her auburn curls. "Anniversary of our first meeting. A year ago this morning, I stood outside your shop trying to convince myself I had any right to offer help." She opened her eyes then, green irises still soft with sleep, but bright with immediate understanding. "Best decision either of us ever made. Well, second best. The first was admitting we'd fallen in love despite all our impressive emotional barriers. They lingered in comfortable intimacy before practical considerations demanded attention. Cleo and Felix's wedding this afternoon meant significant preparation. But as they moved through morning routines with synchronized efficiency, Niall felt profound contentment with the life they'd built together. Walking through Tinselcroft streets toward their integrated workshop felt different now than it had during his first 8 years as a careful outsider. Vendors called greetings that he returned with genuine warmth rather than polite reticence. Children waved at the magic teachers with enthusiasm that still startled him pleasantly. The town bustled with spring energy that his shifter senses detected as healthy magical harmony rather than the careful stability he'd once monitored anxiously. "Notice how many collaborative partnerships have emerged since last Christmas?" Stella asked, gesturing toward adjacent vendor stalls where practitioners work together on complex projects. "The evergreens are combining herbal magic with woodworking enchantments, and I heard the Candlewick sisters partnered with that visiting metalworker to create completely new lighting techniques." Niall nodded, recognizing the patterns. "Our crisis-born breakthrough demonstrated possibilities that others were ready to explore once they saw practical results. Collaborative innovation requires permission to risk vulnerability. Watching us succeed gave them that permission. Their workspace reflected successful integration of different magical approaches, his diagnostic equipment positioned strategically near her glass-working stations, allowing technical precision and creative intuition to enhance each other. The expanded studio accommodated both their individual projects and collaborative commissions, with clear zones for teaching demonstrations and experimental development. Correspondence covered his desk in organized stacks, though this morning's priorities required addressing only the most urgent messages before wedding preparations consumed their attention. He sorted through academic letters with pleased recognition of how dramatically their professional reputation had evolved. 3 more Academy researchers requesting detailed documentation, he reported to Stella, who was organizing demonstration materials across her main workbench. 2 want to observe our teaching sessions, and 1 is proposing a formal study examining magical enhancement through emotional authenticity. She glanced up from her arrangement of memory crystals and glass blanks, pride evident in her expression. "Your diagnostic breakthrough deserves serious academic attention. Who would have imagined that ice affinity and memory glass work could create entirely new theoretical frameworks?" "Our combined techniques," he corrected automatically, their ongoing gentle argument about individual versus collaborative credit. "Your intuitive approach revealed emotional patterns that my technical analysis alone would never detect." The innovation emerged from integration, not individual excellence. Sweet talker. But she grinned at him, acknowledging the truth beneath their playful disagreement. "Speaking of integration, should we review the wedding demonstration sequence? I want Cleo and Felix's ornaments to capture not just their commitment, but the specific magic of how their different approaches enhance each other." They spent the next hour refining their collaborative process, each gesture and word choice carefully considered for both magical effectiveness and symbolic meaning. Creating partnership ornaments had become their specialty, pieces that captured the unique alchemy of two individuals choosing authentic connection over solitary excellence. Niall's diagnostic precision allowed him to map the magical signatures of each partner with extraordinary detail, identifying the specific qualities that made their collaboration valuable. Stella's intuitive empathy revealed the emotional truths underlying those magical patterns, translating technical compatibility into meaningful artistic expression. Together, they created ornaments that preserved not just happy memories, but the fundamental character of successful partnerships. Felix's scholarly thoroughness complements Cleo's creative spontaneity in ways that create unexpected innovation, Niall observed, examining the prepared glass blanks Stella had selected. But the real magic happens when they trust each other enough to venture outside their comfort zones, when he embraces creative risks, and she appreciates methodical planning. Stella nodded, her fingers already beginning the delicate process of initial memory infusion. Their love story demonstrates how respecting differences makes partnerships stronger rather than creating tension, which feels relevant to our own experience, honestly. Before Niall could respond, Dr. Willomere's distinctive knock interrupted their preparation. The healer entered carrying a leather portfolio that immediately suggested official research documentation rather than casual social visit. "Forgive the interruption," they said, though their warm smile suggested genuine pleasure rather than professional obligation. "But I wanted to share final stability assessments before this afternoon's celebration, and I thought you'd appreciate seeing quantified proof of what your collaboration has accomplished." They spread documentation across Niall's workspace, charts and magical resonance readings displaying data that confirmed what his shifter senses had already detected. Tinselcroft's magical network had achieved unprecedented stability and resilience. "These measurements represent permanent structural improvements," Dr. Willowmere explained, their healer's analytical precision evident in how they highlighted specific data patterns. "Your collaborative techniques didn't just resolve temporary crisis, but fundamentally enhanced how our community's diverse magical signatures integrate and support each other." Niall studied the documentation carefully, his diagnostic training allowing him to understand the sophisticated analysis. "The network can now accommodate greater diversity without instability, so newcomers like Alistair or practitioners experimenting with hybrid techniques enhance rather than strain the system?" "Precisely." Dr. Willomere's satisfaction was evident. "Your personal healing journey created methodology that benefits magical communities far beyond Tinselcroft. I've already received inquiries from 3 different populations interested in implementing similar collaborative approaches to network management." Stella moved to examine the charts with obvious fascination. "Does this mean our teaching workshops will have lasting impact? That practitioners who learn our techniques can create similar improvements in their own communities?" "The evidence suggests exactly that," Dr. Willowmere confirmed. "Which is why I wanted you to see this documentation before the symposium planning becomes official. Your work deserves recognition as genuine magical innovation, not merely personal success story." After the healer departed, Niall and Stella stood together reviewing the research data with shared wonder. A year ago, he'd been a solitary diagnostician convinced his quiet nature made him inadequate for meaningful contribution. Now academic researchers documented his collaborative techniques as advancement worthy of formal study and broad implementation. "Never imagined my protective instincts would lead to this," he admitted quietly, his usual careful precision giving way to honest vulnerability. "When I offered to help diagnose your ornament crisis, I was terrified you'd reject my assistance. Convinced myself I was only being practical, that preventing community-wide magical chaos justified imposing on your creative process." Stella's hand found his, her touch conveying understanding and affection. "I was equally terrified accepting help, convinced that needing support meant I'd failed at being the person who brings joy to others, both of us hiding behind professional competence, because we were too scared to risk authentic connection. Mayor Elderberry's arrival interrupted their reflection, though his cheerful enthusiasm suggested welcome news rather than urgent problems. The mayor had developed an impressive ability to appear precisely when important conversations required community perspective. "Excellent timing," he announced, accepting Stella's offered tea with practiced grace. "I wanted to discuss symposium planning before this afternoon's festivities, and Dr. Willowmere mentioned you'd received the stability assessment documentation." He settled into the comfortable chair they'd designated for visiting consultation, his mayoral chain gleaming against deep blue waistcoat that Niall suspected Stella had helped him select. "The council has formally approved hosting the annual collaborative magic symposium here next spring. We'll be welcoming practitioners from at least 8 different magical communities, all interested in learning techniques that enhance network stability through partnership innovation." Niall felt profound pride knowing their personal healing journey had elevated Tinselcroft's reputation and created opportunities for broader magical education. "What timeline are you envisioning? We'll need to coordinate teaching demonstrations with accommodation logistics and ensure visiting practitioners have access to appropriate workshop facilities." "6 months of preparation should suffice," Mayor Elderberry said, though his tone suggested he'd appreciate their organizational input. "I'm hoping you'll serve as primary coordinators, given that your collaborative methods are the symposium's central focus, though obviously we'll provide comprehensive support. This is community celebration, not burden placed entirely on your shoulders." They discussed preliminary logistics while finishing their tea, Niall's planning instincts already cataloging necessary preparations and potential complications. But beneath the practical considerations, he felt overwhelming gratitude for how thoroughly his role in Tinselcroft had transformed. 8 years ago, he'd arrived seeking a community where his shifter nature and diagnostic magic would be tolerated rather than feared. He'd never dared imagine finding a place where his quiet competence would be genuinely valued, much less becoming a recognized expert whose teaching drew international attention. After Mayor Elderberry departed to address other wedding preparation details, Niall and Stella returned their focus to the special ornaments they'd create for Cleo and Felix. These pieces required extraordinary care, not just technical precision and emotional authenticity, but genuine understanding of how their friends' partnership demonstrated different truths about collaborative excellence. Felix's research revealed that legendary ornament makers worked in partnerships. Stella reminded him, her fingers selecting memory crystals with practiced discernment. "Historical precedent for what we've rediscovered through necessity and love makes me wonder how many other magical innovations emerged from partnerships that conventional documentation attributed to individual genius." Niall considered the question while preparing his diagnostic equipment for the collaborative infusion process. Academic tradition favors celebrating individual excellence over acknowledging that breakthrough innovations often require multiple perspectives working in harmony. Perhaps our teaching can help shift that paradigm toward recognizing collaborative achievement as valuable rather than diminishing individual contribution. They worked in comfortable synchronization as afternoon approached, their collaborative techniques having evolved into seamless integration that required minimal verbal coordination. Niall's diagnostic precision mapped the magical signatures, while Stella's intuitive empathy translated technical patterns into artistic expression, their combined abilities creating ornaments that captured both the factual reality and emotional truth of Cleo and Felix's partnership. The finished pieces glowed with soft radiance that shifted between warm amber and cool silver, colors representing the creative spontaneity and scholarly thoroughness that made their friends' collaboration successful. Memory crystals preserved specific moments, Cleo trusting Felix's careful planning during wedding preparations, Felix embracing Cleo's creative risks when traditional approaches proved insufficient, both of them learning to value differences rather than trying to change each other. "Perfect," Stella declared with satisfaction, though her critical eye continued examining the ornaments from multiple angles. They'll hang these somewhere prominent, and every time the light catches them just right, they'll remember not just their wedding but the fundamental magic of choosing partnership over solitary excellence. They transported their demonstration materials to the wedding venue, a renovated barn that Cleo had transformed into something simultaneously elegant and whimsical, exactly reflecting her artistic vision. Felix's historical research had provided authentic period details that grounded her creative flourishes, their combined aesthetic demonstrating successful integration of different approaches. The ceremony itself was beautiful in its genuine reflection of who Cleo and Felix were as individuals and partners. Niall found himself moved by Mayor Elderberry's words about how love required courage to be vulnerable and trust that imperfection shared created more beauty than perfect isolation. When the time came for their demonstration, Niall felt comfortable confidence rather than the anxious uncertainty that would have paralyzed him a year ago. They'd performed this collaborative creation process dozens of times now, teaching it to visiting practitioners and refining their methodology through repeated practice. But today's demonstration carried special significance. Creating partnership ornaments during the actual wedding ceremony added symbolic weight to their technical process. As he began the diagnostic mapping with Stella's intuitive infusion working in perfect harmony, Niall recognized that their professional methods had become expressions of deeper truths about love, trust, and authentic vulnerability. The watching guests fell silent as memory glass began capturing Cleo and Felix's partnership essence. Niall heard Stella's soft narration explaining what they were preserving. Not just happy moments, but the fundamental commitment to respecting differences, the courage to venture outside comfort zones for each other's sake, the trust that made collaboration stronger than individual excellence. His diagnostic precision revealed magical patterns while her artistic vision translated those patterns into beauty that everyone present could witness and understand. The finished ornaments glowed with radiant warmth that drew appreciative gasps, visual proof of what successful partnership could achieve through authentic emotional connection. Looking around at other couples watching their demonstration with obvious interest and appreciation, Niall understood that their partnership continued inspiring others to risk vulnerability for enhanced magical and personal connection. Kat and Alistair stood together with comfortable intimacy born from their own collaborative breakthrough. Holly and Rowan observed with the settled contentment of long-established partnership. Even Mayor Elderberry watched with thoughtful recognition, perhaps contemplating how collaborative techniques might apply to community leadership. Their love story had become part of Tinselcroft's evolving tradition of innovation through partnership, joining the legacy of other couples who found strength through collaborative excellence. And watching how their demonstration affected the wedding guests, Niall felt profound satisfaction knowing their personal healing journey created positive change extending far beyond their individual happiness. As evening celebration continued around them, music and laughter filling the decorated barn with joyful energy, Niall felt overwhelming gratitude for the courage that led him to offer help during Stella's crisis. That single decision to reach beyond his solitary nature had opened possibilities for love and contribution he never imagined during 8 years of careful isolation. He'd spent so long believing his quiet competence made him inadequate for meaningful connection, convinced that someone as vibrant as Stella deserved a partner with more charismatic presence and dramatic abilities. But their partnership had taught him that his diagnostic precision and protective care were valuable gifts rather than disappointing limitations. Stella found him near the refreshment table, 2 glasses of sparkling cider in her hands and obvious contentment in her expression. Successful demonstration. Cleo's already planning to commission ornaments for all her artist friends, and Felix wants to write an article about historical partnership traditions for some academic journal. They're happy, Niall observed, watching their friends dance together with obvious joy. Genuinely happy in a way that comes from accepting each other completely, rather than trying to change uncomfortable differences. Like us, Stella agreed softly, leaning against his shoulder with comfortable affection. Two people who thought they had to handle everything alone, discovering that partnership makes us stronger, rather than diminishing our individual excellence. They stood together amid the celebration, surrounded by the community that nurtured their partnership and the evidence of positive change their collaboration had created. Niall felt deeply content and grateful for the love that made him stronger than he ever thought possible. His transformation from isolated outsider to confident partner and teacher was complete through the power of authentic connection and shared purpose. And standing with Stella amid music and laughter, watching their friends begin their own partnership journey with hope and commitment, Niall knew he'd finally found where he belonged.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.